I think it was Tent Hill Dole. Remember, we were there the night Tent Hill Dole won, and we were there the night Zipping Bailey won.
Zipping Bailey, that was incredible.
That was incredible. God, we produced great dogs.
Okay, and if I've got a chance, apparently you're right, 300,000 to the winner. Right. You're right.
Yeah.
Group 1 Golden Easter Egg. Here's the field finally released: Jungle Johnny, Lakeview Emily, Kisses for Gran, Good Odds Gobber, Power and Glory, Big Energy, Flying Zulu, Poor Oswald and Miss Envy. It's a great field. Right. It's a great field. It's on next Saturday night at Wenty Park. So that's something to really look forward to.
Well, something to put a bit of money on. I'd give as my tip Hopper's Dickhead.
A shoe-in at the price. That's it for Bludging on the Blind Side. Declan Byrne coming up now, and then, of course, Andrew Moore calling all the action right here on ABC Radio Sport and ABC Local Radio. More Bludgeon next week. Bye now.
Good afternoon, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. A notorious underworld drug trafficker has begun his first full day of freedom with a morning walk, a trip to the shops and a check-in at the police station. Danushi Dias reports.
After 18 years behind bars, former crime boss Tony Mockbell is back out in Melbourne, starting his full day of freedom on bail with a morning walk with relatives. He later checked in at Heidelberg Police Station as required by his bail conditions and then visited Northland Shopping Centre. It comes after the 59-year-old was released from maximum security prison under exceptional circumstances relating to the Lawyer X scandal. His former lawyer Nicola Gobbo was found to have been working secretly with police. The central argument of his appeal is that Gobbo's dealings were so nefarious they tainted the drug trafficking charges he pleaded guilty to.
Fans at this afternoon's AFL clash between Richmond and Brisbane at the MCG have been warned there could be delays when entering as security measures are ramped up. It follows a major breach on Thursday night when Mohamed Nouri and Omar Salma, both in their 20s, managed to pass through security allegedly with guns. The AFL says security staff failed to do a thorough follow-up search on the men after an alert from the stadium's AI screening system. More rigorous manual checks will be carried out today as patrons arrive at the G. Fans at last night's game at Cardinia Park in Geelong were also manually searched as they entered the stadium. The federal opposition leader says he disagreed with departmental advice on the Port of Darwin when he was Australia's Defence Minister. Peter Dutton says his department raised no concerns with the Chinese company operating the port, but that he disagrees with that assessment. The now coalition leader says he will return the port to Australian ownership if he wins next month's federal election. He says it's in Australia's national interest for domestic ownership of the port.
The advice at the time was that there wasn't a need to act. I didn't agree with that advice, I might say, at the time, but that was the advice that the government received. And we have now found ourselves in a position where we have the advice, it is definite, the strategic circumstances have deteriorated for our country.
To news overseas, a strong earthquake has struck the coast of Papua New Guinea, but authorities say there is no longer a tsunami threat. PNG correspondent Marion Farr has the details.
The 6.9 magnitude earthquake struck the coast of East New Britain near Pomio around 6 o'clock this morning. Shocks were also felt 600 kilometres away in the capital Port Moresby. A tsunami warning for the area has now been called off. Rafael Cicelrea, who runs a resort on the coast of Pomio, says the tremor lasted a few minutes, but everyone in his area is safe.
Yes, we have no destruction here.
He says the community is monitoring for aftershocks. Marion Farr, ABC News, Port Moresby.
An American judge has ruled that a man who was wrongly deported to El Salvador must be returned to the United States by Monday. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was among more than 200 people taken to an El Salvadorian prison last month. They were accused by the Trump administration of being gang members. US immigration officials have blamed an administrative error for Mr. Abrego Garcia's deportation. Addressing a crowd, his lawyer explained the judge's ruling.
She found that the government did not dispute that there was no legal basis whatsoever for his deportation. She found that the government's arguments that she was powerless to order him brought back to the United States were without legal merit. And she found that he was suffering irreparable harm with every day that goes by while he's separated from his family and while he's detained under such harsh conditions.
And an iconic Sydney pub featured in The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, has been heritage listed. The Imperial Hotel in Erskineville, one of the longest-running drag venues in Sydney, has been listed on the New South Wales State Heritage Register. And to the weather, there's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast and a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Coast and Central Gippsland coast. For the state, scattered showers over southeastern districts and central ranges, mostly clearing by midday, mostly sunny and dry north of the ranges. For Melbourne, partly cloudy today, winds southwesterly becoming light in the evening, heading for a top of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a top of 22. On Monday, a possible shower reaching 19. Tuesday, cloudy, also 19. Right now in Melbourne, it's 16 degrees. This is ABC News.
Just like this flame bowerbird, ABC iView is free. Watch as he never pays for quality content. ABC iView, always free, always in.
Monday night.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoots right footed. What a strike!
The Matildas are back.
What a goal!
Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you
on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Saturday.
The Cats big winners last night on Friday Night Footy. Do we have a new rising star favourite on the back of it? The Cats also swinging a late change. Is it gamesmanship or is it unsporting by the Geelong coaching staff? Tom Stewart from the Cats is going to be our feature guest. We got two 0-4 teams, both the Blues and the Demons. Who has the better chance of salvaging things in 2025? Dan Houston offered 2 games. Is that about right for the Collingwood recruit? We had guns at the footy back on Thursday night. How do we make it a little safer? And the West Coast Eagles captain meeting with an opposition coach. Big deal or no big deal? We'll get into all of that today right here on AFL Saturday.
And the Cats are back on level pegging. 2 wins, 2 losses from their first month and a date with the Red Hot Crows to open gather round.
So 2 games in, Thursday night, Friday night down. It feels like the 2 losers in particular lost the same way. Carlton leading at halftime, gave up the advantage, overrun in the second half. And for Melbourne last night, more inside 50s, couldn't quite put it on the scoreboard. Same old problems for the Blues and the Ds. Your calls today on 1300 558 222. We've got a very special guest in the house, but one man who's always here is the coaching icon, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL football, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. G'day out to our listeners. Fascinating weekend of sport, fascinating games in AFL football. You're spot on asking the question about Carlton and Melbourne, because just do your maths. 23 games, we've played 4. They virtually have to win 13 of the remaining 19. Cool. So what you're going to do as supporters, go through there and sort of tick off the ones you think they can win, and maybe they can come good. Look, we have seen some big rises through the past. We've seen Swans, I think, come off 6, Hawthorn last year 5. Other clubs have and made a big run at it. The interesting about this is, though, I don't know where they're going to get their spark from, and that's the biggest difference between these 2 clubs now. The big question is, can they rally the troops and get enough wins?
The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth is in the house, as he is every Saturday. You'll hear his voice here on ABC Sport. He'll be at the footy later today. We're lucky enough to have him in studio from 12 noon in Adam Ramanaskas. Hello, Ram.
Yes, I'm off the bench today, so subbing in for Bawley, who needs a slight little spell, so that's okay. It was the two games so far, they've been both interesting watches. Thursday night was a harder watch, I thought, and last night was it didn't get to great heights, I don't think, the game in watching it. So, and I'm sure we'll dive into it deep shortly, but yeah, I just felt like Melbourne wanted to sit on their heels. I was just happy to allow Geelong to control the tempo of the game.
So that's the big question coming out of it. And Mick, you were on the coverage last night, and we ordinarily, I touched on this during the call last night, we usually sit two in the front, two in the back, but at Kardinia Park you sit all in a row. And to be able to see Mick out the corner of my eye sort of pointing to what's happening off the ball last night, and it was driving you mad, Mick, to be able to see the fact that Melbourne just gave up that +1, and that's how Geelong loved to play, is obviously to have the extra in the back line, and it resulted in a record night marks-wise. So 162 to 85 the total marks. Sorry, 165 to 82 the total marks. But the uncontested marks, Geelong took 148, including 17 for Zach Guthrie alone. How did Melbourne allow that to happen?
See, Corby, this is not a bag to coach, because I refuse to do that. But one of the things that you must do is your homework. That ground does not allow for allowing a Stewart, a Guthrie, a Sullivan, whoever, to be free, Jack Henry. What you have to do is marry up behind. And if you go back through your homework, you'll have a look at it and you go, how come GWS did so well? Was it because of they control the ball? No. They control the ball to a degree, but what they did do is made sure that Geelong had a fight on their hands every time the ball went into the opposition forward line. So they had to bring the ball out under pressure. They didn't bring the ball out under pressure. They brought the ball out the way they wanted. The Melbourne incidental player was caught up in traffic, never influenced the play at all. And as a consequence, we saw them go forward more times than Geelong, but had butchered a lot of them. Yes, a lot of that was technical come skill level, but you've just got to do your homework on those grounds. And I think that we were talking about some stats pre-game. All stats are relevant to Australian rules football, but they're also very relevant to the grounds, because we don't play on 100 metres by 50 metres standard across Australia. We play on different shapes, different size grounds. You have to adjust accordingly, and also you have to adjust to the side you're playing. Melbourne shot themselves in the foot.
So is it more coaching or the personnel?
When you see a player run from the forward line quickly up to the stoppage, that is a given that's been developed through the week for that particular play. It never works at that ground. It rarely works on big grounds. It can, but it rarely does. You have to have the right format, and you have to dominate stoppages. So then you can bring the ball in the way you want it. It was never going to be a domination either way.
What do you reckon, Ram? What's the bigger calamity, to allow that many marks, or to again have 50 inside 50s and it only result in, 6 or 8 goals or whatever they kicked?
Well, if they've got +1 behind the ball, it doesn't really matter how many inside 50s you're going to have, because someone's sitting there and disrupting all the time. So, but if you look at the raw numbers, O'Sullivan's had 13 marks, Tom Stewart 11 marks, Lawson Humphrey 13, Guthrie 17,
17,
and they're all defenders.
Yeah.
So to your point about inside 50s, it's irrelevant.
Yep.
Like, you could have 70 inside 50s. We had 78 against the Western Bulldogs all the way back in 2000 and lost the game because they had a +3 in their defence that night. So,
but you can't keep losing the same way, can you?
Well, but if that's the way you play, if that's the way you coach, you're going to live and die by it eventually.
But to win the game, if you have 50 and you kick 6 goals, to win the game, you're probably going to need to have 100.
The part for me is, okay, the 165 marks is one side. It's how many turnovers you can create from that. So, obviously, Geelong's foot skills are exceptional. They can just keep flicking it around. But then...
Can I just jump in there? Yeah. I don't know if they're exceptional, but if you can't hit a target, no one's near you within 15, 20 metres, it doesn't matter how bad your skills are. Someone's going to mark it or even pick up a loose football.
Yeah.
I think there's more to it than just saying how good Geelong, because I don't think in Geelong they coughed the ball up a fair bit as well.
Yeah. So they only scored 19 points from turnovers. From turnover. That's not a high enough number, is it?
No way. So Geelong have had 600 more metres gained, 91 more possessions. So they've inched their way forward all night.
Yeah.
That's really what they've done. They've played a territory game where they've gone, okay, Melbourne, you're going to allow us a +1. We're just going to inch our way forward. With our 49 inside 50s, we're going to have 25 scoring shots.
And you win the game.
And you win the game. Okay.
We had Jack Viney with us last night on ABC Sport. This was his analysis on conceding 165 marks.
It's hard to win games of footy when you give teams, that amount of marks. They kind of used it in their back half a lot. We hit our numbers up the field a bit, but they were just able to find a bit of space once they got control of the ball. They're a great defensive side and great ball using team. So, you don't need to be off by much to get hurt by Geelong, and we found that out tonight.
Jack Viney on ABC Sport last night. So going inside 50, the Demons scoring at just 32%, so score per inside 50, and they've now lost 9 of their last 10 and only 5 wins in their last 19.
I also think, Nick, there's an element of, their 2 previous games they lose by 10 goals. They concede 120 points last week against Gold Coast. So really it's like we're just going to sit. We're going to sit back and not get scored. Like 85 points. Yeah, okay, that's okay by Geelong, but it's not 120 points.
And it was 4 goals last quarter.
That's right.
So I understand that, because don't think, Corby, we spoke to Alan Richardson prior to the game, and he said our work on our defence. Yeah. We've got to work better defence. I understand that, and I can see that it's better if Melbourne kick 14 goals and Geelong kick 24. That looks horrible. Yep. If you kick 6 and they kick 14, or whatever it was, or 12, then it doesn't look as bad. Yeah. But it's horrible, because you've got to want to win games of football, not be close.
Not limit the damage.
Because I looked at Petrarca after the game, and I wondered whether his hands and over his eyes and his head, was that because they lost, or was that because he hadn't moved? And thinking, our season's dead, I could have gone to a club that I'm going to be playing for. Players only want to play finals at that age. They don't want to be... he's looking and going, I don't know if we can make the 8.
Simon Goodwin was asked about it last night as well.
He's a winner. He's determined. He's proud. He's like everyone. He wants to really start to get some positive results, and he's a proud leader of our footy club, and all our leaders are like that. So of course he's going to be disappointed.
So you mentioned the math of it all, so needing to win 13 of their next 19. I guess, Rama, the big question is it salvageable for the Demons? And if so, how?
Well, anything's salvageable now, because we're 4 games into a season, but it looks unlikely for Melbourne the way they're playing. Again, we always go back to it with Melbourne, connection in the forward line. It doesn't look like it's flowing. I said this after the game, or during the game last week. I think they need a shift in positions. Like, just throw the magnets around. Give players a different look at something. Like Trent Rivers not being in the middle of the ground at the moment for longer periods of the game makes no sense to me. Tom Sparrow not being up there in the middle of the ground for longer periods of the game doesn't make any sense to me. Like Harvey Langford comes in, he looks good. And it's a bit of a difference. So if you keep going back to the well with, in the middle of the ground, Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver, Viney, you're going to get the same result. What's the definition of insanity?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I said last night that clear the joint out and put Petrarca in the goal square. Just have another look, because Van Ruin, he will take a great mark and kick maybe 1 goal and look terrific, but give nothing. Fritsch can't get out of his own way at the moment. He is horrible, totally horrible.
He's just out of touch.
Well, he's
a real confidence player.
Last night, he was substantially better by coming up the ground,
no doubt,
than what he was the previous 2 weeks hanging around the goal square, not getting anywhere near it. So at least he's getting involved. What he's got to do now is gain his confidence on shooting for goal. Because he could have kicked a couple last night.
No doubt.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the premiership player Adam Ramanauskas. Speaking of premiership players, the 5-time All-Australian, 2-time best and fairest winner Tom Stewart from the Cats has been good enough to join us today. Tom, appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Firstly, off the top, the feel-good story emerging again out of this Geelong group. Just do such a great job at being able to regenerate on the run. Have we got a new rising star favourite on the back of your number 14 last night?
Maybe. Yeah, he's been impressive, young soul. I've seen it behind closed doors and behind the scenes over the last couple of years, but it's good to see some of his efforts coming to fruition on game day. He's a great young man, and he's got a very, 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 very bright future ahead of him.
You coached Lars, or credited the work that he does with you and the fact that he gets the chance to play with you and being able to pick up a few things along the way. How close is your relationship and, I guess, the work that you've done together?
Oh, yeah, it's not just myself. It's a real collective of boys behind the ball. I think that's the best thing about Sully. He's not afraid to speak up and sort of nitpick who he gets to work with behind the ball. It'd be very vain of me to say it's just myself, but Zach Guthrie and Jack Henry, Mark Blitzards and the like have all helped him along the journey. And he's a great kid to work with, and I think we're just starting to see the real start of a really bright career, as I said.
We like the cut of his jib. There's no doubt about that. Connor O'Sullivan. We've got Tom Stewart with us on ABC Sport, Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Malthouse.
Tom, talking about behind the ball last night, were you surprised what Melbourne allowed you to do behind the ball last night?
Slightly, yeah, we were. We sort of went in with a plan to change the angles as much as we could, and we thought particularly early they really allowed us to possess the ball, and we were able to exploit that going forward. They've got some amazing players behind the ball, and, with Big Max in the way as well, we were sort of trying to, as I said, change angles and sort of see what they gave us, and they gave us a lot, which you're sort of always going to take that, particularly behind the ball. So that's just what the game presented, and that's why we sort of implemented it going into it.
Tom, take us into your week. Obviously, you missed the game against Brisbane. We're so early in the year still. What's the risk and reward factor for you here where, you're carrying a knee injury, was heavily strapped last night. You want to obviously play, but there's still a lot of season to be played, and you're such an important player. Take us into your week and how you make the decisions, and what's the risk factor for you?
Yeah, I think, I touched on it last night. There's players all throughout the competition that are playing with little niggles, and, I'm going through that right now. The knee's a little bit sore, but if I'm right to put myself out there and compete and help the team, I'm just going to do that. I have no qualms in my brain that I'm going to do everything I can to be out there each week and play alongside my teammates, it's what I'm paid to do. So that's what I'm here to do. And, I'll give myself every chance every week, regardless of, how sore I am. So that's what I'm excited about. I'm not a young man anymore, and, there's a challenge in front of me, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get up every week.
Tom, you are a young man. You're not a young player.
not a young. You're not young in football terms anymore.
Right. Thanks, Tom. Mate, just a couple of names. Bailey Smith. What has he brought to the club? We can see it from where we are, but what do you reckon he's brought to the club?
Oh yeah, I think he's brought a real energy, which is it's unique to Bailey. He comes with a media outpouring and a real substance to him. He's brought some, as I said, off-field, the amazing energy that he brings to the group, but just the way he plays with penetration. Him and Max, working in tandem is really exciting to see through that middle part of the ground. He wants to play forward footy. He wants to drive with his legs, and he's a really, I think he plays that way naturally, but I think he's starting to really fill out in his body. I think he's, 88, 89 kilos now, so he's a real man, and he's starting to play through contests with his legs and with his power, which is, it's really, really exciting to see.
Through your time, you would have seen players come off ACLs. It generally takes 12 months physically and 12 months mentally. He just seems to have forgotten the mental part of it. He just seems to be, wherever the ball is, he just wants to get. You wouldn't know he's come off an ACL. Would be fair comment?
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't experienced an ACL myself, but I think it does sort of take its toll, as you said, mainly physically because of, the parameters that he sort of put in place when you have an ACL, but mentally as well. And I think that's what we've been so joyed and so buoyed at the fact of the way he's come down and the way he's approached his rehab at our footy club has been nothing short of fantastic. I think James Kelly spoke on it over the pre-season, like he's taken a few of the young boys under his wing with the way he's, got in for early touch and doing the little extra things that, is expected of him. But he's so excited by the fact that he's back playing footy. And I think that's the best thing that I've seen is he's just the joy for the game, and he wants to be great. He's unapologetic about that, and he wants to do everything he can to be a great player, which, if he's going to drag 5 or 6 young boys along with him, that's fantastic.
Talking about one player who may not be there next week, Jack Henry, is there any news on him, how bad that hamstring is?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. It's it's not great for Jack. Obviously, he's come off, a few foot injuries over the last couple of years. But I'm not exactly sure of the exact severity of it. But obviously, when a player gets subbed out with a hamstring, it's he's probably going to miss some time. But he plays such a vital role for us behind the ball, and he'll be dearly missed. But we have to pick up the pieces and just hold the fort down until he gets back.
Yeah, well
Tom Stewart with us on ABC Sport. You had to deal with a bit last night, Tom. So obviously lost Jack Henry on the run, but you lost Mark Blitzarps before the bounce. When were you aware that he wouldn't be playing?
When I saw Reece walk into warm up.
Gotcha.
So when the big fella started getting strapped and started getting prepped, I was like, I don't think Blitz is playing here, but. I was really, really proud of Reece. Coming in against, one of the handful of premier ruckmen in the comp, he always seems to find a way to just, halve some battles and get after it, which, he hasn't obviously featured in the team up until this week, but the way he carries himself amongst the group and the way he takes, DK and Joe Pike and a couple of our younger ruckmen under his wing is a real testament to the man. He's never turned up his toes. He's never said it's too hard, and he's so generous with his time. And, he's a fantastic teammate and a great friend.
Tom, I'm interested then, because if Reece Stanley doesn't play, Sam de Koning plays in the ruck last night. But Reece Stanley comes in, Sam de Koning plays fullback, and he looks amazing again. He's obviously a premiership teammate of yours as a defender. Where's his best position in your eyes?
I think for myself, speaking personally of DK, he could play anywhere, to be honest with you, Rama. He has some unbelievable attributes. Obviously, his overhead prowess and his defensive positioning is probably his one wood right now, but I think the thing, I went into the midfield with him at the same stage last year, and his ground level work and his contest work is something for a bloke his size you don't actually really see. His ability to follow up on the ground and drive his legs through a contest is something that you have to be excited about. And I think the coaches are really investing into him playing around the ball, and he can almost play that sort of fourth mid role. And his ruck craft is going to take time. He's not a natural ruckman, but the thing that I'm most impressed with is just his willingness to put himself in any position. He could be a gun full forward, in my opinion, to be honest with you. Like, he has the attributes to play over all three lines. So I don't think we want to pigeonhole him too early in his career. He is still a young man, and he could play a lot more footy. So I'm excited and buoyed by the fact that he's willing to put himself in different positions too and have a crack.
Geelong are forever a deep runs finals team, and that's the envy of every other team in the competition. You lose that prelim final last year to Brisbane in a stunning game. You have to slightly change your game each year as a football club to continue to compete. Do you feel like you've changed your game personally, but collectively as a team to make sure you can compete deep again?
Yeah, I think that's what our coaching staff and our club do so well is, they understand the list profile that we have and what our strengths are as a group. And, you tinker at the edges with, some small nuance of the game, but at your core, we pride ourselves on our contested footy and our ability to play up in the forward half with the forward half that we've got. That's what our identity is, and that's what we're going to continue to go after. But, as I said, our coaches do such a great job at coaching us to the nuance of the game and really understanding the players and their strengths and celebrating those and going after those. So there's nuance to that, and there's things that you do tinker with, but I think at our core we're still a very similar team to what we have been. And that's shown that it's given us opportunity to play finals every year, which is what we're here to do.
Tom Stewart with us on ABC Sport. Tom, last one. You were involved in a tunnelling incident last night. You were on the end of it. The league can intervene here and up the penalties and everything else, but how incumbent is this on the players themselves? And you're a senior player in the game now to look after one another and make sure that this doesn't result in a serious injury.
Yeah, I think I won't speak on that incident, but I think just across the competition, it's a lot better placed where players do take care of players. I think we've come a long way in that space. Obviously the concussion issues are very prevalent in the game and fairly rightly so well talked about and documented. But I think no one goes out to play the game with the intent to hurt somebody deliberately. We all have, friends and families that we want to spend a lot of time with, and, you never go out there to hurt somebody deliberately. So I think where the game is placed now, and and where the players understand that is as good as it's ever been. I'm in sort of my 9th or 10th year in the league, and players do take better care of each other than they ever have. So I think that's a real tick, and I think that needs to be continued and taken further forward.
Yeah. So I haven't been out there, obviously, at that level. I'm just the sports media guy and everything else asking the question. But to me, it looks incredibly dangerous. Is that an accident? Is it deliberate? Is that just sort of the thing that happens on the field? Or is that something that we can avoid on a field as a player?
Are you speaking on last night's incident?
Yeah, and just the tunnelling incidents in general.
Yeah, I mean, the tunnelling term, I guess, was probably far more prevalent before my time, sort of in the early 2010s. It was a real issue in the game, and I think it's very, very niche. It doesn't happen too often. As I said, I think players understand the duty of care that once somebody leaves the ground, your right of way is not to go low. If you're going to go and impact it, you sort of have to jump with them and hit them in the back. So I don't think there's many tunnelling instances in the game anymore. Obviously, the pushing into marking contests is something that's in vogue, but again, it's going to find its way. Everything will, eventually correct itself, and people will learn craft, and players will learn what they can and can't do. So, that's an in vogue topic now because there's been some incidences where there's been, unfortunately, some players hurt. But I think players get with the program fairly quickly, and they understand what they can and can't do. As I said, no one wants to see anybody else get hurt, and no one wants to see anybody else miss footy. So I think it'll balance itself out, and the players will find a way to sort of justify it and right that ship.
And the one last night, did you think that was out of line?
I haven't seen it back. I know I ended up on my backside and I've got a bit of a sore bum, but I'll be okay. It's all good. Accidents happen, and footy's a game of contact. So, those sort of things are bound to happen.
Tom, really appreciate your time. Congratulations on the win last night and your start to the season again personally. We'll see you in Adelaide on Thursday night.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Tom Stewart with us, the 5-time best and fairest winner from the Cats.
We didn't speak a lot about the Cats. We spoke more about Melbourne earlier. They're going to be there again, Mick, when the whips are cracking.
There's 5 sides that stand out. They're one of them. And the rest, next 3, it could well be a Melbourne or Carlton. You don't know, because I don't know whether anyone else is really good enough to jump into that spot, or those spots.
We got some calls, 1300 558 222. Alan is on his way to a wedding at the Grampians. G'day, Alan.
G'day. I think Mick must have mellowed over the years. As I get older, I'm getting more cranky. So I'm going to say what I think Mick was trying to say, and that is Goodwin has to go as coach. I think they won the 21. I'm a Melbourne supporter. I think they won the 21 premiership despite Goodwin rather than because of him. Ooh. They should have won another 1 or 2 with that talent, and he just doesn't have the tricks. I became completely dismayed when I heard their optimism over the summer when they went on camps and spent a lot of time telling each other what they were unhappy about with each other. And now I think that probably just is going to come back into their mind over and over again, what they dislike about each other, instead of actually learning a better way of playing footy together as a team.
Alan, appreciate your call. Is that what you were trying to say, Meg?
I'm reluctant to ever put pressure on a coach that they should go. It's just that that's my observation, that the game structure really needed to be adjusted last night. Totally, in fact.
Alan, we'll leave them as your words. Appreciate that on the talkback line, which is 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Malthouse. Now, just on the Cats, leading into last night, we heard from both Chris Scott, who spoke on Fox Footy, and Stephen King, who spoke with us on ABC Sport about the late change. So Chris Scott was on air on the top of the broadcast on Fox Footy and had this to say about the late drama that was going on with the Cats.
Great to have the coach of the Geelong Footy Club, nice and relaxed.
No, no, I'm not. No, we've got a little bit going on. So Mark Blitzarves will come out now, the 23. Fortunately, he's crook. And you don't often hear about this sort of stuff behind the scenes, but I think most weeks a lot of clubs would have sort of last-minute things the teams are about to go on. So maybe in future I won't meet you at 6:35.
So the emergency comes in?
Yeah, so... I need to go and just double check it again. Okay. But, Reece Stanley will be the like-for-like sort of replacement, really. So
I appreciate the honesty.
So that was Chris Scott last night at 6:35. Bit of late drama. Team sheets about to drop, about the who's coming in and needs to double check. We had Stephen King, who's an assistant coach, of course, at the Cats, part of the same coaching staff with us, a few moments later on ABC Sport.
Look, Reece was going to play VFL in the early game here today, so that sort of message came through at lunchtime that Blitz just wasn't going to get up. So that was a genuine, oh, geez, I think this one might be a late one, so let's not take any risk. But look, Stewie flew up to Brisbane for us last week, and he was legitimately very close to playing. That wasn't you wouldn't get him on a plane up to Brisbane, with a sore knee for the sake of it, for playing games. So we give our players every chance to get up, and on the back of sound medical advice, that's a realistic option for us. Oh, look, I understand the ramifications around betting markets, fantasy football, preparations, but I mean, you name a squad. We never like to carry players over and then miss out on a game of footy. That's not ideal either. So it's not something we go into each week saying let's make 2 or 3 late changes per week. It's ideally you have a seamless preparation and you go in as selected.
Now, without trying to play detective and who knew what when and everything else that goes on in all of this, I mean, Geelong, it's been 3 games, they've had 3 late changes. Clearly happens to them more than it happens to any other team in the competition. Is this gamesmanship? Is it unsporting? Or is it just they're the rules in place and Geelong are using them to their advantage?
2 of the 3,
Yep.
gamesmanship.
Yep.
And it's common with them, but it's not illegal yet. But they do it fairly often.
Would you have an issue doing it as a coach?
Oh, I've done it.
Yep.
But I wouldn't do it every week. Cause but if you do your homework, they name 3 emergencies. You put them into the side. And does that change your thoughts? You prepare your players. You make along the way of coaching, you're always learning. Drew Banfield was given the job of playing on Mark Bairstow, whacker, all week. You take him out, we win. Take him out, we win. Bairstow didn't run down the race. Banfield played the worst game he's played because he was still looking for him, and then when I gave him another target, he was ill-prepared for it. So even then you play on Bairstow, but you know what? You may well be playing on Wills. You may well be playing on so-and-so. So you prepare a player for 2 or 3 things. You prepare your side for change. So it's no excuse for the opposition, but I think it starts to wear a bit thin if you repeat it week in, week out.
I just think they're the rules.
Yep.
Yeah.
No big deal.
No big deal. Play on.
Yep.
But you prepare yourself, don't you?
Yeah, of course you do. You prepare yourself as a player. But I tend to think they gave Blitzars the last moment. Stephen King knew he was ill at lunchtime.
Yep.
And they hadn't made the call yet.
So both things are true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is there's every chance that absolutely could be the case.
And they're right about Tom Stewart. Why would you put someone on the plane?
Yeah.
You don't do that.
Yeah, well, it's a waste of money.
Yeah.
Well, 2 things. Why you want to
the effort?
Well, you get on there straight away. You got swelling, and you're better off keeping a player back and doing some treatment with him.
Correct.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Adam Ramanauskas. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Chris is in Adelaide. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, fellas. My subject, you might think, not again, another one. I umpired Aussie rules for over 40-odd years and I enjoyed it. And I started off as a single umpire and did finals and then finished with 3 umpires. But I'm a Crow supporter and I go and I look at the umpiring in 4 umpiring situations. We're always told to get in the best position and work around the contests. In 4 umpires, the umpires are going straight out from a centre bouncer or any ball up. Their positioning, I think, leaves a lot to be desired. We're missing a lot of free kicks, and they're paying free kicks because they can't clearly see what's happening. When they play some of these holding the balls, they're obviously, I look at their position when they pay the free kick, and they can't possibly see, with too many bodies, that decision they've made. And the other sad thing is, I know the AFL don't want to think about a player having a back, but there are occasions when guys are grounding to the deck and it's play on. I think the standard of umpiring, and I know the CEO thinks they're going fantastic, but I think there's a lot of things in umpiring that need to be looked at. They're blooding an inexperienced guy generally each week with the 4 umpires. I know you've got to start at some point. I learnt, and I was told when I was umpiring, players would say, gee, you haven't umpired a lot, mate, have you? And I said, no, mate, I'm learning. And you've got to learn somewhere. But some of these basic free kicks, I just think It's hurting the game, and when there's an obvious free kick and it's not paid, it has an effect on players in the game. So I don't know what you guys think about the standard of umpiring, but I think with 4 umpires, they're not working hard enough.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate your call. I think the part of it is that they've lost some really senior umpires in recent years, haven't they? So, like a list in development mode, they're developing.
Oh, our guy on Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
Razor.
He's now working with us and not out on the field.
I'm going to flip in 4 umpires.
Yep.
They are guessing each other. They are guessing. When they're opposite each other, one's waiting for the whistle to be blown. Then he doesn't blow it. It's too late. I'm with him. I think we don't. I don't think we need 4.
No late change in the early fixture to start the Saturday slate. So Gold Coast and Adelaide, Jake Rogers and Luke Nankervis are the 2 subs for the Suns and the Crows, respectively. Grant in Hobart, the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Grant.
Good day, Corby. Thanks for letting me on your show again. Mick, I've got a question for you as a former coach. We're hearing a lot these days about player welfare. It's in the news practically every week. Mate, I hear nothing ever. No offence to the media, but I don't think it's in the news, but there's nothing ever on about coaching welfare or coaches' welfare. We're already at a stage in round 4 where we can see the stress on Carlton's coach, Vossi, and Goodwin is probably in the same boat at the moment. Have we reached a time in AFL where we should be actually looking at the welfare, the mental well-being of the coaches as well as the players? I mean, this actually getting a coach who's completely wound up after a game to sit there and be nice to the media, half an hour or less after the game's on, I think it's too hard. I think it's putting too much pressure on them. Have we reached a stage where the coaches should say, look, we're not doing this anymore? What do you think, Mick?
Well, look, it's a good observation. There's no question about that. And yes, there is a lot of pressure on coaches, and that's been the history since for a long time, mainly since I guess that they have to go into a press conference straight after the game, and also when the cameras are on the coaches so often during a game, because I've always made the belief that people pay the money to go and see the players play, not the coaches coach. So. But they do get a fair bit of airtime. It's basically they get the airtime when they're not performing. Mentally, yes, coaches get an enormous amount of pressure. Do they get any help? Men are men. They don't generally seek it. And I've seen a lot of coaches really be quite broken after their career. The Coach Association is not near as strong. I don't even know it's even in existence these days. It is, but it's not near as strong as what it used to be, where you meet regularly and talk about these sort of things. But I understand where you're coming from. It is difficult. But, you'd like to think they get support from the football club. That certainly doesn't happen when you're losing.
Well, in my other job as a manager, we manage a hell of a lot of coaches, and that's our number one concern, I guess, around their welfare on day-to-day, week-to-week, particularly in season, but then moving forward if they do lose their job and the like, and what comes next and how that's then transitioned. So I know it's a huge concern of the AFL Coaches Association. I know it's a huge concern of Dan Richardson, who runs the coaches with the AFL, coaching engagement manager he is at the AFL. So it is something that the AFL and the Coaches Association are very aware of, and there needs to be more done.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Mick Moldhouse. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. This hour just flies by. We got Oscar Allen still to come. We'll get into some of that, as well as the Blues. More of your calls on 1300 558 222. But coming up next, the return of Mixed Messages right here on ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Bruce alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Yes, very important message. This is talk about player welfare. when players are playing football, I think the Players Association are very good. They look after the players that are playing. When the player retires and moves on, I don't see the same care. Clubs are undermanned, understaffed, underfunded, so they can't really follow up. Men, I've said before, men and men, they don't chase medical opinions and that sort of stuff too often. I was thinking about this long and strong about the recent death of Andrew Cracker, and of course we know Hunter. Then you've got my friend Danny Frawley, and if you go through, they're all far too young to have passed. I'm wondering whether the Players Association or the league in some capacity can continue to remind players and have access to medical people, whether they be psychologists or general GPs, just to inform the player, remember, go and get your blood checked, go and have a stress test, go and, if you have any problems mentally, please ring this person. All you're doing is reminding the player. Now, I've been retired for 40-odd years, and I've never had anything given to me, sent to me to say, oh, have you had a check-up in regard to your blood pressure or whatever. I think it'd be easy. It may save lives. And if it saves lives or it helps people, then we've got to get around to doing it.
What do you reckon, Ram?
Yeah, I do. I do agree with that. And I think the AFL Players Association are doing a good job at that.
I haven't heard.
Well, the alumni stuff now, it's there. Emails go out around the services
Never had one.
that they're providing.
I've got an email address.
Maybe they don't have your email address.
Well, that's pretty easy to get.
Well, that's right, and I think it's a matter of going to get all those. But there are programs, there are services that are available to ex-players. Now, you're right. Males traditionally don't use them too often. But
just a reminder.
Yeah, I agree. No,
so
I agree with what you're saying.
Do you get them?
Do I get the emails or do I get regular checkups? Yeah, I get the emails.
See, well,
yep.
Clear that I haven't got mine.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, I wonder if Andrew Cracker in this instance.
No doubt. Agree totally what you're saying.
Yep.
We've got a call about this too. Mark from Woodend is on the line. G'day, Mark.
Yeah, g'day. I knew Andy Cracker very well and his dad, and I was very pleased to read your story in The Age, Mick, about, I guess, the difficulties Andy faced and how he overcame them. And those difficulties were personal, but also in a broader social context. Andy and Jimmy had to put up with an enormous amount of racism in the past, and he held himself so high and so well, and it was great to see a story in the paper.
Well, he's one of my favourite players. He was just an outstanding young man, and the story he was able to tell, just for those that don't know, he did go to jail, and when I spoke to him, I really didn't know him. I played against his uncle and I played against his father. He said, I'm not offering any excuses. He said, I'm not about to say, oh, poor me. He said, I committed a crime. I looked at what he got and I thought it was very harsh what he got, but he didn't want to know that. He just said, I want to go to the next stage. I want to change this chapter into a new one. And he was such a beautiful person, and we all loved him. And I think that's enough said.
I was lucky enough to call the 2010 WAFL Grand Final,
which
was one of the best individual performances in any big-time game you're ever likely to see. I think he had 40 and kicked 5 or something stupid. And
the last one to kick it, win the premiership, wasn't it?
Beat my beloved Tigers. But it was a hell of a grand final, and he was the best player on the ground, and obviously ended up playing in the AFL Grand Final the following year with your Pies, Mick. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Adam Rabanaskas, Mick Moldhouse, and myself, Corbin Middlemass. All right, the two big stories of the week, so we'll get to the Blues in just a moment, but Oscar Allen, the captain of the West Coast Eagles, who met with the coach of the Hawthorn Football Club in Sam Mitchell. We've heard all the takes this week. I could play a number of them for you, differing opinions across the footy landscape. We might just have a listen to Oscar himself, who fronted up and did some media on Thursday to address it.
I just want to address my sincere apology and serious embarrassment of what's happened over the last few days and weeks. Clearly, the public nature and the timing of what's come out isn't in the best interest of myself and the football club. For me, I mostly feel remorseful towards our fans, our playing members, supporters, staff, I can imagine how you guys are feeling, and for that I'm incredibly remorseful. I'm going to continue my role as co-captain alongside Liam Duggan this season. In conversation with people at the footy club, everyone feels like it's the right thing to do, and I still am really confident I'm the right man alongside Duggo to take this club forward and achieving some real progress and success this year.
There's a couple of key questions here. Let me start there. Is it right that he continues on as the captain of the footy club?
I wouldn't change it. I think that statement alone is pretty good, and I reckon if he hadn't come out like that, there would have been suspicions within the club. And a club that's struggling, let's face it, they've been really under the pump the last 2 or 3, 4 years perhaps. New coach, this last thing he would want. You've got to feel for the supporters. He named them all. I thought he was, now whether he was put up to it or not, the way he did it though, I thought he was quite brilliant the way he did it. Will it stop clubs doing it? No, but we don't want. I don't think we want the system that's in place with rugby league, where a player's playing and you know he's going to go at the end of the year. We are fairly unique in a lot of ways. Let's keep that uniqueness.
I don't think rugby league want that system. They're talking about trying to bring in windows for trading players the same way like we have.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair
what
enough.
do you reckon, Ram?
Look, it happens. Okay, so
well, you're on the other side of it.
I am on the other side of it. So it happens regularly. Don't worry, West Coast will be speaking to players themselves as well. So I think the reality of this situation is he's captain. So he's trying to drive standards and change within the football club at the moment. So that's where the issue lies.
Yeah. So if he was any other player, it is what it is. He's a free agent. So should the bar be higher for the captain?
Probably. Yep, because he is trying to drive standards and change. That's why he is captain. Like Mick's had so many captains over his journey, and that's really the job of the captain.
And you don't have to be the captain, do you? Like if Oscar Allen, if they offer him the captaincy and he says, "Look, I'd prefer not to. I'm off contract at the end of the year," but he signed up for that.
I'm pleased that not that I don't want Luke here, but I'm pleased you're here. How would you see in your role? Would it be better that just the managers talk to the club and because I think that Oscar Allen now he's going to probably grit his teeth, but young Harley Reid, he's mentally just flushed all over the place at the moment, and there will be other players thinking, I don't know whether I saw Petrarca put his head down, and I reckon I'm right in saying that. So you're agreeing with what I'm saying. Should be manager and leave the player play football.
That's right. My way of doing it is I try to keep the player as far away from it as possible for as long as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Because their job is to play football and play good football, and then the rest will almost look after itself.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if they start then to play poor football, well, the questions then start to get asked of what's going on. So you want the player to be constantly performing, and then those conversations become pretty straightforward, really.
Yep. They completely butchered the media handling of it. Like you could hear there, he comes out and his voice is quivering, and it's almost like a hostage press conference. He's up there trying to save face for the footy club.
But the other part to this is, and he's out of contract. He's their captain. Is there a contract on offer for him from West Coast as well?
Well, I think there is, but just not one that he's happy with.
Well,
but why didn't Oscar Allen and his manager and his media team get together and basically just come out and say, "Hey, we are catching up with Sam Mitchell. He coached me for a period of time. We're friends. We're catching up and having a coffee."
Before the event,
none of your business what we're talking about.
No, well, you're not going to do it.
That.
Look, the reality is they got caught.
Yeah.
That's.
But wouldn't it
this
be
happened?
common?
But this is.
But wouldn't
it's
it be
a weekly
common
occurrence.
that former coaches catch up with players all the time.
Oh, not in when
you fly across another ball.
That's right.
People can extrapolate whatever they want.
Not in a formal manner. If Sam Mitchell and his wife are going over there to talk to Oscar Allen, that's almost like a formal pitch, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, couldn't you say they're
what are they doing? They're
going down to a winery or whatever, and while we're in town, we're catching up.
Maybe
he's a mentor of mine.
Maybe.
No, I think you're beating around the bush here. It's got to be really the simple fact is to me
a bit of PR spin, Mick.
No,
it's trying to jump on the other side. Of the
Rammer's position deals with the club, and the player plays football.
Yeah.
The supporters pay money to go and they pay membership to see their club play the best football they can, and they want all their players playing the best football they can. Rammer's job behind the scenes is to do the right thing by his player, give him a chance to play good football, because when you don't play good football, you don't get it back. You don't get that week back again, and your career's over in a flash.
That's right. So if there's three parties here, there's the club, there's the player, and then there's the agent.
Yeah.
It's you're saying if we're proportioning blame as to how it got to this kind of incident, you're looking the highest percentages at the agent. Is that fair?
No, in this case, I'm saying that I think Mitchell has made the phone call to the wrong person.
Okay. Yep. So is that the coach?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, shots fired. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Stuart from Buninyong is the next of our callers. Hello, Stuart.
G'day. G'day, fellas. Just a question to you, mainly, Mick. Patrick Cripps, he's obviously an immense talent. He gives his heart and soul, I believe, to Carlton and has done for a long time. Now, with these other teams coming up, like the Gold Coast, GWS, and even the resurrection of, say, even Adelaide, would it be fair enough for him to think, hang on a minute, I'll look into the crystal ball, I haven't got enough mates around me to sort of help me out, I can't do any more, but I'd love to play in a grand final one day, and why wouldn't he just say, well, bugger this, I'll go and play for them?
Well, that's exactly what I think happens, and that's why I'm dead against free agency, because it only aids players, only aids clubs that attract players like that and make them stronger, and the weaker get weaker. So I have no doubt it would have crossed his mind. No doubt, because players, he's won Brownlows, he's been in the finals, once, I think, twice in his career. He would be thinking that they were going to play finals this year. There's no guarantee that they're not going to. Next few games may determine that. But I think a lot of players at that age look with envy at clubs and go, well, I wish I was there. Maybe I can finish my career there and play in finals. No question about that.
Ben Cameron spoke exclusively to him post-match on Thursday night. Here's what Paddy Cripps had to say.
It's a month of footy. There's probably a bit of a pattern emerging. So, we've been in every game. It's just, what do we do when the opposition comes at us? So that's our biggest work on. It's pretty clear. At the same time, we know some of our best footy does stack up. Like, we've been in every game. It's a really good side. So it's not losing that belief, but how can we be consistent for longer?
The second half fade-outs are an interesting point for those of us watching on. I mean, you did win the final quarter today, but really the game was lost in that third term. Why is that happening, do you think?
Mate, if I had the answers, I wish I'd know. I think it's just that fight and that contest stuff and still being brave in moments, I think. I think when the opposition comes at the moment, you can probably see it. When you watch the game back, voice probably a little bit tight. So, that's a hurdle we've got to face. And I know we'll get through it. It's just frustrating at the moment.
Are you confident that this year isn't wasted at Zip 4?
I'm very bullish on what we can still do. Obviously, you don't want to be zipping 4, but that's where we're at the moment. So we got to get better. We'll have some honest conversations where we can keep improving. But number one thing is, like I said before, you never lose hope. So in 2023, mate, we're playing a lot worse than footy than that, and we found a way to turn around. So we've been here before. We sort of know what to expect, but we're really going to have to dig in.
Potty mouth Paddy on Thursday night. It was an interesting take though, wasn't it? He was raw and honest, and you heard it right there from the captain himself on ABC Sport. Dan Houston got a little 2-week clip for his jump and bump into the head of Lockie Fogarty. Is that about right?
He might be lucky.
Okay, is it lucky at 2? Yep.
Yeah, well, if Fogarty was down and out, yeah,
it's start at 3 and work your way out from there.
Correct.
I can't work out how Dangerfield gets 3,000 and he gets 2 weeks. I know there's slight differences, but it doesn't sit with me. Under the circumstances of what's happening, 2 weeks, yes.
Yeah. So what's more appropriate, the Houston one or the Dangerfield one?
Probably Houston.
Yeah. It's closer to 2 weeks than it is just to fine.
Well, off the ground, elbow up.
Yeah,
we just don't want that.
No, yeah, I think Brett Delidio called it a cheap shot on our coverage back on Thursday night. It was an eventful Thursday night when we got home after we were off air well after midnight. The news report started to come through that 2 men had been arrested after allegedly carrying guns into Thursday night's clash at the MCG. The men aged 27 and 21 were both on bail at the time. They had been charged with multiple offences, but police are not treating the incident as terrorism related. Security at the MCG called officers following a report that 2 men had refused to leave the venue after bad behaviour at about 8:30. Police searched the 2 men and allegedly found 2 firearms, one of which was loaded.
I think the first part of it is how they got through security.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Like that's
now everyone's going to pay a penalty here because it's going to take ages to get into a game.
If you're carrying metal, you're scanned, obviously, and then you go to the side. But there's no worse case scenario than two guys with a gun coming into the stadium.
That's why you have the metal detector.
The red light should have been flashing everywhere as soon as they walked in, I imagine.
So the MCC is saying, look, that did happen, but then there's meant to be a subsequent check and it was human error and that wasn't conducted and the men were allowed to pass through.
I'd like to know why. You know, not why they got in, but why they're carrying guns in there.
Yeah.
We're lucky enough to have been to sport in the United States in the past, and it's more like entering an aircraft there, isn't it? You go through the big screening test, you take everything out of your pockets, you put it in a tray, it goes through another scanning process, you get it all on the other side, and it does take longer, but you feel safer on the other side.
And I think it's fair to say for the next games at the MCG for the coming weeks.
Get there early.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I think they also had bag. I remember we went to a college game this year and chatting with some friends of ours, and even to take a bag into the arena, it has to be a clear bag.
Yep.
So you have to be able to see through it. You can't take a standard backpack, or not allowed in the venue at all. So they sell specifically designed clear bags. So whatever you take, you can clearly see in there and what it is. So it's a different
You travelled
level
with
of security.
Ben Cameron, yeah?
Yes.
That would have been a problem. Ben has a lot of things.
He's a lot of things. He's got small hands. He's trying to sort of get all the things out of his pocket, pass them through the screening tests and everything else. But
he missed the first quarter.
He's a movie star.
Yeah.
You would have missed the first quarter.
It's a big day of footy coming up. Of course, it starts with Gold Coast and Adelaide. We've got about a hot minute before we get out of here. Who wins that, Ram?
I like the Gold Coast up there. I'm surprised they're not playing Matt Crouch, the Crows, with the dominance of the Suns midfield.
They don't want to go sideways, that's why.
He's been okay to start the year, Mick.
Well, have they been okay?
Who's that?
Adelaide.
Yeah, they've been very good.
That cannot win finals football.
Ooh.
I met Burnsy last week, and I said the same to Burnsy. Burnsy, I don't care how many goals you kick, mate. It won't happen in September. You've got to be able to defend.
He can play a totally different role with the personnel they've got in there now.
But you can't you've got to set to the way you want to play. Who's going to win? I think Gold Coast this weekend.
Gold Coast. Mick, great to have your company last night and today.
Good on you, Corby.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will see you at the G-Ram for the Battle of the Big Cats.
Yes, can't wait.
Tigers, Lions, the Wooden Spooners from last year up against the eventual premiers as they return to the MCG. Thanks for your company on AFL Saturday. Thanks to Craig and to Ben. Coming up, the footy, the Suns and the Crows.
Head to ABC News Online for the latest election news with Anthony Green's guide to key seats, policy promises and what it all means for you.
Your vote, your say. Go to abc.net.au/Australia Vote.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose It's good, and you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next, and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness! That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past, throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listener.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Do Suns and Crows fans yet have the right to dream of September? It's only a small sample size in 2025, but so far, 2 teams that have yearned to be a part of the final month. Well, their first steps towards groundbreaking top 8 appearances have been very good. Welcome to Surfers Paradise. The sun is streaming down on this early Saturday start. Great to have your company for Saturday afternoon football on ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull. Carrara is a picture of summer sport, except there's footy posts in at either end. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous day. And yet again, it's going to be very testing for the players for these 2 teams. We're not even at lunchtime, really. We've just ticked over midday local time as the 2-0 Suns host the 3-0 Crows. There's a line to be said about the familiarity of the path of these 2 teams and the 2 supporters groups that I mentioned. In the last couple of years, they've been thinking, is this the year that we break that drought and get into the top 8? Of course, it's a dream that the Suns have had, now entering a 15th season. They are yet to see September football, but they've travelled west, flogged the Eagles, travelled to the G, beat the Ds. Couldn't have been better, really, after they had opening round here against Essendon cancelled. So they've had 2 questions on the road, 2 big ticks for Damien Hardwick's Suns, who now finally get to show their new playing strip in front of their home fans in 2025. And the machine that is the Adelaide Crows and its huge band of supporters. Well, what's the calibre of the opposition that they've beaten? They flogged the Saints at home by 10 goals, then went to the G and beat Essendon in similar vein, and it was a 6-goal win over North Melbourne last week. So questions are, well, you can only play who's in front of you, but Matthew Nicks has certainly got expectation around that big Crows supporter base building through what's been an excellent first 3 performances of 2025. We'd love to have your company throughout this huge Saturday of football. The way to get in touch is on the SMS. Please send us your name, where you're texting from on this sunny Saturday. Certainly it's sunny here. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. 0437 774 774. From here, we roll to the G for the Tigers Lions and then to Docklands for the Kangas Swans a little bit later on today. Here come the Crows running out onto Carrara in their traditional playing strip. And today, Sid Draper, who's been the sub for the last couple of weeks, the highly touted youngster from South Australia, gets a start in the team today. Luke Nankervis, who was one of 2 changes at selection for the Crows, he is going to be the sub off the back of a 28-possession game in the Sandful. He and Lockie Murphy were the 2 ins. Josh Rochelle out for a month plus, perhaps, after that sickening knee into the lower back from Tristan Sherry last week at the Adelaide Oval. So he's back and ribs are still too sore to play footy. And interestingly, Matt Crouch has been managed and will not play today. So Nankervis and Murphy in, Rochelle and Crouch out for the Crows. Nankervis to start as the sub for Adelaide. While for Gold Coast, just the 1 change at selection for Damien Hardwick. Ben Ainsworth, who's missed the first part of senior footy, well, missed it last week, certainly with a quad injury. Nick Holman makes way, and Jake Rogers, who was the sub at the G last week, remains in that role for the Suns. My co-commentator, great to welcome him along. Is it really round 4 and we're calling it Carrara for the first time this year, Michael Price? Indeed it is. Welcome to you. We still feel a little bit disjointed in this part of the world after Alfred knocked around the plans for opening round, but here we are, ready to melt through this day of football.
Yeah, Q, this is magnificent. As far as the conditions go, you couldn't get
any better for footy. It is just after midday here in southeast Queensland. It's over 26 degrees, around about 70% humidity, but it's a glorious day for footy. Is this the most anticipated contest between two non-finalists from the previous year? I've just got this palpable sense of excitement about what this game can deliver as far as pace and goal scoring goes.
The opening month is fertile ground for overreaction, but we have seen these two on similar paths, and having called recent games in recent years, we've sort of said, well, is there a spot for both Gold Coast and Adelaide in the 8 if they are to try and press? Well, as it turned out the last couple of years, they weren't good enough to get there. Who knows? There may be a spot for both of them this year if they keep on this path. It is part of the excitement of these two teams. Of course, the Crows haven't seen finals since that 2017 grand final loss to Richmond. Your experts for the day, a man who lives basically a torpedo punt from here. He is right at home at Carrara. The former number 1 draft pick, All-Australian, Melbourne club champion, Jeff White. Welcome to Carrara.
Hi, Q.
Albeit belatedly, it feels.
Yeah, it feels, yeah. When you said round 4, it's just, it made very good sense there. It's been a while, but looking forward to this clash. I really love watching the Suns last week, particularly off the half-back line, and that's why they got Rioli and Noble in. They were just sensational off the half-back line. They were one touch. And I'm loving the Crows. They've kicked over 100 in all their games this year. They're just...
The triple threat.
They're attacking. Yeah, I love their setup. And it allows Walker to stay back when you got Phil Thorpe going up at high. You've got Foggy. So I'm really looking forward to that forward line structure today.
And an AFLW original. She's a veteran of 3 clubs and now the coach of the AFL Queensland women's team, Jamie Stanton. It is fantastic to have you on board for, well, a day of footy. You know this venue very well, and you know what it's like, Jamie. Welcome to you, playing in obscure time slots. The W's been pushed into a few summer lunchtime starts. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me, Q. 12 o'clock start on a Saturday morning is pretty standard for an AFLW game, so we'll see if the boys can handle the heat. But should be really exciting to see two teams that people think can be competitive play a really nice brand of footy. Both of them at the moment are prioritising how they attack and turn the ball over in the front half. So it'd be nice to see two teams score high.
So, straight up, Jeff and Jamie, is it real what these two teams have put out as far as, is that the style of football that we've been searching for from these two that takes them from contender to inside the 8?
Yeah, one of the things I look for is below the knees, how clean they are. And Suns showed patches of that last year, but the consistency that they've shown already has been outstanding. And then the ability to have balance around those contests, but then be able to have spread. You can see what Noah Anderson's doing, you see what Took Miller's doing, you see what obviously Rao's doing. So the ability to spread as well, but to be really clean. Then when it comes to Adelaide, their skill levels are just outstanding. Lowering their eyes, hitting their targets, run from behind. You see what Laird had nearly 30 last week off the half-back line. So that shows that their ability to run and carry, but actually honour that too. There is that mode, and Jamie will know this as well. Sometimes when you run and you don't get used, you sort of, the next time you go to run, you don't run. So it's the ability to honour that run as well from the half-back line.
Yeah, I think, well, firstly, white is white, but secondly, I think this is both coaches actually being able to coach what they've asked their players to do. So Adelaide's been on a very similar journey with Nixie and same here at Gold Coast with Dimmer in terms of the way that they want to play. So both of their styles are very similar. Adelaide do it slightly differently with a different structured forward line with the 3 talls versus Gold Coast 1, maybe 2 with Reid or Walter coming in and still developing. But both of them want to play that really fast-paced game, which is really good for high-scoring footy. They want to play that front half sport and they want to make sure that they put scores on the board, which is great for viewership.
And the interesting way that these two teams have gone about it, obviously a talented group that they've tried to give a bit of experience to over seasons, but then the injection of a couple of players from other clubs. Now for the Suns, we look most notably at their half-back line and Rioli and Noble. It seems to be working early on, and then same for Adelaide, with the likes of Peatling, Neil Bullen, Cumming, new players who are experienced, just thickening up a squad at a time when you're hoping, oh, hold on, these kids that we've had to get these games into, they're now 50, 60 game, 4 or 5 season veterans. That's there is a parallel between these two, which we were speaking about the last couple of years, not just this year.
Definitely. It's really uncanny how both of their lists have come about, but both of them have either brought in A graders or really, in Adelaide's perspective, it's been a lot of the really high-end B graders. Like Neil Bullen probably doesn't get enough respect that he deserves from his time in Melbourne, but he's pivotal to the way that Adelaide moved the ball and was extremely pivotal the way that Melbourne moved it last year. And Pete Ling as well at the Giants probably wasn't getting what he wanted, so he's been pushed out as a good solid B grade. Has come in and supported and allowed Jordan Dawson and Isaac Rankin to go to that next level. And in Gold Coast perspective, it's probably, and being inside the four walls, you get a little bit more of an insight to this. Seeing Noah, Matt, Ben King, all of those guys that came through together through that draft of 2 or 3 years, they've decided that this is the time that they're going to stand up and take over from Took Miller, from Sam Collins, and they're not allowing Jared Witts, David Swallow, the guys that were the leaders to be the leaders anymore. They've said, no, if we're going to go forward, it's going to be with us, and their time to shine, and they're putting that on the board, which is great.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts throughout the afternoon here in glorious conditions. And just a reminder of that text message number if you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Luckily, our boundary rider has a spot in the shade downstairs. Jess Stewart, it's great to have you on board for brunch time footy on this Saturday at Carrara. How are you?
Yeah, lads, I'm great. And Jamie, sorry, I'm very fortunate to be in the shade, as you mentioned. It is nice and sunny today. Barely any cloud cover, little bits rolling through at the moment. You couldn't ask for better conditions. It will be warm, probably not as warm as that game that we had at the Gabba with a similar time slot a couple of weeks ago, where the humidity was just through the roof, and we saw the players really falling victim to that throughout the match with cramp. But just for the local crowd here, about 15,000 expected. It'll perhaps go a little bit higher. The Suns are hoping for that. There is a record. The record as it stands between these two clubs at Carrara Stadium is 16,168. So that could topple today. But perhaps if it does, it's a sign that there's lots of Gold Coast fans happily getting behind this team that's searching for a third straight win. And I believe the last time they started the season with 3 straight wins was 2016. However, they went on to lose the next 10. So let's see. I don't want to put the Mick Mocky on them, but it's been a positive start for the Suns, and so too the Crows.
Indeed, Jess Stewart down on the boundary, and you're right. They won only 3 more games in 2016 to finish 6-16 that year when they started with a 3-0 record. And Crows fans, well, they're thinking of, well, hopefully this is more 2017 rather than 96. So when they last went 4-0, it's happened twice. In 96, they went 4-0, but then they lost their last 5 games of the season and only won another 4 games and didn't make the finals in 96. But, of course, they won their first 6 games en route to playing in the grand final in 2017. And it is palpable that I think the eyes of the competition sometimes need to be drawn away from the most populous footy state. And there's genuine interest today at the top end of the competition around these two, because I don't know about you, Whitey and Jamie, but even though we are early in the season, you might have thought, well, maybe one of these teams could squeeze into the 8. I think that conversation might be getting a bit broader than that.
And I think also, too, on the back of that, is a lot of so-called media experts over the break have said, hey, I reckon the Suns and Adelaide could, and now they are, they've won, they're undefeated so far. They're backing that sort of theory. So, but look, it's a long season. We all know that. But I think both sides, and Jamie hit the nail on the head here before, is that they play a really similar brand of footy. So I think the heat's going to play a bit of a factor in this, particularly in the third quarter, when, there is a lot of heat out there. Price, you mentioned about, what the conditions are like. It's great, perfect. But because both these sides play this fast slingshot footy off the half-back line, it's going to be a battle of endurance, I think. You're playing at midday. It is hot up here. So that's going to be really a key factor going in the second half of this game. And the Suns have got a very good record in hot conditions recently against Adelaide. They also played a game at Darwin a couple of years ago where the Crows got the jump there, but the Suns still beat them. Gold Coast has won 4 of the last 6 against Adelaide, and the last 3 of them here at Carrara, including... Well, their most recent game was a round 2 game in 2024 where the Suns won here by a goal. Quentin Hull and Michael Price about to call the action for you. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton here with us in the box, and Jess Stewart down below.
And it must be said, first time in the flesh, seeing the new Suns strip. I was invited with a number of the media to get the unveil to sort of try and soften the blow. Look, we're going to do something different with the playing strip. I know I'm flowing against the tide here, Pricey, but I actually like the look of the new playing strip. Now that you're seeing it in the flesh, what do you think?
It's very red.
Yeah.
It's just straightforward red with a yellow number on the back.
Now, Stanto, they've rolled it out for the W as well. Have you got your kit already?
No. W kit will come a little bit later. We've got a few of the men's kit though, and we don't mind it.
What do you think of the new?
Oh, I think it's bold, it's brilliant, and more importantly, when you get a little bit more of an insight as to what they were trying to do, make a really iconic brand. And when they talk about Liverpool, Ferrari, and that consistent red theme, you can see where they came from. And look, we've moved on from being lifesavers into a more iconic brand. I don't mind it.
Yeah, and part of the club standing up and saying, well, we're our own club now, and we're not going to be run by head house. Let's get to a couple of the key matchups. Whitey, where are you looking at first? There's fantastic key position players all over the field today.
I think it's the Adelaide forward line versus the Suns back line. That's what I'm looking forward to. How they do the rotations. Collins, great player, but how are they going to... They're going to try and isolate him. That's what they're going to try and do. So that's the key for me. And then how does the Rioli, Noble, Neil Bullen, when Soligo goes down there, Dawson when he goes out, how is that going to unfold? That's what I'm really looking forward to.
Stando, in the midfield, I was interested particularly off the back of Josh Rochelli's injury that Adelaide decided to rest Matt Crouch. Now, we don't know just his physical, obviously getting at the back end of his career, you've got to give him a rest some time, but it almost exacerbates, in my mind, the loss of Rochelli in the engine room.
100%. I think potentially you might even see Jordan Dawson and Rankin maybe not spend as much time forward this week, especially with the ins that Adelaide have brought in, which then takes away from what Whitey just said of the elusive matchups that we would have had in front of the ball and how they could have stretched the Gold Coast defenders a little bit more. But it'll be really interesting to see if that Adelaide midfield can actually stand up to the contested beast that is Matt Rowell at the moment. He seems to be going a bullet a gate, and Bailey Humphrey seems to be sliding under the radar as a very important player to Gold Coast that no one's really talking about either. So it'd be good to see how he goes today on Jake Soligo. They play very similarly.
I see Dawson, Soligo and Rankin are going to be underneath O'Brien for the first ruck tap, along with Rowell, Humphrey and Anderson underneath Witts. Pricey, this promises to be a really interesting afternoon at the football. We're only a month in, well, for Sun supporters only 2 games in, but we'll learn a bit more about these two today.
And the opening bounce happens with Witts versus O'Brien. Rankin immediately injects himself into the contest, gets tackled off it. Anderson picks it up, back to Rowell. Here he goes, the ball, onto the left foot, inside 50. Looking for King, he was caught behind, slaps it forward. Now a couple of players, including Cumming. Miller gets involved, can't pick it up. It's stuck under a few there, including Ainsworth for the Suns. Left forward pocket, it's Flanders who comes up with the ball, in fact, and the umpire's going to ball it up.
By the way, Flanders has lost the bleach.
Yeah, indeed.
He shaved his head. He was very easy to point out early in the season, but now that hair's gone as he's tackled by Miller to the ground at the bottom of that contest. No clearance. So the Suns are running to the left of your radio dial, running to the big screen end, tossed in the air in the pocket. Oh, Witts down to Miller, tackled near the pocket. Hand pass keeps it alive, but Cummings there for Adelaide to run it out of play near the boundary line.
I love that. They had a number of players set up facing their goal, and Miller just took off as a risk, but that's what you do when inside forward 50.
2 real hard heads in the ruck too today.
Dinosaurs.
Not quite. Well, Whitey, they're your breed. Witts in front of O'Brien. Tap down to Rowell. Roves and has a snap from 30 out with his right. It's a floater, which hits the post. Just hits the post. Opening score is a behind to the Suns. And we've travelled 90 seconds.
So the Crows to bring the ball back in. The bright sunshine here at Carrara. Measured kick over the head of Rankin, in fact. It's Neil Bullen who picks it up. He's thrown the ball. Good tackling effort there from Matt Rowell, and it goes back to Buderick, who received the free kick. He wheels around onto the right foot, puts it into a dangerous spot. Beautiful kick and great grab. King had the sit, but it was put there in front of him. He takes it 20 metres out, more or less directly in front.
I love that. I love that setup, and the way they addressed that setup with the fat side kick was that they had players leading to the pocket, so that draws it was drawing the space for King to lead into. So well set up there outside forward 50 for the Suns.
So Ben King, 10 goals, 5 in the first couple of games for the Gold Coast to head the goal-kicking table. Comes in from 20 metres out and pops it through for the opener here at Carrara. The Gold Coast 1-1-7. The Crows yet to score. We've played a couple of minutes of the first term here. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
That's really important for Ben King. He started last week with a bit of the yips and he finished really strongly, but it's really important for him to get his confidence up. He's a massive confidence player. The mark, the grab, the get off the ground and the way he finished will be huge for Gold Coast. But I also love how the Gold Coast midfield started. They've really been on the move at stoppages. They're not standing still. They're coming through the contest and really challenging the Adelaide defenders to look a little flat foot.
Well, they won the centre bounce clearance and then they won their 2 inside forward 50 stoppages. So the balance showed its movement and their ability to work for one another and put on blocks.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts on this Saturday at Carrara. Ben King, 11 goals, 5 now, and as Jamie mentioned, had a few misses at the G last week that he should have probably kicked, so that's a good start for him. Witt's first hand at ruck time, but drove by the ex-Sun Rankin, who will kick Adelaide from the centre towards half forward. Andrew gets in front of Walker to smash it away towards the boundary line. Neil Bullen on the chase, gathers on 50. Ineffective hand pass tap forward by Cumming. Walker smashes his body through Andrew to clear a path. Picked up by Peatling of the Crows on 50. Rush kick to the goal mouth. Fumble from Thilthorpe. Clean hands from Collins and the Suns come away. Hand passes to Powell. Powell hand passes to Weller. Has a bounce through the back pocket. Kicks clearing towards the Nerang River wing and a sliding mark taken by the lumbering Wits.
The big man got a long way down to take that one. Gives the handball off to Powell. Powell to right half forward. It's a misguided kick and the mark taken by Mark Keane at left half back for the Crows. Just standing on the arc is Touk Miller. There's a man all by himself on the commentary side of the ground incoming, but first it'll come through hands and eventually gets to Cumming now. He's in the right back pocket. He tried to measure a kick to Rankin, cutting it off there. Rao going back with the fly to the ball, just forward to centre wing now. He goes one way then the other, corralled by Rankin. Gets onto the left foot. That's a lovely kick onto the arc to find Ainsworth. 55 out, wheeling around again. He kicks it to the top of the square at the back. Reid, nicely taken the young man. A double grabber, got a little bit of protection there from King. He takes the mark 10 metres out, just slightly right of the goal square.
That's twice now that the Suns, when they've won it outside forward 50, bang, straight in. And pulling the trigger really quickly, and then it doesn't allow the Crows to get back and block. So it's, yeah, awesome play.
So the young man taken at number 9 in the 2023 draft. He had another one from the Footy Factory at Palm Beach, Currumbin. All the way through the Gold Coast Academy. Ethan Reid pops it through. Gold Coast get their second. They're on a flyer. 2-1-13, the Crows. Yet to score. 5.5 gone first term.
I thought what was more important in the lead-up to that play was Matt Rao on the wing in front of us on the commentary wing here. He stopped props, picked up the ball. He waited until there was something that he wanted to use, and he even chose to use his non-dominant to get it there. That's the difference from Gold Coast last year to this year. Last year, Matt Rao turns that ball over, he kicks it inside 50 to Ben King on 1-on-3. This year, he stops props, waits his turn, finds the right target in Benny Ainsworth, and then we get a really deep entry inside 50 to a legitimate 1-on-1 in Nathan Reid and his partner, and 1-on-1 with Ben King and Mark Keane. So, very big difference between how Gold Coast want to play this year versus last year.
Jamie Stanton with you on Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. G'day to Mark from Adelaide who texts. He's asking about which team debutant Brock is playing for this weekend. He's one of the 3 newbies for the Eagles when they take on the Giants tomorrow. Centre bounce here, no clearance. Dawson's wrapped up. 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. Still in the centre. Rankin pushed off the ball by Miller. Clearance Suns. Hand pass to Anderson. Boots a tumbler towards the pocket. Met, is that a mark to ball age? No, half volley. But he's locked it up, no prior and tackled. So we'll see a ball up 35 metres from the Suns' goal. They're attacking the big screen end on this scorching Saturday by football standards. It's a good beach day. Good day to be listening to the footy as well. As Peatling gets the clearance for the Crows. Whacks them out of defence, but a rush kick to the wing is intercepted by Collins, who takes the mark sliding forward. Just forward of the Nerang River wing. Kicks infield to Anderson. They must have had a special on clippers in the off-season. There's a lot of shaven heads out there, those two combined. Now Bodie Hewland in the middle of the ground. Gets it on the bounce, hands it to Rioli. Kick into the corridor, underground inside 50. Well handled by Ainsworth. Miss hits his snap from 30 metres out into the goal mouth. Pressure on the Crows' defence. Keane couldn't clear it. Stolen by King near the big goal post, and there's going to be a conference here.
There'll be a review on this one.
Did he hit the post?
I reckon he's kicked it into the Crows.
Keane tried to clear it, but it was stolen by King. I think he squeezed that between padding of post and Keane's knee.
No, he's put back heel.
That was lucky for Mark Keane, because he had the opportunity to run it for a behind.
He nearly dribbled it through his legs, but it got the back heel there, it looks like.
I'm impressed by your eyes, Whitey. That was very sharp.
Yeah, me too. We had the binoculars on. You're doing beautifully.
Well, that's good to hear. My kids don't think that way.
So the review is complete. Everyone's setting up for a Crows kick-in. And indeed, a behind. Gold Coast 2-2-14. Adelaide yet to score. 8 minutes played on Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
So Worrell lopes out of the goal square, kicks long through the hands of Collins, roved by Keys for Adelaide. Gets it onto the left foot, tumbles it beyond centre wing. Gathered by Walker. Handball off to Saligo, who gave the don't argue to Mac Andrew, then got around him, then kicked it into the back of Jeffrey for the Suns. Jeffrey gathered, turned it over. It was picked up there by Scholl. He's tackled off the ball. It's hacked inside 50, and there he is, the big bearded fella in Thilthorpe takes it.
Dawson with the entry.
45 out, 45 degree angle to the left.
You got to love his work ethic. He was up there. Collins had the ball, then tried to switch it, and then he just took off. Jeez, he's got a big engine, this boy.
And he's just grown so much, and you can imagine what he'd be like when he hits the peak of his powers in his mid-20s. Riley Thilthorpe, only 22 years old, kicked 9 for the season. He'll let go from just inside 50, strikes it nicely, just fades left. One behind. The Crows are on the board regardless. 14 plays, 1. 9.5 gone, first term. Saturday afternoon sport.
Well, dare I mention it for fear of alienating Adelaide, but he's got a bit of the old Charlie Dixon Gold Coast early days. I mean, Charlie had the bearded burbler all throughout, didn't he? But he's got that big man beard, and of course Charlie started it all here for the Suns. Andrew received the kick in the pocket, kicks to a contest on the wing, and there's a free kick going the Suns' way. And Walter's going to take the free kick. He was shepherded out of the contest illegally. Another of the PBC Lions Brigade here locally. From the wing, a high kick from Walter. Will come down about 40 out. 5 in the pack. At the front of it, free kick going to O'Brien. Did as all good big men should. Got in the hole and got a whack over the year. Free kick for Adelaide, right back pocket. Hand passes to Worrell. Worrell kicks across the face of goal, marked by Laird in the left back pocket. And Rory Laird just holding up, trying to work out what to do next. Hugs the boundary line with a kick to half-back over the head of Thilthorpe, and all red at the fall. Anderson Rove, 60 from goal, spears it inside 50 to the chest of Weller. And Weller takes the mark, 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Yeah, just great ball movement, ability to look inside, lower their eyes, but just for the Crows, they've got to really tidy up. When they've gone long quite a number of times already down the line, and then when it's turned over, they've been exposed. Sort of around that 40-metre mark, 30-metre mark inside 450, where they're about to have a shot now from the Suns.
I think everyone in footy hoping that this guy just puts some games together off the back of a couple of bad knee injuries. Lockie Weller runs over 50, strikes it from 45. Good-looking right foot drop punt. Just a miss, though. It's a minor score. Gold Coast lead by 14 points. The Suns 2-3-15. The Crows 1 behind. 11.5 played on Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Once again, the Crows to bring it back in. It looks like Cummings the target. Well directed. No, just over his head. He got a hand to it as it went over the boundary line. Crowd wanted out of bounds on the fall, but he just got there in time. It's to be a throw-in. 70 metres out from the Gold Coast Suns goal at left half forward. As I keep saying, it's a beautiful day for football. Better day for the beach too, as Q has also alluded to. 27 odd degrees. A little bit of humidity attached, so nice and sweaty out there. Nicely picked up there by Draper, who weaved through traffic and managed to get his right boot to it. Walker got rid of Andrew a little bit too easily. Rove by Philthorpe. The tackle either side of him, rove by Closey now. He gave it back to Andrew, who's turned it over. Philthorpe grabs it. Strength. Got it out to Jordan Dawson. His kick goes straight over the boundary line, 45 out. Misdirected. And there's no free kick.
Great call.
Yeah, that is a good football call. It's a throw in underneath the small scoreboard, Jamie Stanton.
Great call. No player is kicking inside 50 to kick to the boundary line, ever.
Jamie Stanton with you on ABC Sport. Crows with a rare 4-8 inside 50. Shallow throw in. Reed gets to it first for the Suns. Tapped down, Saligo taken high, no free kick. Picked up by Walker at the foot of the pack. Tumbles a ball on goal with his right boot. Just a near side miss for Tex. And the Crows double up with the minor score. That's 2 behinds to Adelaide, trailing Gold Coast's 2-3. 13 minutes played first term.
So Jake Saligo, he's very adept at drawing a free kick by dropping that shoulder, and the umpire well aware of that on that occasion. Gold Coast bring the ball back in. Noble with a long kick to centre wing. Beautifully spoiled for Adelaide by Cumming. He went across close. He smashed it over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in next to the interchange gates.
G'day to Craig from Canberra who texts, don't worry too much about the heat and humidity. The night games at Manuka will be here soon.
Indeed.
Had snow there a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad event, that. Short throw in, and Philthorpe couldn't get there. Rowell did, tackled off at holding the ball.
Well, Saligo versus Rowell at the moment for the stoppages. It's they're battling very, very hard against each other.
So here's the two-time under-18 All-Australian, Sid Draper, the boom young kid for the Crows. No subs vest today. A short pass off his free kick, marked by Cumming. Just in the shadows of the broadcast wing, just forward of centre wing. Cumming with a high kick to a pack in the pocket. Whistle in the contest. That's a raffle. Adelaide free kick. Fogarty's going to get it. Gee, all three were there.
All three, yeah.
Philthorpe, Walker, Fogarty all in that pack. And Mac Andrews standing the mark. So Fogarty has got the free kick. Top 5 in the BMF. Last year, with this rising forward, and I say rising forward, 25 years of age now, but yep, the first 100 games, you bank those now, and now he's sort of entering this portion of his career. There's so many hope that he can become that key focal point. Tough angle, 10 in from the boundary, 40 out, right foot drop punt, is a spear which opens the major account for the Crows. Boy, he's a good-looking kick of the football when he gets it right. Darcy Fogarty with Adelaide's first. It's taken them the best part of quarter of an hour. Gold Coast 2-3-15 to Adelaide 1-2-8.
Even though they got the free kick and goal, I reckon that those three big forwards will be saying to each other, look, we need to get a bit of space. Watching the replay here, you can throw a blanket over all three of them, but all well and good. Then you create a stop play if there's not a free kick, but I reckon they've got to try and work for some separation and especially have one anchor point back in the goal square.
Totally agree, Whitey, and I think Darcy Fogarty should be the anchor point in the goal square. He was opposed to Will Powell then. There's a height and size difference there significantly. Get that third forward to really take advantage of that difference.
So it's a 7-point margin in favour of the Suns with nearly 16 gone in the first term. Back into the middle of Carrara, Philthorpe versus Reed, and Philthorpe gets this one down at the back of the contest. Rankin picks it up, hurls it towards centre-half forward. Walker spoiled by Andrew. Front and square was Neil Bullen, gave it to Draper. Draper from 50 has a big launch at it. It sprays far right out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to Hewland in the back pocket for the Suns. He plays on quickly and delivers it to Noble.
So the Blondies combined. And I know Johnny's dad's here today, David. He's got a week off from his new job in the supercars, so he's here watching on today. Johns with kick down the wing to a pack and seen over the boundary line for a throw-in. A man who's not only got a son playing here, but the former North Melbourne coach. It was a big part of the Adelaide coaching team for many years, David Noble, and now beyond football is working in management of supercars. So I know he's downstairs watching on his son's first home game at his new club. Suns lead it by 7 points. Anderson with the rove off the boundary throw in, hands it to Noble, hands it to Miller, all under pressure, but they get it away from the congestion, the Suns. Not a great hand pass from Miller though, middle of the ground. Laird comes in to apply a tackle to lock up the ball up. Graham, no way through there. That's Will Graham. Caleb, who was an emergency, not required today. So a stoppage, just advantage side of the centre circle for the Crows. Reid beats Thilthorpe in the tap. Peatling Roves gets a high contact free kick from Graham. And Peatling plays on with a hand pass to Laird from 70. Kicks a floater to full forward. Smashed away from Walker by Andrew. Not great timing on the knuckle though. It skims towards the point post. In the pocket. Numbers are plenty and no way through there for Lockie Murphy. He's tackled and we'll see. Is it a ball up or a boundary throw in? I think they let it play. Yep, boundary throw in Pricey. Gold Coast 2-3-15. Adelaide 1-2-8. 18 minutes first quarter. Saturday afternoon football on ABC Sport.
So some sparse shadow going across the field as the cloud drifts across Carrara. The throw in. Walker in the front position. Well marked by Reid. Row by Murphy. Gets it onto the left foot. Bounces it towards the goal. It's wide and one behind. So the third behind for the Crows. 1-3-9. Plays 2-3-15. It's a 6-point ball game in favour of the Suns.
The Crows are defending up really, really well here. The Suns haven't been able to switch the ball, which is what they love to do.
Jeff White with you as Hewlin kicks short to Noble. Marks in the pocket. Another kick long down the line to the wing. Spoiled away by Borlase of the Crows, but roved by Miller of Gold Coast. Hands through Flanders. Anderson chips to half forward. Ainsworth marks 70 from goal. Kick down the corridor, marked by Long. Ben Long takes the grab in a one-on-one against Hinge.
That kick from Anderson was just weighted so well. Just kicked it out in front of him. Just almost like a little lob wedge. Run onto that and then a great finish inside forward 50.
Now a third year in the Suns strip for the ex-Saint out of the Northern Territory, Ben Long. Seems to be really providing a good foil around the Talls early in this 2025 campaign. Straight in front, 40 out, Long kicks the Suns' third goal. They're back out by 2 straight kicks at 3-3 to 1-3. Nearly 20 minutes travel first quarter.
It's a good setup because what the Suns ideally want to do is they want to switch the play and then create that spread on the other side. So allows their runners like the Noah Andersons, the Took Millers, when they're forced to go down the line, which Adelaide are really defending really well, then those mids get to the front and centre and make sure that they have a contest. And they're the ones linked up in that play then. So Took Miller got it, over to Flanders, over to Anderson, chipped over to Ainsworth inside forward 50. So it's ability to actually adapt to those what's actually unfolding.
It's a polished Richmond from 2018, 2019, 2020. The Richmond was a forward handball, hit the ground, let's play. That's a clean give to then get a better result inside 50, like Whitey said.
Interesting to hear the debut of the Gold Coast Suns player-driven goal-scoring songs.
Oh, really?
They make their debut today.
We're doing that here now, are we?
We're doing that now.
Couldn't keep that up the highway at the Gabba?
No, got to share the Queensland stuff. So, Witts wins this one, slaps it in front of Rowell. It's a good contest in front of Draper, who held him up. Enter Jordan Dawson, stole it, got the handball off there to Curtin, back to Dawson. They're on centre wing, outer side. The smooth mover with the left foot puts it in front there. Murphy spoiled beautifully at the back of the pack. Collins, sweeping handball to Graham, gives it off to Hewland, under pressure towards beyond centre wing. Goes to Reid. There's been a push and it's going to go to the Gold Coast. It's going to be Took Miller, methinks there. Umpire's calling it back. No, it's going to go back to Long.
Yep.
So he's run off 40 metres down the track, so he's got to come a long way back to get this ball between centre wing on the outer side and right half forward for the Gold Coast Suns. Long will get the free kick.
Be interesting to see how Adelaide defend now because it's a bit of a slow play.
And structurally, there's about...
all of them.
Yeah, half a dozen behind the ball. 3 and 3, sort of. Ben Long's just forward of the wing on the Nerang River side.
You expect this to go probably near the boundary line. Force a stop play.
So Long now with the entry, kicks to the pocket, looking for Reid, spoiled away by Borlase. Ball on the deck, left back pocket for the Crows. Laird applying pressure, can't pick up. Farmed out by Ainsworth of the Suns, but pinched by Miller of the Crows. Rush kick to half back on the head of Keys. Powell ends up claiming a mark, having punched it away from Keys, and it's spun on top of his head. So second grab, Powell claims the mark. Right half forward, 70 out for Gold Coast to lead by 2 goals. Deep entry to the big man in the square. Witt's almost the mark, couldn't bring it down. Shoal reefed off the ball by a tackle of Weller. Ball on the deck, top of the goal mouth. Ump says, I'll sort it out. And we'll see a bounce 22 minutes into the first term. Suns lead it by 2 goals on ABC Sport.
Umpire throws it up very quickly. Witts got it down to Long, then bounced into the arms of Witts. He has a snap. It's bounced through, touched on the way through. A rush behind. 3-4-22 plays 1-3-9. It's a 13-point ball game in favour of the Suns. 22 gone first term.
Power's doing a good job on Keys at the moment. Keys has only had 1 possession.
You're late to us. Nankervis and Rogers, the subs for both teams. Miller runs from the goal mouth and a long kick to the wing. And it's gone out of play off the touch of Walker. Still need to reprogram myself. You always think the old rule. Well, it's still the same rule. If you kick in and it doesn't touch anyone before going over, it's a free kick. But, of course, everyone plays on at the kick-ins these days. So Crows have got it to halfway off a pretty, well, just rudimentary metre-gaining clearance. No clearance from the throw-in as Anderson is tackled by the young kid Draper. That's a good assignment for him. Ruckman Tangle in front of us on the wing. Rankin out the back of the pack for Adelaide with the clearance. Hand passes to Laird. Hemmed in by the boundary. Puts a chip around the wing. Ewart flies. Got a hand. Couldn't mark. Rode by Noble. Hand pass keeps it in to no great effect. And a controlled fumble by Rankin over the boundary line. Sees it throw in. And a few hoots for the ex-Sun, who's now in his 3rd year at home at West Lakes.
Only his 3rd game against the Suns too. Second time he's travelled to Carrara in the opposition jumper. And he's got Noah Anderson for company at the moment. The umpire throws it in. The one-armed hook of the boundary umpire. Beautifully tapped down by Witts to Miller. Inside 50. Walter gets rid of his man at the back of the pack. It's Borlase versus Ethan Reid. And Borlase takes it over the boundary line, so it'll be a throw-in right next to the behind post. Left forward pocket for the Suns. They're leading by 13. Great bit of ruck work, Whitey, wasn't it?
Yeah, just watching the replay. It took Miller to come off the boundary line. It's just the ability to just hit it at pace, the timing and the separation he's getting from his opponent.
So it's Witts versus O'Brien in the left forward pocket. Witts front position. Big wrestle at the back of the pack. Ainsworth explodes onto it from 45. He steadies and flares it wide. One behind. 23 plays 9. 14 points the margin now. The Suns a little askew in their goal kicking. 3-5. 24 and a half gone in the first quarter.
Suns with the inside 50s 11-7 as Worrell plays on. Long kick towards Fogarty on the wing. He's got a couple to beat, can't do so. Rove by Noble out the back for the Suns. Hand passes to the flank. Gathered by Weller, 60 from goal. Kicks Gold Coast back into attack. Worrell underneath. Got first hand, couldn't mark. Ropes his own crumb though. Hand passes to Michael Lanny. Hands it to Borlase in the right back pocket. Clearing kick for the Crows. Towards right half back. Fogarty has it scored away by Hewland. Rode by Noble. Kicks it back into attack for the Suns. Half volley bounces off the chest of Humphrey. Then Saligo gets taken high by Rao. And Rao gave him a bit of extra as well. The ump gave him the free kick. But Matt Rao didn't mind Whitey.
He wanted him to earn it.
So Saligo's got the free kick for the Crows on defensive 50. Gold Coast 3-5-23. Lead Adelaide 1-3-9.
Just a little chip forward to find Lockie Scholl. Scholl now to centre wing. Looking for Dawson over the back. It was Collins who spoiled the contest. Destroyed it, in fact. Took it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in adjacent to the interchange gates.
At the quarter time, if I was the Crows, I'd be looking at their inside backward 50 stoppages. There's 3 times that the Suns could have scored goals from inside forward 50, their forward 50. So the Crows are going to look at that.
So the throw-in from the shadows of the stand. A short throw-in. Witts to the front position. Rankin overruns it. Rao gathers and then sort of semi-fumbles it back towards Witts. Picked up there by Weller. Weller's handball found Anderson. Spoiled by Dawson. Now Weller gets back involved. It's Rioli to Noble. Back to Rioli. Tackled off the ball. Good pressure from Adelaide. Towed off the deck there by Peatling. And it bounces over the boundary line in front of Fogarty, and we'll get a throw in 60 from the Crows goal. Right half forward, they're trailing by 14 points.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts. Jeff Stewart's down on the boundary this Saturday afternoon of footy coming from Carrara, courtesy of ABC Sport. Ball tossed in. Right half forward for Adelaide. Witts beat O'Brien with the tap. Wow goes through the contest without picking it up. Saligo has an air shot. Humphrey, now Anderson, off by a hand and a clearance to the Suns. He gives to Butterick. Butterick's kick to the wing, marked by Walter. He's got Butterick running on, doesn't give the hand pass. So Reid holds it up a little. Right on halfway near the boundary for the Suns. A high kick towards half forward. No one there for Gold Coast. And floating back, Keane takes an uncontested mark for the Crows. Chips it backwards to Borlase. Marks chips to the corridor for Hinge. Marks chips in turn to Neil Bullen at centre half back. Now the transfer all the way out to the left half-back flank. Dan Curtin takes the grab just forward of D50.
His left foot pass is beautiful. Finds Miller just short of centre wing on the outer side. He's got Keys running for him. Puts it in front of him. Well spoiled by Powell, but Keys butters up, gathers. Handball back to Miller. Off a step. He kicks it in the Philthorpe direction. Nicely spoiled by Hewlin. Murphy now back to Keys, who kept running. He's tackled into the ground. Umpire says holding the agate. Absolutely, Ben Keys. Good tackle by Noble. And the new son will take the free kick on the arc of 50 and just chip it forward, and finds Closey,
who's very closely to the boundary line at right half-back. Jeff, come on, fresh season.
Welcome to 2025.
Yeah, these jokes work. Got to get them out in the first couple of weeks, Whitey. Closey with a kick to the contest towards half-forward. Off the pack. Roved by Rankin. He's tackled immediately.
So forward to centre stoppage here for the Crows. They've got to be mindful of movement.
Suns lead it by 14 points. Getting closer to quarter time. Saligo. Nice rove there for the Crows at half back. Hands it to Rankin, who's in trouble. Hands it to Draper. The young man gets some space. Well done. Hand pass breaks the congestion. Hands it to Murphy. His kick on the wing is semi-smothered. Draper tried to volley it out of the air. Catch it, young man. Rioli comes through. Had it. Lost it. Tackled. Play on. Keys. Hand passes to Fogarty. 50 out for the Crows. Hands it to Draper. Chip to the pocket. Doesn't carry long enough for Neil Bullen. Bounces near the paint and rolls out of play. Forward entry though for the Crows. Throw in 30 from their goal. It's Gold Coast 3-5-23 to Adelaide's 1-3-9. 29 minutes first term. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, the players are certainly feeling the heat down here. Every time they come off, they are absolutely exhausted. So we're just going to keep an eye on that because it could have an effect on the game, no doubt.
The throw in, forward pocket, it ends up in the hands of Rioli. He's held up by Draper and will be a ball up, 45 out.
There was a thought of extended breaks today, but they're not having the extra breaks, but we've got 2 extra water carriers.
Oh, that's a dead set throw from Jared Witts. He gathered it in the ruck against Thilthorpe and then double-handed it, volleyball style, basketball style, straight to his teammate. So the umpire's pinged him. So it'll be a free kick to Thilthorpe and he'll take it. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the left. He'll have to release it from the arc.
So a little bit of ruck stuff here, Pricey. But what Thilthorpe did is he knew he's out of position. So he just waited for Witts, assumed that sort of position, and then tackled him.
Yep.
So he knew that he was going to either grab it out of the air, so as soon as you go 2 hands, then you tackle him.
So Thilthorpe, with the 9 goals so far this year. Let's go again from 50. This one is floating wide again and 1 behind result. So it's 1 goal, 4-10 to the Crows. 13 points behind the Suns, 3-5-23. 30 minutes gone to the first term, ABC Sport on a Sunday afternoon.
Or Saturday even.
Or Saturday. Am I one day ahead of myself?
You're generally ahead of the play most of the time. Which is
yeah.
Suns work it to left half back. Rioli marks, hands it to Noble, who seems to be the guy kicking it long from those kick-ins. And again, it's to the wing this time, marked by O'Brien of Adelaide. But no. King was shepherded out of the contest, according to the ump. So just when it looked like the Crows were going to get the ball on halfway, now it's King's ball for Gold Coast, getting close to quarter time. He runs on towards the end of the edge of the centre square. Long kick to full forward. Curtin's in the hole for the Crows. Good grab. Despite the late attention of Closey. Curtin marks for Adelaide. Chips it to the broad-shouldered Borlase in the left back pocket. Marks and plays on with a high kick to the Nerang River wing. Andrew flies over the top of Philthorpe to smash it away. Boundary side. Jeffrey can't keep it in for the Suns. And we'll see a throw in. 3 goals, 5 to 1 for Whitey.
Sorry, you love it when Mac Andrew comes off to support. His teammates certainly love it.
Well, he's got that reach. Can destroy a contest, and it's a pretty fair contest when it's got Sam Collins and McAndrew involved. Good luck for the forwards there. Well fisted forward by O'Brien into the path of Rankin, who couldn't quite pick it up. He turns it over, in fact picked up by Flanders. Inside 50, defensive Mark Miller. Nicely taken. He chips it to centre half back to find Peatling. Peatling hooks it around the body. Fogarty spoiled by Hewlin. Chance for the Suns in the middle. Here comes Saligo. Beautifully done, Saligo. Gathered in the one motion, got the handball away. Now it's Worrell, peels it out to the right wing and finds Neil Bullen. Neil Bullen, the right half forward to Hinge, and takes it. He's looking inboard to the 50.
Nice pass and hits Thilthorpe on the chest as the siren goes. 35 out directly in front.
That's a super kick. That's a super kick. And I was watching Thilthorpe, his ability. He was on the other side and switched to play because they did switch to play. He was going to lead up, and it came back in the middle. He came down. He knew that Hinge was going into that position, held himself, and then cut inside. Great lead. Great work ethic.
So 2 behind so far for Riley Thilthorpe. From 40 metres out directly in front, he lets go. Third time lucky. And the Crows get their second. 3-5-23 the Suns to 2-4-16 to the Adelaide Crows at quarter time. It is a 7-point ball game for the Suns. Ethan Reid, Ben Long and Ben King are your goal scorers. And for the Crows, it's Fogarty and Thilthorpe with one apiece.
Thank you, Michael. Hot and steamy conditions, but as mentioned, we did get communique from the AFL 24 hours out saying that they were going to invoke the extra couple of minutes at the quarter and half time breaks, but then we got another message today saying no, that's not the case. The conditions aren't that severe for extra breaks, but there are a couple of extra water carriers allowed on the field. So the regulation 6 minutes coming up at quarter time. Gold Coast 3-5-23 to Adelaide's 2-4-16. We'll get the thoughts of Jeff White and Jamie Stanton in a moment. We'd love to hear from you as well. Keep those texts coming in on 0437 774 774. First break at Carrara. It's the Suns leading by 7 points. You're hearing it on ABC Sport.
Monday night.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoots right footed. What a strike!
The Matildas are back.
What a goal!
Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Budrick, who received the free kick, he wheels around onto the right foot, puts it into a dangerous spot. Beautiful kick and great grab. King had the sit, but it was put there in front of him. He takes it 20 metres out, more or less directly in front. Comes in from 20 metres out and pops it through for the opener here at Carrara. That's a lovely kick onto the arc to find Ainsworth. 55 out, wheeling around again. He kicks it to the top of the square at the back. Reid, nicely taken the young man. A double grabber, got a little bit of protection there from King. Ethan Reid pops it through. Gold Coast get their second. They're on a flyer.
Noble marks in the pocket. Another kick long down the line to the wing. Spoiled away by Borlase of the Crows, but roved by Miller of Gold Coast. Hands through Flanders. Anderson chips to half forward. Ainsworth marks 70 from goal. Kick down the corridor, marked by Long. Straight in front. 40 out. Long kicks the Suns' third goal.
Hinge and takes it. He's looking inboard to the 50. Nice pass. And hits Thilthorpe on the chest as the siren goes. From 40 metres out directly in front, he lets go. Third time lucky. And the Crows get their second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
First of 3 games on this Saturday of round 4. Sun beating down at Carrara. Quentin Hull with you. Nice to have your company. Suns leading by 7 points. 3-5-23 to 2-4-16 at quarter time. Just before our experts, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. A couple of your texts. Oh, Jamie, you're getting fans. Simon from Point Cook. A text, Ms. Stanton might be the best special commentator in the league. Vision, insight and a strong opinion. More of it.
Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
That's why we've got Stanto on board. But we love you too, Whitey. But you know, she's the Janie come lately, so she's getting a bit of the extra.
She's great.
Love. And I'll play along to the Traralgon Tiger, who's a regular texter. But this is a good one. He says, "G'day all. If Adelaide's number 2 was involved in high contact, would it be Black Eyed Keys?"
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Damien,
rock and roll cred.
Damien on Launceston text, loving the call, and he wants to go back to Thursday. How much do the Blues need to be up by at half time to actually win the game?
Oh,
we're not going there now, Damien, but thank you for your company. 0437 774 774. Okay, half an hour here in the sun at Surfers Paradise. Suns had the better of it by 7 points. Stando?
Well, firstly, I'm going to start defensively. I'm really impressed with Gold Coast's defensive structure with the Adelaide 3 tools. Whitey spoke about it in the pre-game that the tools from Adelaide would potentially stretch the Gold Coast. And you look at height and size, they are when you've got Will Powell and Bodie Ulan playing on Darcy Fogarty. But they're playing a really proactive game style in the fact that you actually see Powell, Newland, Collins, they're all sitting up in front of the Adelaide key forward. So when the ball's at the centre-half back line, Adelaide are looking for the long down the line target, but they can't move it to any of their tools because all they're seeing is the big key defender in the Suns. So pretty impressed by that, which is allowing Suns to then get the ball back quickly and turn it over in the front half.
And it's up. So what they're trying to do with that, Adelaide trying to suck, but then it's the ability for their mids to actually spread. So on a couple of occasions there, in particular late in that first quarter, they had a lot of spread coming from the wing. So you had Hinge coming off you had Rankin spreading on the 45. So its ability to try and actually work out what is actually unfolding. So down the line wasn't working because the Suns' defence was coming off and spoiling. So, okay, let's use those lateral kicks to actually get a bit of spread. So that's why the Adelaide players, Adelaide forwards in particular, are staying back to create that width, create that running passage. So linking up, but a great first quarter.
Which you would then argue that Dimmer's really extremely happy with because his midfield would be backed in to get out on the outside of those Adelaide plays. So it's really cat and mouse in the coach's box right now of how the structures are playing, which is then making a really good game to watch and listen to.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, a reminder this second term not far away, but our ABC Gives campaign, of course, Myanmar, Bangkok and the surrounding region devastated by that 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Homes destroyed, families separated, thousands of lives have been lost and there are many more missing. Buildings have collapsed, critical infrastructure has been damaged, including roads, bridges and transport, and the ABC is working in partnership with the Emergency Action Alliance to help those affected by this terrible earthquake. You can support organisations on the ground in the affected region by visiting abc.net.au/gives. Your donation will help provide food, water, shelter and medical assistance to people affected by the terrible natural disaster. Second term underway here. Gold Coast by 7 points.
Oh, the umpire just called it up as Rankin was about to explode out of the contest. It's going to be a free kick back to Jared Witts against Riley O'Brien for a hold. So the big man for the Suns wheels around onto his left foot. That's a long kick to a dangerous spot and filling that hole. Oh, Dawson should have copped a free kick and in fact does. Some high contact. He had the whole pack descending on him. Very courageous, and he took that defensive mark and or free kick 30 metres out from his own defensive goal.
I reckon, Pricey, you would have caught him play a fair bit of NEFL footy at this ground. Jordan Dawson.
Absolutely.
And his time when he couldn't even get a game with the Swans. He knows this part of the world well in that regard. Walker receives in the middle of the ground for Adelaide. Kicks towards half forward, favouring Neil Bullen. Gathers on the bounce, but tackled by Rioli and turns over his hand pass. Hewlin pinches it for the Suns. Hands it to Rioli. Left half back, 50 out, kicks towards Flanders. Marks near the wing. Hand passes to Andrew. Little corralled by Scholl. So Andrew passes back to Flanders. Flanders chip around the boundary. Butterick marks. Connor Butterick, another of the local products, with his right boot, drives the Suns into attack, goes beyond the flying pack. Keane meets it on the bounce for the Crows, doesn't know what to do, hands it to Boulay, he's got out of it well, hands it to Rankin at D50, kicks to halfway, well gathered by Walker on the half volley, his hand pass is turned over, Suns have got it. Andrew with a hand pass out the back to Butterick, 70 from goal, chips to half forward on the head of Miller, 2 against him, picked up by Neil Bullen. Crows have got it as the hands go from Dawson to Hinge.
Hinge measures the kick to find Keys, who's gone all the way to half back to take the mark, chips it forward now, coming just short of centre wing, commentary side in the shade. He goes down the line and it was for Worrell, who basically called his man in Philthorpe and let the ball bounce over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in, about 70 from goal, left half forward for the Crows. They're trailing this one by 7 points with a couple of minutes gone to the second term.
He looks mean anyway, but could Sam Collins look any meaner now that he's got that shaved head?
I don't think so, Kevin. He'd be a scary proposition. The throw in. Witts went through his hands at the back of the pack. It's well done by Saligo. Shot the handball off there to Rankin. Inside 50, Hewlin through his hands. He doubles up and kicks it off the deck. Smothered there by Peatling. Handball to Fogarty. Then to Walker. Walker in close quarters. Kicks it straight out of bounds on the full under pressure.
Caught by a patron sitting in that little terraced area.
Nice and relaxed.
Yeah, good mark.
Drink in one hand and mark in the other.
Yep. Quick kick inboard. Rowell takes the grab. Rao from defensive 50 drives Gold Coast to a contest on the wing. Ball ace all over the head of Reid. No free kick. Rove by Graham of the Suns. Hands it through Weller to Miller. Sweeping 20-metre hand pass to half forward. Gathered by Long. Runs around the man in front of him, but Rankin runs him down from behind. Turned over. Michael Annie comes away for Adelaide. Kick from the pocket. Back to the wing. And the mark is taken by Cumming of the Crows. Quick infield on the 45. Chip marked by Dawson. Hand passes to Saligo. From the wing, he chips to half forward. Keys marks. He's got a runner in Peatling. Hand passes to him. Runs to 50. Left half forward. Peatling kicks at the goal mouth. Thilthorpe flies marks in the goal mouth.
This guy is a gun. His work rate is outstanding. What about the from the half-back line? What a great tackle from Rankin, but the ability to just switch the play and to lower their eyes and hit the targets. It was like a zigzag all the way down on the wing then from Adelaide. Outstanding footy.
Already a fourth set shot for Riley Thilthorpe. We're only 4 minutes into the second quarter. This to make it a 1-point game. Thilthorpe chips it through for his second. Crows with the last couple. Suns by a point. 3-5 to 3-4.
The winner of this game is going to be determined by how the ball is moved inside 50. You see at one end how Gold Coast stuffed that up by a fantastic rundown tackle by Isaac Rankin, but then you look at Adelaide going the other way inside 50, and the kick from Peatling was actually across the goal face to the top of the opposite corner of the square, which allowed Riley to get back and come back up at the footy, as Whitey was saying, with his movement pattern. It changes the game plan for the defender. Gold Coast are sitting in front, which allowed the kick to actually put the defender nearly irrelevant in the play.
So the Crows are trailing the inside 50s 18 to 12. Only behind by one behind on the scoreboard. Nearly 5 minutes gone of this second quarter. Back into the middle. O'Brien versus Witts. I'll give that one to O'Brien. Went into the path of Tuke Miller, though. Miller gathered, got the handball forward. Gathered almost there by Flanders. Worried off it a bit. Enter Witts. Picks it up, gets the big slipper onto it and tumbles it towards the goal square. Nicely done there by Michael Annie. Under pressure, he kicks it towards the outer wing. Neil Bullen couldn't quite pick it up. He's in a tussle there with Will Powell. Call it a draw as the ball spills away. Walker worried everybody out of the ball as he went past it. It's going to be a free kick to Neil Bullen in the back play anyway. He kicks it forward, looking for Fogarty once again. Hewlin spoils. Well done, Rowell at the front of the pack. Slapped it down basketball style, gathered, then the handball was cut off. Well done by Laird. Fell as he got rid of it to Peatling. Enter Rowell. Rowell gathers. He's tackled by Peatling, lets loose the ball. Butterick worried off it. Now it's the Crows again. Nicely picked up by Scholl. Kicks it to right half forward. Walker got rid of Andrew, and then the ball escaped both of them over the boundary line. It'll be thrown in where the arc meets the boundary at right half forward for the Crows.
This is great footy. This is great one-on-one footy, contested hard footy, clean. Both sides are clean. Both sides are working for each other.
Daytime footy. Mind you, perhaps a little bit early, but yeah, it certainly beats some of those wet MCG nights that we've had early in the season. This is clean and good to watch. Saligo off the stoppage for the Crows. 70 from goal. Kicks it over the head of Thilthorpe, marked by the shaven-headed Collins in the back pocket for the Suns. His kick looking for Miller. Waited. Miller comes to spoil for Adelaide. Peatling Rhodes rides a high tackle. Takes the advantage. Kicks the goal. And the Crows are in front. It was a free kick anyway. But Peatling kicks his second goal as a Crow, and Adelaide has kicked the last 3 goals in the game, and for the first time it's the visitors in front at Carrara. 4-4-28 plays 3-5-23, 7 minutes second term.
It's a defensive structure here, Adelaide, that's forcing the turnovers. It's forcing the Suns to make unforced errors. We spoke about in the first quarter how the ability of the Suns, they couldn't switch it because of the transitional defensive mode that Adelaide was getting into. That's exactly what's happening now, and that's what's forcing these turnovers.
And from that, they're getting their fast ball movement on, which is allowing their key tools to have one-on-one looks inside 50, which is having such an impact.
Back into the middle. The two big units in Witts versus O'Brien. Witts Gets this down, but it's intercepted by Jordan Dawson. The handball off the back of the contest to Laird. A long one to centre half forward. Powell was all over the contest. Big spoil. Now Took Miller. Exploded onto the ball. Did well. Gathered. Got the handball away. Now it's Closey. A long one towards right half forward. King in a 2-on-1 at the front of the contest. Got a chop of the arms. We'll get a free kick. He gathers just forward to centre wing. He had the runner. Closey kept going. Gathers 70 out. Chips it into the pocket. He was looking for Reed. It bounced at his feet. Spoiled by ball A's regardless. The ball skids over the boundary line for a throw-in the right forward pocket. Crows by 5 points.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you in the box. Jess Stewart down on the boundary. Saturday afternoon footy by ABC Sport. The first of 3 games we'll bring you on this Saturday of round 4. Boundary throw in, Suns in attack off the contest. Coming, took too long, got tackled by Long. Ump says play on. Crows rush it to defensive 50. 50-50 ball, Curtains over it. Taps it to the advantage of Neil Bullen. Crows have got it now. Neil Bullen hands it to Walker. Back to Neil Bullen. Then on to Dawson. It comes unstuck. A little bit of overhandling. Neil Bullen's over the top of it. Trying to force a neutral and does well to do so. And the umpire says ball it up. Yeah, Crows just had a fumble or two trying to run it through half-back. But the experienced XD who now tags off and Rankin comes into the game. He did enough there to force the stoppage. Thrown in the air. O'Brien over the top of Witt, straight down to Draper, tackled by Anderson. Ball spills free. Rankin, little hand pass to Keys, kicks it off the ground to no great effect. Powell gathers for the Suns. Right half back near the boundary. Hand passes infield to Rowell. Rowell to Noble. Noble chased down by Keys. Just got his hand pass away. Illegal disposal. Free kick to Ben Keys. At left half forward for Adelaide. Kicks it towards Thilthorpe again. It's beyond him and Big Mac floats back to take the catch. Andrew in the back pocket and Rankin ran over the mark. So it's a Big Mac value 50 upfield.
There you go. And he just saunters up too, not in any big hurry. He floats one towards half forward, in fact just to the point of the square. It's with Ben Ainsworth. He holds it up. Not a lot of movement in front of him. Now the lead comes there from Long. He plonks it into the path of Will Graham it was. Spoiled away. Goes to Witts. Handball back to Closey. Closey from 45 on a tight angle has a ping and kicks it out of bounds on the full.
They're making a few errors here, the Suns, and that's because of the pressure, the forward and back pressure of the Crows. It's really high intensity right now.
Adelaide lead the game by 5 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals in it. As ball lays from the left back pocket, long clearance for the Crows on the head of Thilthorpe, spoiled away by Andrews. Foot of the pack, Keys with a handball to no great effect. Curtin has to play tackler, and we'll see it tossed up. Left half back for Adelaide, right half forward for Gold Coast on this sunny Saturday afternoon. And Jared Witts has just been looked at by the ump. He's got blood, so he's not going to be allowed to contest this ruck. Just as well he's close to the bench. Won't take long.
They'll have to bring Reed up here, which they're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
The stoppages for Adelaide, though, they're +5, +6, and they're starting to really get their game going based off the back of these clearances. So it'll be interesting to see how Gold Coast look to nullify that and shut it down.
Want to get in touch? 0437 774 774 in the SMS. Play back underway. Ruck Sherritt. Anderson at the foot of the pack. Kicks it back into the congestion. Ricochets. Hinge couldn't pick up for the Crows. Taken by Ainsworth of Gold Coast. Hands it to Rowell. Rowell's pass marked by the leading Walter in the right forward pocket. Jed Walter. Get used to these lads. Walter and Reed now working along with Ben King. Boy, there's some exciting key big forwards in these two teams. And Jed Walter, should I say, was in and out a bit last year, into his 16th game, 40 metres out, slight angle to the right, leaves it near side 4A behind, which narrows Adelaide's lead to 4 points. Crows 4-4-28, Suns 3-6-24. 12 minutes second term.
It's taken 12 minutes to get the first score for the Suns in this quarter, and it was behind as Adelaide through Worrell. Kicks it just short of centre wing. Thilthorpe spoiled by Reed, front and square. Peatling gave a couple of don't argues. Got the handball back to fellow former Giant. Incoming, he kicks it forward to Keys. Keys to the runner, Saligo. Little sand wedge chipped inside 50 to find Tex Walker. 40 from goal, but it's a
45-degree angle to the left. He plays with the idea of playing on, but he'll go back and have a ping. We'll be right behind it here in the commentary box.
That's outstanding ball movement there from the Crows. Started with Philthorpe. He's brought it to the ground, but then the ability to spread and take a risk. But they had 3 or 4 out on goal side then from the Crows, and great work ethic.
So Taylor Walker looking for his first goal of the day. We'll let this go from around about 40. That's a beautiful drop punt. Oh, that is magnificent. Look it up in the instruction manuals. It's Taylor Walker's first goal, and the Crows extend their lead to 10 points. 5-4-34, plays 3-6-24. 13 minutes gone of the second term.
Textbook, that one.
Sorry, what was that?
I was just trying to get into it.
Well done, Whitey.
Just the ability to run, that spread. We spoke about it at quarter time. In between the arcs is where they're overworking the Suns at the moment, the Crows. Their little chip kicks. Soligo got on the end of that. Keys got on the end of that. And a great kick inside forward 50. So they've got to turn their head here, the Suns.
So 8 forward entries for 3 goals, Stanto, for the Crows. 8 to 7 the inside 50s. Those 7 inside 50s for the Suns, just the one behind.
Whitey's point there was they've got to turn their head. They're too busy ball watching. Look, watching that last play, they were ball watching and they didn't get back to transition. Very important point by Whitey.
4 on the bounce for Adelaide. Centre bounce. Rioli at the back of the pack for the Suns. Little deft touch to allow Flanders to gather. Rolls a kick to half forward. Ineffective, really. Into the pack. Swooped off the deck by Bailey. Humphrey, great gather. Hands it to Ainsworth. Hands it to Noble. Kick smothered. Kai Cumming came back to him. Cumming came again as Noble gathered. Tackled him from behind. Turned over. Miller's hand pass. Doesn't create much, and what's a hot footy to win. Ainsworth there to apply a tackle on Neil Bullen to lock it up for a ball up 50 from the Suns' goal.
You throw a tea towel over about 20 players, 45 out as the umpire throws it up. Philthorpe got it down at the back of the pack. It went past Laird. Hinge overran it as well. Worrell's in trouble. Picked up by Anderson. Anderson with a flying shot. One behind. 25 plays 34. 9 points the margin in favour of the Crows after 15 of the second quarter.
One of the indicators you can look at work rate is the ability to chase down tackles. We've had so many for both sides today.
Worrell's inbound is deep towards the boundary line. It pitches in front of Philthorpe and out of play. So it gets beyond defensive 50. Still about 70 from goal here. So left half back for the Crows, right half forward for Gold Coast. A few clouds around. Not oppressive, but warm for footy, that's for sure. And conditioning is going to be a part of the storyline, no doubt, in the back end of the game in this sunny Saturday scene. Boundary throw in. Humphrey swoops in. His hand pass, though, stolen by Rankin of the Crows. From left half back, a tumbling kick to a 2-on-2 on the wing. It's Andrew, it's Curtin, it's Walker, it's Collins, it's Boundary. As Big Mac put a fist to it. And now he runs into Curtin, and Curtin's happy enough to bump into him. Some good contests. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Jared Witts is waiting eagerly to come back on. The Suns. Ruckman would have had a nice little break there as they patched up that blood.
So the ruck contest there, O'Brien, and exploding onto it. Rankin gathers, then kicks it inside 50. Good contest. Curtin versus Collins. Collins wins out. Fists it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw in 45 out, left half forward for the Crows.
Suns got to check Rankin here. He's getting on the move too easy at these stoppages.
He's looking very dangerous around the contest, doesn't he?
Last 2 stoppages has been unreal.
He's had an outstanding start to the year as well, the throw in.
6 for the quarter and 11 for the game, his possessions pricing.
Off hands now, Miller. Beautifully through the traffic, the sweeping handball to Flanders. He doubles down and gives it to Witts by hand. Witts backwards to Miller. Miller now to right half forward. It's a 2-on-1. The big fly from Walter did well to bring it to ground. Now Rowell, he's worried off it there by Cumming. Well done there by Millerer. The handball back to Draper. Smashed into the ground there by Rowell. Could have been a push in the back, but Rowell will receive the free kick, 70 from goal.
Rowell chips into the corridor, marked by Powell, plays on with a hand pass to Andrew, 60 out, he's given it the big right boot into the post, halfway up.
You kicked that from the square then. Oh my God.
From downtown, that's a behind for Mac Andrew. 8 points the lead to the Crows, Gold Coast 3-8-26, trails Adelaide's 5-4-34.
as Adelaide bring it back in quickly. Miller gathers it on the arc, wheels around onto the right foot, kicks it long down the wing. Witts had the slot, and it was a chop of the arms from Riley O'Brien. Well signalled there, Whitey. I saw you out of the corner of the eye. And Jared Witts receives the free kick in front of the commentary box. Running past for the handball, Dan Rioli in familiar territory. Now kicks long, inside 50. Over the head of both Long and Hinge. Oh, gathered there by Worrell, and Ben Long gathers him. He dropped the agate and it rolled towards the boundary line. Miller tapped it onto the foot of Ben Long, and it's out of bounds on the full, fortuitously for the Crows. The free kick will go to Miller in the back pocket.
Taking a moment or two to assess his options. Chips infield on the 45. Mark taken by Michael Annie, uncontested. He's just forward of fullback. Looks fat side, comes narrow side with the kick. Fogarty caught behind, Hewland in front, tangling with Dawson, punches it away. Boundary throw in. So the Crows have kicked the last 4 goals in the game. Gold Coast hasn't kicked a goal in the 18.5 minutes of this second quarter. The Suns led by 7 points at the first break. But now it's the Crows by 8 points at 5-4 to 3 goals, 8. Riley Philthorpe with a couple for the Crows. From the boundary throw in. Tangle of willing men. Emerging Weller for the Suns. His hand pass chopped off. Or ricocheted in the end to Rao. Rush kick towards half forward. Over the head of Long and Worrell. Michael Annie, should I say. Did enough to spoil. Swooped on by Peatling of the Crows. Hand pass through the hands of Worrell to Laird onto Hinge. Hinge is tackled at left half back. Turns it over. High contact against Rankin on Reid. Reid gathered the footy and Rankin whacked him over the ears.
So Jed Walter.
Oh, Walter, should I say.
He's taking his time. Just about every player on the park is in front of him. He's 80 from goal at right half forward. Long kick to the goal square, or the top of. And the Crows have got the numbers. It's with Saligo, who takes his time and looks towards the run of Neil Bullen. He's got Powell and Jeffrey descending on him. Jeffrey ends up winning out with a bit of assistance from Powell. Puts it back inside 50. Flanders, it came to him on the bounce, an awkward one for him to handle. He couldn't quite gather. It went over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in, 30 metres out, left forward pocket for the Suns, desperately searching for their first goal of the quarter.
That was a throw. Now look at the replay there. One of the Crows players.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throw in, Gold Coast in attack. Foot of the contest, will the ruckman have to go again? O'Brien and Witts are tangling. Flanders has a go. Worrell has a go. Picked up by Rankin of the Crows. Hands it to Scholl. Hands it to Dawson. His hand pass around the boundary line. Doesn't link with Murphy. Stolen by Jeffrey of the Gold Coast Suns. He's outside of the boot. Kick to the top of the square. There's a whistle. Free kick Adelaide. It's going Hinge's way. He was impeded at full-back, top of the square. So Mitch Hinge down that southern end, uses his left boot to clear defensive 50. Powell though leaps. Curtin was the target. Powell takes the marks, hands it to Rioli. 1-2 there with Walter, hands it back to Rioli. Kick back to full forward. Off the pack. Rode by Reid of the Suns. Couldn't get his hand past to Flanders. Rolls in there trying to save the day. Just got a handball to it. Play on. Laird picks up. Gave it to Miller. And a desperate clearing kick from full back for the Crows.
Oh, it floated, and McAndrew in a battle of strength with Tex Walker. And McAndrew won it. Yes, I'm astonished. He's looking forward. Every player on the paddock is in front of him, bar Sam Collins. Now he goes back. Long kick towards the goal square, too close to the line. There's a big pack. Oh, double-handed. It was Walter who went for the second grab. It was tackled as he let loose the ball, and the umpire says it's going to be a free kick. It'll actually go to Walter because it was a dump tackle. Whitey, was it?
Yep.
He got slung, but...
He's slow to get up too.
Yeah, he's going to gather the ball. The man standing the mark is 5 metres from the behind post on the boundary line. So Walter is facing inboard. Or is he now? No, he's changing his mind whether he's going to go inboard or go a straight shot. He will go inboard and look to hook it around with the left foot. He does so. Oh, he does it beautifully as well. Celebrates with the crowd underneath the small scoreboard and brings the Suns to within 2 points. 5-4-34 to 4-8-32. 22 minutes gone, second term. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Jess Stewart's on the boundary.
Weirdly, a couple of little spots of rain coming through, a big cloud sitting right above the stadium at the moment, but the conditions are still really, really hot. The boundary umpires, they've actually got a spare and they're rotating at the moment on the bench, just showing how hot it is for everyone at the moment. So as you guys have kind of alluded to, it perhaps will be a battle of attrition in this second half.
Wonder if the doctor look at that. The Suns doctors, I don't think it's too much. I don't think he hit his head too much, was there? But it just shows the forward pressure. When you have forward pressure and you have repeat entries in your forward 50, you can get the result. Good finish there from Walter, but they've lifted their intensity, the Suns, and they needed to because the Crows have been playing good footy.
Enjoyable game so far.
Yeah.
Good conditions, good footy. Crows in front by 2 points. Centre bounce. O'Brien and Witts share the tap. Bounce comes back to Witts. Hand pass hoping for Miller. Miller's on hands and knees. No real ping from the bullseye yet. Rao gets into the back of Peatling.
Yeah.
Free kick to Peatling. So the Crows will get the clearance. Peatling kicks wide to the wing. Cummings in plenty of space. Takes an uncontested mark. Kicks to left half forward. Dawson's run hard to take the grab. Plays on. 50 out. He's best. Oh, he doesn't go for goal. Nurses it to the top of the goal square. Didn't kick it all that well. Fisted away by Collins. But Thilthorpe comes through. Ball on the deck in the pocket for the Crows. Curtin picks up. Gets it to his toe. Doesn't get it to goal. Fogarty gathers, snaps. And Fogarty kicks the goal. Among the congestion in the goal mouth, Fogarty's got his second, and that's an answering goal for the Crows. They return to that 8-point buffer at 6-4-40 to 4-8-32.
And we just spoke about repeated inside 50s and repeated efforts from players with Whitey for the Gold Coast goal. It's the same there with Adelaide. They just kept turning up to the contest inside 50 and kept getting it forward. It wasn't a great kick by Jordan Dawson inside 50, but he put it to the right space and the right spot where it should go. And the Adelaide boys just kept turning up, and they end up getting one because they turn up for each other.
Was it Peatling that got the free kick in the centre?
Yep.
They've done a really good job on Real. He had 13 clearances last week. He's only had 2 for the day so far. They've done their homework, the Crows, on Real, and they've been really, really disciplined in that area.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you on ABC Sport.
So we're back into the middle. 30 inside 50s plays 19. The Suns are leading that, but they're trailing by 8 points. Rao gets this one and actually tackled. He didn't quite get the handball away. It was just jolted out of his arms. It was Peatling with the tackle and gets the free kick. Peatling long towards the goal square. Thilthorpe. Mac Andrew floats across the front of the pack, and the big fist can't quite pick it up there. Draper gathers now. Handball backwards to Murphy. Murphy tackled off it by Andrew. It's outside the arc now. Gathered by Cumming. Pressured off it out of bounds on the full. Good pressure by Tuke Miller in the end, who'll gather the free kick. He'll take it, and Murphy will stand the mark just in front of the arc, right on the boundary line. Tuke Miller in the right back pocket.
4 straight to 1-3 in favour of Adelaide in this term. Crows trailed by 7 at quarter time. They're 8 points to the good. 25 minutes into this second term. Miller with an infield kick. Short kick marked by Powell at right half back. He kicks Gold Coast long down the line to the wing. At front, Walter Flew couldn't mark. Graham on hands and knees can't pick up. Hinge scoops it up brilliantly for the Crows. Hand pass to Saligo. Hands it to Borlase. Hands it to Laird. And they work it defensively across half-back. Laird's kick not 15, but Miller replays on anyway. Kicks it to right half-back. Curtin takes the grab. Bit of a key swingman, Curtin. He's been up and back today. Kick to half-back, not great though. Collins spalls away from Thilthorpe. Gathered by Closey of the Suns. Hand pass back to half-forward. Miller gets in the way for the Crows. Hand pass though pinched by Humphrey of the Suns. He hand passes defensively to Closey. Chip to the pocket. Flanders back with a flight. Had a piece, no mark. Play on. Players pile in the pocket. Comes out to Humphrey. He shimmies infield, then goes on a snap. Didn't kick it well. Gathered by Hinge in the goal mouth. He kicks Adelaide clear. It's a good kick too. Marked by Keys beyond half-back. Crows on the rebound. Keys kicks to half-forward looking for Murphy. It bounces kindly for him, 50 out. Nailed by Hewland, who came late. Put him off his kick. Great play, Bodie. And the Blondies combined at half-back. He got it to Noble. Noble back to Hewland, who hands it to Andrew. Gets out of the danger with a kick to the wing. Marked by Miller. Handed to Jeffrey. Jeffrey to Flanders. And eventually they slow it up. Pricey.
So Flanders now 90 from his own goal, puts it into the right forward pocket, too short for the leader King, filling the hole. Riley O'Brien got back there, the big man, takes the mark in the left back pocket for the Crows. Handball off to Hinge now underneath the small scoreboard. Umpire says go back and go over the mark for some reason. Now he does the same thing in the same spot for the same reason. And then he kicks it down the line. Finds Peatling. Peatling steadies things up.
Is it me, Stando, or is the spread getting less as this term goes on? I think there's some tired footy players out there.
Spread and skills are a bit more fumbly at the contest, aren't they?
Yep, the Crows leading by 8 points at the moment. 27.5 gone as it's a long kick down the line. It's a free kick. It's going to go to the Suns. There was a hold-on play. It was against Murphy. It'll go to Mac Andrew at right half back. He's got a runner in Rioli. Gives him the handball and Rioli long down the line. This is a 2-on-1. It's going to favour O'Brien, who floats across, couldn't take the mark. Kingrove, his handball cut off there by Cumming. His handball is cut off by Tuke Miller for the Suns. He puts it forward to King. King now by hand to Rioli. Tries to measure a pass into the path of Bailey Humphrey. Couldn't pick it up. And the Crows will get away. Miller, who's been good. Oh, his kick across the arc was actually cut off by Miller. Miller gathers handball to Witts. Off to a start. He gives it to Rowell. Tumbles it inside 50. And Bailey Humphrey takes it. Mark 40 out. Slight angle to the right. That was scrappy, but this is a very tight and competitive game of footy.
It is a good game, Pricey. It's just high intensity from both sides. Both sides are trying to get that switch and that turnover in between the arcs.
Just looking at, now that there's a set shot, look at the players, like, hands on hips, leaning over, pulling the bottom of the shorts down.
So Bailey Humphrey, only his 6th touch for the day. It's saying that his kicking efficiency is 0, so he's had one kick and it didn't work. So let's see how the second one goes for him from 45. That's as straight as an arrow and badly needed for the Suns. Drags them back to within 2 points of the Crows. 6-4-40 the Crows to the Suns. 5-8-38, and we've played nearly 29 minutes of this second quarter.
This is a really entertaining game on multiple fronts. You watch, Whitey and I spoke about the start of the game. It's both of the teams want to play the same way, and that's how momentum's happening at the moment. Adelaide are getting their run and gun going into their big key forwards. Then it flips and Gold Coast put pressure on at the contest, and then they get their running game going and they get it out. And so it's really interesting to see how each coach, Whitey spoke about Peatling before, playing on Rowell, how the little coaching moves are actually impacting momentum in real time, in real play right here.
Yeah, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, Whitey.
It's going to be interesting in the third quarter, Hugh. I called it before the start of the game. This is where the attrition, the fitness of either side, who are the ones going to have the most poise when it comes into the third quarter.
Yeah, still not a fan of starting at 12 local time, but day footy, it's certainly putting on a contest for us, that's for sure. Very aesthetically pleasing. Rove by Soligo at the contest in the middle. Hands it to Peatling, clearance Adelaide. Deep entry inside 50 to a pack, scooped up by Rioli of the Suns. Hands it 1-2 with Collins. The big man gives it back to the ex-Tiger. Dan with a couple of bounces to right half back for the Suns. Kicks it down the wing looking for Long. He's got 3 to beat, but he juggles the mark. Read it beautifully, Ben Long. Fakes around Miller. Kicks to half forward. Grab taken by Walter. 55 out hard on the boundary. Spearing pass to the pocket for King. Over his head, near the post. Humphrey gathers, can't stay in. Tackled over the boundary line. Throw in next to the point post in the right forward pocket for the Suns.
Geez, Rioli's been good today.
Got about half a minute of play left in this first half. Adelaide lead it by 2 points, having trailed by 7 points at quarter time. Throw in next to the point post with the Suns deep in attack. Witts taps to the front of the pack. Rankin reads it though for the Crows. Hands it to Borlays. He's kicked it out on the full. Here we go. This could be siren time and beyond the boundary. No, the clock stopped with 15 seconds to go. Who's closest? Connor Butterick. Man on the mark, 45 from goal.
They're looking at the signs too. They're all pointing.
So does he shoot or does he try and pick off a target here? Connor Butterick. Incredibly tough angle. He's right next to the fence. And the man on the mark, his feet are on the paint. So Butterick decides to have a set shot. On goal! Near post. A point. Pretty good ride to that point, though. A behind. One that if. Crows will lead at half-time, Pricey.
So they bring the ball back in very, very slowly. It's a long kick towards Curtin and spoiled by Jeffrey over the boundary line, and there is the half-time siren. It's the Crows by 1 point at half-time. They led by 7 points at quarter-time. Let's have a look at the goal scorers for the Gold Coast Suns. There's only the 5 of them all singles. Walter, Humphrey, Reid, Long and King. For the Crows, though, it's the tall timbers. Riley Thilthorpe has 2, Darcy Fogarty with 2, Taylor Walker with 1, and James Peatling is the other goal scorer for the Adelaide Crows.
Adelaide 4 straight. Gold Coast 2 goals 4. 4 straight to 2-4 in favour of the Crows in that second term. And 6-4-40 leads 5-9-39. Adelaide go to the rooms away from home and lead by the narrowest of margin. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts on Saturday afternoon football on ABC Sport. Firstly, just it's a good game of footy to watch.
It's a great game of footy to watch. High intensity, and as we spoke about in that first half, both sides are trying to get those turnover in between the arcs, and that's exactly what's happening. Slingshot footy, and then its ability to see, one, if the side can hold it in their forward pressure, and then two, how courageous and how risky are the opposition in trying to get out of that defence and spreading the defence, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. I'm really impressed with Adelaide's ability to spread between the arcs, but also their stoppages. The 24-17 up in clearances, that would have been a massive focus for them, especially seeing what the Suns did to the Demons last week. They've really come to town working on they've done their homework, and they've been really impressive inside, in and out, in and under throughout the stoppages.
And they're doing that without Crouch too, Whitey. So, they take one of their more key inside mids and are doing the damage in the clearances without him. But I'm really impressed by Adelaide's ability to use the ball going inside 50. The Suns are up by plus 10 on their inside 50 count at the moment, and they're now moving it. And the goal efficiency percentage is sitting at 27% for Adelaide and 14% for Gold Coast. I spoke about in the first quarter how Gold Coast's ability to look inside 50 early for their first 3 goals was really impressive. They've really dropped off on that, and they've started to go that long kick inside 50 to Ben, King, Walter and Reid. King and Reid aren't really those big contested marking styles. Walter's still really young in his body and he's a competitor, but he's not Tom Hawkins. He's not going to take that grab inside 50, stop, hold, play, and that's where Gold Coast have reverted back to. They've gotten tired and they've gone for those big long kicks inside 50s. They need to go back and be bold the way they were in that early first quarter, which is the total opposite of Adelaide. Adelaide started with that, realised it didn't work, and then at quarter time has shifted and really changed the angles going inside 50, and their key tall forwards have had a really big impact because of that.
Gee, Jamie, you could get a coaching gig with that type of assessment. How's it going being the state Queensland coach?
Yeah, so far so good. So Quaffle started this weekend, so we'll be checking out some of the girls' games post these ones today and start looking forward to the team that will play Tassie. So, yeah, hopefully not too bad.
Great to have you on board, Jamie Stanton, who's now on the Crows list, former Kangaroo, former Lion, and has that job of now coaching Queensland women's footy. Jeff White, of course, club champion, All-Australian, former #1 draft pick, breaking it down for you here at half-time. Adelaide by a point at 6-4-40 to Gold Coast's 5-9-39. Around the grounds in the other codes, already a result in Super Rugby Pacific today. The New South Wales Waratahs have been beaten by Moana Pacifica. Moana winning 45-28. Next up, it's the Fijian and draw playing the Canterbury Crusaders throughout the rest of the day. The Auckland Blues play the Wellington Hurricanes, and the Western Force play the Otago Highlanders later tonight. In the NRL, there's 3 games today. Parramatta and St George Illawarra, the first of them, not too far away. If you are listening to us through the ACT and here on the Gold Coast, we'll get you to the end of that game. Of course, at any time, go to the ABC Listen app, make your choice. Green button for the league, the blue and red buttons for the AFL. Throughout the rest of the day, the Titans play the Dolphins and the Broncos play the Tigers. And, of course, in the AFL, the next stop is the MCG for Richmond up against Brisbane. Then it's North Melbourne and Sydney. First day of the championships at Randwick as well, with the Group 1s, the TJ Smith, the Flying Sprinters, the famous Doncaster Mile over the 1600, and the best of the 3-year-olds in the land suit up for the time-honoured Australian Derby. So autumn racing in full swing in Sydney, and we'll bring you some of those results throughout the afternoon. But for now, we'll take a pause on that. Adelaide lead by a point. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. You can get in touch on the text 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774 is the number. But with the Crows leading it by a point, we'll take a break here at Carrara for the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Sarah Amir. The Prime Minister says he's confident a re-elected Labor government will find an Australian business to buy the port of Darwin. In 2015, the federal coalition government approved a Chinese company's 99-year lease of the port. Both Labor and the coalition now say they'll end that after the election, ensuring it returns to Australian ownership. While the coalition says it'll make it happen within 6 months, Anthony Albanese says talks are ongoing and won't put a timeframe on his policy.
We looked for interest, including through superannuation funds. I want this to go into Australian ownership, but I'd prefer it to be Australian ownership under the private sector, but if need be, we will purchase as well.
The Bureau of Meteorology says there is no tsunami threat to Australia after a warning was issued for Papua New Guinea. The Pacific Tsunami Warning Centre says the tsunami threat has passed after a magnitude 6.9 quake struck off New Britain Island in Papua New Guinea this morning. Since the main quake, there have been 7 aftershocks, with magnitudes ranging between 4.9 and 5.3, all in the same vicinity. Also in the news today, stock markets around the world have continued to fall sharply as investors assess US President Donald Trump's large tariffs on goods entering the United States. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones has suffered its biggest 2-day fall in 5 years. The BBC's Erin Delmore reports from New York.
Consumers are faced with some higher prices based on these tariffs, and so certainly we're seeing some luxury goods go up. Among the beneficiaries, we're seeing some of the lower-cost retailers having a bit of a better day. But I want to paint for you what the broader picture looks like here today on Wall Street. Out of the S&P 500 companies, only 14 are in the green today. That is how widespread and deep these losses are across various sectors and industries here in the United States. And again, all 3 major indexes ending the day between 5.5% and 6% lower.
Meanwhile, an American judge has ruled that a man who was wrongly deported to El Salvador must be returned to the United States by Monday. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was among more than 200 people taken to an El Salvadorian prison last month. They were accused by the Trump administration of being gang members. US immigration officials have blamed an administrative error for his deportation. Addressing a crowd, his lawyer explained the judge's ruling.
She found that the government did not dispute that there was no legal basis whatsoever for his deportation. She found that the government's arguments that she was powerless to order him brought back to the United States were without legal merit. And she found that he was suffering irreparable harm with every day that goes by while he's separated from his family and while he's detained under such harsh conditions.
Back home, a notorious underworld drug trafficker has begun his first full day of freedom with a morning walk, a trip to the shops and a check-in at the police station. Danushi Dias reports.
After 18 years behind bars, former crime boss Tony Mockbell is back out in Melbourne, starting his full day of freedom on bail with a morning walk with relatives. He later checked in at Heidelberg Police Station as required by his bail conditions and then visited Northland Shopping Centre. It comes after the 59-year-old was released from maximum security prison under exceptional circumstances relating to the Lawyer X scandal. His former lawyer Nicola Gobbo was found to have been working secretly with police. The central argument of his appeal is that Gobbo's dealings were so nefarious they tainted the drug trafficking charges he pleaded guilty to.
Labor has confirmed Salmon Tasmania Chief Executive Luke Martin will take up a job in State Opposition Leader Dean Winter's office when he leaves the industry organisation. Josh Duggan has more.
Mr Martin has been the head of Salmon Tasmania for 2 years and will depart soon after legislation securing the industry's future in Macquarie Harbour passed federal parliament. Labor has confirmed he's set to move on to a job with Tasmanian opposition leader Dean Winter, but his start date is not finalised. Blue Economy Cooperative Research Centre Chief Executive and former Tasmanian Department of Primary Industries Chief John Whittington will replace Mr Martin as head of Salmon Tasmania. Mr Martin declined to comment.
And US President Donald Trump is extending a deadline for social media app TikTok to find an American buyer or shut down in the country. Mr. Trump has given TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance another 75 days to sell the platform. Beijing is believed to have hit the brakes on the deal following the Trump administration's imposition of wide-ranging tariffs this week. This is ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
With the federal election imminent, is there a podcast to help you break down those headlines and detangle the spin? There sure is. You can join me, Patricia Carvelis, for Politics Now on the ABC Listen app.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Saligo from the wing, he chips to half forward, Keys marks, he's got a runner in Peatling, hand passes to him, runs to 50, left half forward, Peatling kicks at the goal mouth, Philthorpe flies marks in the goal mouth. This to make it a 1-point game, Philthorpe chips it through for his second. Collins in the back pocket for the Suns. He's kicked, looking for Miller, waited. Miller ruck, comes to spoil for Adelaide. Peatling Rhodes, rides a high tackle, takes the advantage, kicks the goal. And the Crows are in front.
Long kick towards the goal square, too close to the line. There's a big pack. Oh, double-handed. It was Walter who went for the second grab. It was tackled as he let loose the ball, and the umpire says it's going to be a free kick. Well, actually, goal to Walter because it was a dump tackle. He will go inboard and look to hook it around with the left foot. He does so. Oh, he does it beautifully as well. Celebrates with the crowd underneath the small scoreboard and brings the Suns to within 2 points.
Fisted away by Collins, but Philthorpe comes through. Ball on the deck in the pocket for the Crows. Curtin picks up, gets it to his toe, doesn't get it to goal. Fogarty gathers, snaps, and Fogarty kicks the goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Two teams entered undefeated. Only one will leave that way. And as expected, it's been a bit of a smoky top liner this game. Welcome back to Carrara with the way that the Suns and the Crows have performed in the early stages of the season. We saw this fixture opening the Saturday of round 4 and thought, yep, there's going to be something in this. And through a half of footy, it's certainly proving to be the case. Adelaide lead by a point after Gold Coast led by 7 points at quarter time. My name's Quentin Hull, and great to have your company with this game to roll into the G, where the Tigers take on the Lions, and then it's North and Sydney tonight. Your thoughts continue to be welcome on 0467 920 0437 774 774. I was in the midst of saying the wrong number, so that's why my speech stuttered a little, because I was getting it wrong. 0437 774 774. G'day to Sienna, who's in Western Australia. She says, I'm hanging out in the laundry on a windy Perth morning listening to the footy on the radio. Good game. Yeah, I'm glad that's coming through, Sienna. Thank you. Hang in there, Adelaide, from Zia and Buzzy. They're listening in Brunswick while working on Kiss's band poster for an East Mint show. Nice and sunny in the backyard. Nick's here too, working on the front garden, but he's having a quick sickie break. Well, there you go, Zia and Buzzy and Nick on a smoko. Thank you. 0437 774 774. Remember, you can take us wherever on the ABC Listen app. And it's not only about the footy. We've got a suite of football games across the codes. Rugby union's available. Socceroos and Matildas are playing a number of internationals. And, of course, the AFL or the AFL Extra button. The league's available there too. So 0437 774 774 to get in touch. Michael, I'll go and put my teeth back in while you go through the stats of the first half, please.
Let's have a look at the overall disposals, 187 to 171. So that's the Crows plus 16 in overall disposals. They're plus 17 in kicks. The kicking efficiency, though, Adelaide 68%. The Gold Coast down to 59% as far as kicking efficiency goes. Handballs even and marks the Adelaide Crows at plus 4. But it's the clearances, 24 to 17 that they'll be concerned about. The Crows are plus 7 there. The hitouts, the Suns are plus 8 there, 25 to 17. And inside 50s, 35 to 22. Jamie Stanton alluded to it just before the break. The goal efficiency, the Gold Coast 5 goals from 35 inside 50s at a rate of 14.3. And the Crows 6 goals from 22 inside 50s at a rate of 27.3. That seems to be the tail of the tape. They're winning the hitouts, but they're losing the clearances, the Gold Coast Suns. So in general, Jamie and Jeff White, how have you seen this contest going forward?
I was just going to say that. They're plus 8 in the hitouts in favour of the Suns, but plus 7 in clearances in favour of Adelaide. That's because their structure's set up. But they're actually picking off who they think is going to be the receiver. That's what I really love. And so they've really honed in on Rao. He's only had 2 clearances for the whole game. He had 13 last week.
Yep.
So they've picked him off. Pete Ling's picked him off a couple of times, especially in that second quarter. Got a free kick against, or both times got a free kick against. So the Suns, I think the Suns' strength is their ability to bring in Humphreys. I reckon they're going to bring Humphreys into the middle.
He's only had the 6 touches, no clearances whatsoever. And he's
roll him in, Took Miller's been there a few times, but you do that, you roll him in, and then you then eliminate that Peatling versus Rao. Rao is then doing the stoppages, inside forward 50. So you free him up a little bit there, but I've been really impressed by the Crows' ability to have the structure at the stoppages like that.
Isaac Rankin, 7 clearances. Jamie, you alluded to the fact that he's running through the contests.
Yeah, he's moving through the contest extremely well, and exactly backing off the piggyback statement that Roddy just said, he's picking off where Rao is starting and coming in from behind. So he's actually watching Jared Witz's tap and the hand placement coming in the back of Rao and then just swerving around with his elusive agility and footwork that he has, that ability. So he's actually been quite clever in the way that he's made his clearances, and you actually notice him, he's standing 10 steps back behind Rao, watching the whole play unfold in front of him before he even makes a movement. So it's been quite interesting the way the stoppage play has worked. But we were speaking in the break around Adelaide, a couple of Adelaide's particular players and the way that they've moved the ball. We think, but Peatling, as Whitey said multiple times, has been really important. Hinge off the half back and Neil Bullen. And the best part about all 3 of those players, they're using the ball well, but they're great decision makers when they have the ball in hand. They know who should have the ball, who shouldn't have the ball, where it should go next. So those 3 players at the moment are partially the reason why they are in front on large counts. Hinge is moving the ball and switching it out the other side for Adelaide. Peatling's doing a really good job on Rao, and Neil Bullen's adding pressure and really good decision making as they're going inside 50, which means that they're getting better looks in front of goal.
And you look at that, and from a positive from the Suns' perspective, they're getting beaten in stoppages. They're only down by a point. So it shows the strength. And that's what Adelaide's alarm bells are up. Hey, don't let them off the hook here, because this is where they can slingshot footy, and that's where they get majority of the momentum going forward.
So we're just going back to that goal efficiency as well. 35 inside 50s to 22. Gold Coast cleaned that up, and then it's a different story on the scoreboard.
On the text, 0437 774 774, we're talking about the conditions. Billy Ray texts. I'm not sure if it's that Billy Ray.
The mullet.
Well,
Hannah Montana's dad.
What should I say? Father thereof. Yes. No, Billy Ray says, great call, guys. I'm sitting in section 224. I've sweated 2 kilograms sitting in the shade. I hope the players are okay. Put money on their opponents next round. Where's 224, Whitey?
Yeah, you can.
Back right corner, guys. Back right corner of the goals.
Up
back
down
be
here.
The family section. Billy Ray is up in the...
No, he's in the shade now.
He's in the good spots, up here on the back right.
You're in the shade now.
Shade's just coming across there, Billy Ray.
Well played, Billy Ray.
Yep. 0437 774 774. On the other side, Tom from Hobart text, it's cold here, it's 12.9 degrees Celsius. So if the boys are hot up there in Queensland, come here and play.
What about under the roof, the
No,
wooden
thank you.
roof? How will that go?
Sore point. Here's an unnamed text. I'm at the Pinaroo Caravan Park listening to the footy. Richard from Geelong. I'm also hanging out the washing. I'm a Cats man, but have a soft spot for the Suns. The Ablett connection.
Ah, yes.
Questions for the experts. Are the Suns finally the real deal? Well, stick around, Richard, not only for the second half here. I think and that's the thing, very rarely early in a season do we get a chance to think, okay, perhaps we've got enough evidence to really treat the next half of footy as something substantial. And that's what we've got for both teams here. We set it up in the opener. We said that the winner of today, both of them are on a quest to break a drought for the finals. Suns have never been there. Adelaide not since the grand final of 2017. I think it means something the next half of footy.
I would as far out and go out and say, I think both of them will make it. Put my flag in the ground now. I reckon both these teams will be in the 8 this year.
Wow, written and authorised by Jamie Stanton.
Let's play second half footy. Crows go into it with a lead by a point at Carrara.
Suns back out at Carrara. Wits versus O'Brien. Wits at ground level, got the handball off to Bailey Humphrey. There you got your wish, Whitey, inside 50. Humphrey bounces it in front of Ben King. Confronted by Miller, gathered by Will Graham. Gets away from the traffic and kicks it. Great goal for the Suns. There's your intent from the front of the contest. Bailey Humphrey inside 50. And at ground level, Will Graham puts it through. The Suns hit the front early in the third quarter. 6:9:45, play 6:4:40.
I didn't have any inside knowledge on that, but yes. And that's how they did the rotation last week. They had Humphrey coming through, Took Miller coming through, and those are the guys that start off the half-forward flank. So it's a bit, and they get Will Graham in there as well, who was the one who just kicked the goal. So that have that strength.
And while we've got a moment, these texts. Fantastic. I like Ian from Warrawena Station, Flinders Ranges, South Australia.
Oh, nice.
He's putting up a gate in a paddock enjoying the call.
Oh, wow.
Go
I
Crows.
I love the text messages, by the way. They're the best.
So Graham with the early goal puts the Suns in front. Which centre bounce time gets first hand. No rover for the Suns. Soligo foraging, can't pick it up. Ainsworth does for Gold Coast, hands it to Miller. Kick towards the lead of King. One clunk mark in front of Kane. 30 out.
So really interesting here. Humphrey started in the middle and Rao started at centre forward. That was the first centre bounce. Humphreys won that. Humphreys back into the forward line, and then they've gone to their structure. So I reckon a little bit of a match-up sort of thing. But here you go. You've got 2 shots on goal, 2 clearances from the centre bounce.
Ben King has one already, and this would be a wonderful opening to the third term for the Suns, looking for back-to-back goals. He's kicked it high. He's kicked it left. It's a behind to the Suns' spearhead, and 6 points is the difference at 6-10 to 6-4. Suns in front.
So Miller has got the ball in the goal square for the Crows. Exits now. Long kick towards the commentary wing. Target there was Dawson. Sat in the pocket in front of Wits and took a nice strong mark. Wheels onto that trusty left foot. It's a long kick inside. Well, towards half forward. Will Powell spoiled the contest. Could have marked it. Rove there by Noble. Half dragged down. The kick was affected. Picked up by Hewland. He shuffles one out to Noble. Confronted. Almost turned it over. It bounced back to him. He was tackled by Neil Bullen into the ground, and it'll be a ball up 55 out at right half forward.
There's another running down tackle from behind. So it just shows the intensity of both sides.
So the Crows in attack as the shade from the stands just goes over this contest. Rowell lets loose the ball, picked up there by Peatling, dribbles it inside 50. Walker gathers, wheels around. Tries the big fend off. Lets loose the ball as well. It goes towards the pocket. Neil Bullen kicks it to the goal square. Thilthorpe in a 2-on-1, brought it to ground and then gathered. He dropped it, picked up by Collins. He extracted it outside 50. And big Riley O'Brien, the ball just painfully bounced away from him at the angles that the Sherrin does. Made it look more awkward than it should have. Went over the boundary line for a throw in.
Whitey's staring at me because I'm laughing at the 2 lumbering ruckmen. See, Jeff, you were very different. You were incredibly athletic for your craft as those 2 big men go at it back over the boundary line.
But I do love watching those 2 going one-on-one. That's really impressive.
Well, and these
2
guys,
big logs.
really interesting as well, where they're at their careers. Ned Moyles chomping at the bit of Jared Witts, and Riley O'Brien's wondering, well, what's happening with my contract? But here they are battling today. Boundary throw in. It's at right half forward for Adelaide. O'Brien toes it off the ground and Peatling will pick up for the Crows. Oh, hand pass for Worrell. He glanced away from a tackler, got the hand pass to Miller on the ring. Hand pass to Laird, tackled by Long, got it free. Saligo under pressure. Toe pokes it to Walker. Walker marks at 60 from goal. He's in Tex bombing range. Doesn't go for it. Left foot kick to the goal mouth, hoping for Thilthorpe. Collins knuckles it away from him, only to the pocket though. Gathered by Scholl, tackled by Rioli. Hand pass infield. Keys is dumped in a tackle by Powell, and we'll have a ball up in the forward pocket for the Crows. Early stages, third term. Gold Coast with a couple of quick goals. Suns 6-10, Crows 6-4.
If it wasn't hot enough, somebody's just put a match to this game. Thrown up, right forward pocket for the Crows. Neil Bullen can't pick it up. Well done by Rioli in traffic. Got the handball to Noble. Can't control it. Neil Bullen does. Handball in close quarters to Peatling. He drops it. Towed forward by Rowell. Now Jordan Dawson can't control it at ground level. Butterick, he's shrugged off the ball. It's scrappy affair, but it's a fair dinkum hot contest at ground level. Butterick all over the top of his opponent in Laird, and they scrape themselves off the Carrara turf. Umpire throws it up right half forward for the Crows. O'Brien slaps it straight back towards the boundary line and will do it all again. A throw in right where the arc meets the boundary. Right half forward for the Crows. They lead or trail this one by 6 points.
That was after they led by a point at half time. Suns led it by 7 at quarter time. A seesawing affair. Boundary throw in. O'Brien clear tap out the back to the advantage of Rankin. Hand pass to Peatling. It sets up. He gets knocked over by the bump of Rioli. Ball comes free. Noble has to play tackler on Scholl to lock it up.
They have to be aware of Rankin here, the Suns.
He's looming ever present around the stoppage, isn't he, Whitey?
Yeah.
And he knows these parts well. It's Witts and Walker this time. Whistle. Free kick goes Gold Coast's way. Miller was manhandled off the contest, so the ex-skipper kicks it to right half back to the exiting Powell. Takes the grab. Long kick along the Nerang River wing to half forward. Humphrey in front. Can't mark under the spoil of Worrell. Worrell battles on. Ball's on the deck. Picked up by Cumming of the Crows. Hand pass out the back to Borlase. Tried to give it to Curtin. Curtin's under pressure. Had to play tackler and did well to get it away from Ainsworth. Gathered by Miller in the back pocket for the Crows. Hand pass to Dawson and a little kick. He is good enough for Cumming to mark it left half back for the Crows.
He flares it out wide to Worrell. Worrell lowers the eyes, tries to get it to Keys. It's skidded past him. Well done by Thilthorpe, who got rid of Collins. Oh, he has a bounce, the big-bearded man, and kicks it to Fogarty on the arc of 50 against the boundary line. He wheels around onto the right foot. Long kick to the goal square over the head of both Walker and Andrew. Walker goes to ground. Andrew kept his feet, gathered the ball, sweeping handball to Miller. Miller now gives it off to Closey. Closey corralled, gives it back to Andrew at left half back outside the defensive 50. Long kick to the wing and Rowell fills the hole, takes a strong mark in front of Borlase, wheels around the right foot looking for Ainsworth, overcooked it, Keane dropped it, Ainsworth gave it to Long. Long has a ping and kicks a goal. Transition from one end of the ground to the other for the Gold Coast Suns. Long gets his second and the Suns extend their lead to 2 goals. 52 plays 40, 7.5 gone third term.
That goal only comes about by Mac Andrew in the goal square on Taylor Walker. Taylor Walker, bigger, stronger, had the best body position, had back shoulder on Mac Andrew. But the way that Mac flipped and ripped in and around Taylor Walker actually caught Taylor off balance and he slipped over and Mac just took advantage and started their transition running and going the other way. So fantastic work, Mac Andrew, and that goal doesn't come about without his one-on-one effort.
And the ability to spread as well. Once you take off your man transition, you've got to get involved, and that's what he did. But going inside forward 50, they had Keys was one out. He was actually by himself, just short, and they missed him. And then the transitional running from the Suns was outstanding.
So a couple of quick goals to the Suns in this third term. They lead by 2 goals. Centre bounce. Favoured potentially. Witts got the palm down. No Rover. Draper tried to kick it out of the air. Couldn't. It's locked up. See another ball up. Anderson was there. Got tackled. Thrown in the air. Wits again first hand. Draper's after it though. He'll win the clearance for the Crows. Right foot kick towards the spaces at half forward. Devilish bounce. It's in the air. Jeffrey and Walker collide. Neither grab it. Peatling off the ground. Gets it onto his boot. Kicks it to full forward. Curtin tackled. Got a hand pass to Murphy. Murphy tackled. Got a hand pass to Keys. Keys hands it to Dawson. 40 out. Left foot snap around his body. He hasn't curled it enough. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Suns in the right back pocket. And it seems that the hosts have just upped their intensity since the half-time break as Collins from the free kick right back pocket drives it long towards the Nerang River wing. Big pack of players. Adelaide at the Rove though. Well, Hinge has turned it straight over. Hand pass to Andrew. Now he gives to Anderson as the Suns sling off half-back. Hands it off to Flanders. Chip has turned over to the bullseye. Lockie Murphy in the way takes an uncontested mark for the Crows.
Well, he put it laterally and Ethan Reid arrived late. Laird dumped to ground. Umpire says nothing happening. Laird goes backwards to centre half back to find Keane. Keane now to commentary wing. Worrell takes the mark. Back inside to the corridor, so this is methodical. He finds Hinge. Hinge, usually a good user of the ball. Oh, I put the mocker on him. He missed the target. Curtin tried to make it look good, towed it off the deck. Close, he got involved, tapped it towards the boundary line, and then Will Powell escorts the ball over the boundary line where the arc meets it at right half forward for the Crows, trailing by 2 goals. Umpire's going to throw it in underneath the small scoreboard, which sees 10 minutes gone of this third term. So the Shadows now do go across Carrara Oval from the shade sails here on the grandstand. It's tapped down by O'Brien at the foot of the pack. There's a number of players, including Draper and Rowell, and the ball stuck underneath all of them. Umpire will ball it up on the arc. 45-degree angle to the right. The Crows in attack.
Rowell with only the 2 clearances today. Rankin's got 8. Make it almost 9. Yep, Rankin at that contest got collared high. Up, let him go, and then he dropped it. Free kick against. Oh, that was hot.
Geez, he's active though, isn't he? He's moving. He's on the go.
Dan Rioli's got the free kick for the Suns, just inside defensive 50 left half-back. Kicks a high ball towards the wing. Oh, a couple of Crows spoil each other. O'Brien and Dawson. Roved by Worrell. He's tackled by Humphrey. Ball up. True centre wing. This gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Witts wins the tap, hoping for Rowell. It missed him. Picked up by Humphrey, though, of the Suns. Hacks a kick to a 2-on-2 at half forward. Worrell wins the crumb for the Crows. Hand pass, though, straight to Miller of Gold Coast. He's tackled. Slings a handball into the air. Ball to be won on attacking 50 for Gold Coast. Crows there in number, but can't extricate. Hinge hands it to Worrell. Worrell hand pass out of play. He was hoping for ball lays near the boundary, but it's out. Throw in right half back for Adelaide, left half forward for Gold Coast. It's the Suns leading by 12 points. You're hearing Saturday afternoon football on the national broadcaster through ABC Sport.
Good pressure there from the Suns to win that ball up. And will the throw in and off hands once again Rankin. That's clearance number 9 as he puts it towards Saligo. Saligo turns it over, well read there by Hewland, who got in front of Taylor Walker's lead. Now he goes laterally back towards the corridor to find Anderson. Anderson into the middle to Flanders. Flanders looks forward. Just finds barely the 15 to Noble. Back to Flanders in the centre circles. He goes inside 50. Oh, it was a misdirected kick, but it kind of worked out at ground level. Slapped forward by the Suns. Picked up by Hinge for Adelaide. Then to Cumming. By hand to Worrell. Worrell, the left foot straight down the throat of Will Powell, who's giving Ben Keys a little bit of a touch-up at the moment. He goes laterally to find Flanders, and once again, all players are back. Flanders just the barely 15 to Ainsworth. Ainsworth finds Tuke Miller, 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right, and they just chipped it until they found somebody in space.
Fantastic inside 50. Benny Ainsworth is a very, very high-end draft pick and maybe not lived up to the total potential, but the way he can use a ball is absolutely elite.
So Tuke Miller, this is his 19th disposal coming up. The kicking efficiency's been 100%. 5 clearances to go with it. Hasn't troubled the scorers as yet. We'll let this go from just inside 50. That's a fair-looking drop punt as well. Saluted through there by Ethan Reid. And Tuke Miller gets his first and extends that Suns lead to 3 goals. 8-10-58, play 6-4-40.
13 and a half minutes gone of the third quarter here on ABC Sport.
Here's the move. So what's Matty Nixon and his team thinking about? Stando, Whitey?
I just think they've got to win the ball a bit more. They've been hot on from the outset, the Suns, the start of this third quarter. So they've just got to get a bit more poise. And this is a really important time. The 3 goals down, a lot of heat. We spoke about the third quarter. This is a really, really important time here for the Crows. How are they going to have poise? They get some scoreboard pressure. They've got to get back in this game.
And I'm putting it on Saligo. Saligo needs to go to Miller and bring his attention back in. Saligo's had an okay game, but he hasn't been thereabouts. It's Rankin or bust at the moment. I reckon Saligo needs a big quarter and a half.
So the Suns have now kicked the last 4 goals in the game after Adelaide lead by 8 points just before half-time. Centre bounce, Rankin gets under the pack with a clearance, hands it to Keys. Crows do get a clearance. Keys hand pass to Murphy. He's bumped off his kick, but it's gathered by Curtin. 40 out. Chip to the goal mouth. Fogarty marks and holds up in the universal language of, I'm not playing on to roll on and kick the goal. I will take my set shot from the goal mouth and kick a much needed steadier.
This is exactly the response they needed.
And again, Rankin and Keys, Murphy involved in getting it out of the centre. And big Darcy Fogarty lining up for his 3rd goal of the day. There's a number of big Gold Coast Suns flags right in his sight through the southern goal post, but he whacks it through the major opening with his right boot. Adelaide with an answer. 2 goals the lead to the Suns. Gold Coast 8-10-58. Adelaide 7-4-46. 15 minutes third term on ABC Sport.
And it's quite interesting too. The Crows had a defensive triangle set up, so they got someone 2 on the line and then 1 back. So basically in defensive side of where the Suns are going. So they realise that Reid is going to jump over Thilthorpe. So they're setting it up again as a defensive triangle. So this is giving the ability to have more numbers on their defensive side. So if the ball goes forward, then they're rushing towards their goals.
So we're back into the middle. Crows with the quick answer. And the Suns with that bright start to the third quarter. Suns back out in the weather-wise as well. Nice bounce. Taken by Thilthorpe down to ground level. Rao tackled off it. Fisted forward now. Reid tries to go back on it. Saligo gets involved. He taps it forward. Thilthorpe now gathers and goes through traffic. That's a nice looking pass to Fogarty, who's spoiled by Ulan, but Fogarty does well at ground level. Got the handball back to Neil Bullen. Lowers the eyes looking for Walker. Spoiled by Andrew. Front and square there was Lockie Scholl, but cutting back across. Andrew takes it over the boundary line where the arc meets it. Underneath the small scoreboards show the Suns leading by 2 goals.
I love watching Mac Andrew move.
Oh, yeah. Texas trying to get his body, but he's so quick and nimble and tall.
He's the elastic girl from The Incredibles.
Yeah. Good point, Stano. Thilthorpe's gone into the ruck. He won that clearly over Reid. Rushes it, kick to the goal mouth on the head of Curtin and Collins. Neither can take a mark. It's rushed through for a point. Suns by 11 at 8-10-58 to 7-5-47.
So the Suns to bring it back in. Powell, aggressive kick straight up the middle. Hits Ainsworth at centre half back. Walker standing the mark. He chips it slightly laterally to find Flanders just outside defensive 50. He goes even wider to the outer wing to find Jeffries. He's got a runner in Miller. Honours that run, gives him the handball. Miller plays on.
Great
gets
pressure.
to the wing. Kicks it to right half forward. Reid got to the front of the pack. Could have been taken high by Worrell. Nothing doing. At ground level, Butterick tackled. Lets loose the ball. Thilthorpe picks it up well, the big man, and smothered though by Long. Jeffries followed it back down. His kick is affected. It dribbles inside 50. Neil Bullen to Millerer. Tried to give it off there to Draper, who dropped it but then gathered, gave it back to Neil Bullen, to Scholl. He kept running. Now here's Murphy. Has a bounce. Runs to the arc. Kicks it to the goal square. And taken by Ben Keys on the edge of the goal square. He gets away from his opponent. Now Ben Keys lining up in the goal square for what should be his 100th AFL goal. He's kicked 99 so far. You don't want to put the mockers on him, but he pops it through. The Crows needed that one in the context of the game.
And a nice little milestone in the career of Ben Keys, 100 career AFL goals. 8-10-58, plays 8-5-53, 5 points the margin in favour of the Suns.
There's the strength of Neil Bullen there. Just got back, was able to defend, handball chain, link up through the middle, and then the ability to spread, slingshot run footy. That is the Crows there. They just love that. They just get on the bike and, geez, Keys is quick to get on the front side there of Collins.
Guts of an experienced player.
Everyone,
Jamie, for Neil Bullen to think, OK, we can run the corridor here.
but every club needs one. The really good clubs have one of those players. I'm really surprised Melbourne weren't happy enough to say, yep, you've been great for us, see you later, because of that quality. There's not that many teams that have that, and the ones that do are the good ones.
So that old halfback, quarterback, and Neil Bullen summed it up brilliantly. Results in a goal, 5 points to lead to Gold Coast. Centre bounce. Thilthorpe's done his job in the ruck too. Gets a clearance there. Hand passes to Cumming. Give it back to Thilthorpe through hand. Now through Laird to Dawson. Thilthorpe again out on the wing. He's playing like Koutafidis at the moment. He kicks the ball towards half forward. Neil Bullen's there. Noble stops him. Newland there with a ricochet for the Suns. Has got it. Hand passes to Humphrey. Hands it back to Noble. Kick out on the full. Out on the full from Johnny Noble. Free kick to the Crows. Yeah, Thilthorpe to the ruck's working as well.
Oh, it's just he spread off there from Witts.
Dawson, left half forward, long kick towards full forward. Walker! Clean grab, 30 metres out, and a tax shoot straight here. The Crows are back in front.
We called it, didn't we? We said that they needed to lift, they needed to get back in the game, and that's exactly what they've done, the Crows. Great game.
Taylor Walker, as he's done on many occasions, puts the mouthguard in the sock. This for his second goal to make it 650 in his career and to put Adelaide back in front. The batsman gets the high fives of his teammates. What a response from Adelaide, 3 in a row. And Taylor Walker has 2 on the day. Adelaide back to the lead by a point. 9 goals, 5-59 leads 8-10, 58. Cracking game here, 21 minutes third term, ABC Sport at Carrara.
This is a sign of two great teams in the fact that the momentum swings that are happening from both teams. Q, you asked us before as experts, what's the Adelaide boys going to do? Whitey hits the nail on the head. They've got to get back to their stoppage game. They've got to win the clearances, and they've got to get the ball moving forward. And they instantly respond. Now it's back to Gold Coast. How do you stop the Adelaide momentum? It's the exact same thing. Got to get back to winning that clearance game. Got to get back to getting the ball on the move and moving the ball nice and cleanly to inside 50.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White on ABC Sport.
So we're back into the middle at the foot of the ruckman. It's an absolute scramble. There's no clearance happening here as Bailey Humphrey slaps it back towards Witts. He toes it forward. Juggling effort by Ben Long. It's paid. He's still in centre square. He's got a leader in Ainsworth. Kicks it over his head. Ainsworth can't pick it up, and the Crows should get it out through Laird. It's towed forward there by Cumming. Nice mark taken there by Murphy, who's made his way back inside defensive 50. Gives it back now to Peatling by foot. Peatling comes laterally to right half back to find Lockie Scholl. 70 from his own defensive goal. He struts down the Carrara commentary wing towards right half forward. Fogarty versus Hewlin. Hewlin got there first. Fogarty nailed him. Stuck underneath as Fogarty slapped it forward. Neil Bullen lowers the eyes. Can't quite hit the target. Saligo got involved. And it's picked up by Dan Rioli. Has a bounce, and that's customary for him. He runs away with it.
3 bounces, make it 4 beyond the right half back flank. Rioli almost runs to the wing before kicking it to half forward. Hits the chest of Long. Long drops the mark. Taps it though to the advantage of Will Graham. 70 from goal. Transition inside 50 at the feet of the leading King. Hustled off it by Keane. Crows ball. Laird picks up. Hands it to Hinge. Hinge's hand pass too hot for Draper. All the young fellas realising this is senior footy now. Turnover. Ainsworth for the Suns. Ships it to King. King takes the mark. And he might be a good young kid, but he's been found out there. And Whitey, you're pointing around the ground. Everyone who's not near the ball is leaning over saying, oxygen, please.
Yeah. The intensity is superior at the moment. They're all taking a big, deep breath. That's an half forward.
Oh, and he's a good young player, Sid Draper, but had a moment he'd want back there. King, straight in front, needs to kick this. to put the Suns back in front. And the spearhead shoots straight for his second. Gold Coast return to the lead. Ben King has 2. Suns 9-10, Crows 9-5. 23, nearly 24 minutes, third term.
This is a fantastic game of footy, and both clubs are showcasing that they're putting their flag in the ground for the 2025 season, and it's the way they're both wanting to move the football. They're both looking to run and gun, get the ball on the outside, and really use the ball cleanly and efficiently. That both of them would have the KPI of disposal efficiency very high on their list, and their decisions that come off that. The decision of Benny Ainsworth there, I wish the listeners could see it at home, but he stopped, propped, assessed, and then kicked. So he took that extra half a second to make sure that he found the right option inside 50, which both coaches would be asking their teams of right now.
So it's O'Brien versus Witts in the middle. O'Brien gets it down. Rao gets there first, tackled off it by Peatling. Still got the handball away to the run of Rioli. Rioli inside 50, and Walter spoiled, but illegally by Borlase. So he will get a free kick, Jed Walter. Borlase stands the mark, 45 from goal, just slightly to the left of centre.
So a little arm chop from behind.
Yeah, you'd see some of the Adelaide players too, where particularly off the half-back line there, or half-forward line, they could see Rioli coming off the half-back line and they were shaking their head. So they've done their homework on stoppages, and that's one of the areas that Suns were able to tear Melbourne apart last week.
So 1 goal, 1 to Jed Walter today. He kicks it from just outside 50, gives it a good roost too. That's a beauty. Jed Walter gets his second, and the Suns 11 points in front now, 10-10-70 to 9-5-59 after 25 and a half minutes of the third quarter.
As a forward, you can't ask for any other better service than that. Daniel Rioli off the half-back, and his ability to burst of speed, but then to slow to nail the kick is extremely impressive, and that's clearly why Dimmer wanted to get him back from Richmond over to Gold Coast this year, because his last 2 involvements have been really crucial in goals. He obviously came out of the back line with 4 or 5 different bounces before giving it to Benny Long on the wing, but then comes in and shows his class as well in this goal. So really important that Daniel Rioli's on the Suns list.
Suns kick the first 3, Adelaide the next 3, Suns the next 2. That's the way the goal scoring's gone in this entertaining third term. ABC Sports Saturday afternoon football at Carrara. Gold Coast lead by 11 points, getting close to three-quarter time. It's O'Brien and Witts back in ruck together. Witts with the tap down, Miller roves. Under pressure, hand pass stolen by Rankin. Tackled by Anderson, holding the ball.
That was a bit hot. I thought he got his hands to that.
Yeah, just as the Crows were about to burst away, Whitey. So Anderson with the free kick. A floating ball to half forward. Flanders couldn't mark. His hand pass stolen by Saligo. From centre half back, kicks the Crows to the wing. Awkward bounce for Fogarty. Couldn't get it first time. Goes in after it again. He's got Noble for company. Neither pick up. Hewland's there. He's tackled, and the umpire will come in and ball it up on the logo on broadcast wing. Tossed in the air. Witts with the knuckle. Boundary side, but Rankin's there to steal it for the Crows. Hand pass misses Dawson. Cleaned up by Noble. Suns have got it on the wing. Kicks infield on the 45. Flanders marks just forward of the bullseye. Hands it back to Anderson. Entry wide to the lead of Reid. He couldn't take the mark. Fisted away from him. Keys the rove. At defensive 50 for Adelaide. Hand pass out the back through Worrell onto Hinge. Hinge marks and kicks to centre half back for Saligo.
Saligo sees something he likes in the middle. Man by himself, Peatling gathers in the circles, wheels around with the right foot and hits Fogarty. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right. He kicks it long to the goal square. Thilthorpe without any mates near him. Powell gets there late, but Thilthorpe takes the mark in the left forward pocket, only 10 metres from goal.
Great interchange there. Thilthorpe come straight on when they turned it over on the back line there.
He's got 2 goals too. He's put the ball on the deck and he's taking a big, deep breath. He's looking towards the centre of the ground. And he's going to curl it around with the right foot. He does so, the big man, and kicks his third. pumps his fist and drags the Crows back to within 5 points. 10-10-70 plays 10-5-65 late in the third quarter. Just Stewart's on the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like the stump has been made for the Gold Coast Suns. Perhaps a tactical one with Jake Rogers coming on for Sam Closey, who just came off the ground. So it looks like he'll get his first game time now, Jake Rogers. But perhaps a tall going for a quick, fast player. That's a sign of the way the Suns want to finish out this game.
And this creates a little bit of excitement up the forward line, but also that defensive pressure when it gets... It's just getting that point of the time where you want to have that repeat forward entry, but you also want to keep it in there.
Well, it promised a fair bit, albeit early in the season, and we're still working out the form lines of all teams, but this has been a good watch. It's been a tight contest, and two teams certainly on designs and getting closer to September than they have in recent years. Witts taps down to Rao. A1 service. Poor kick, though. Rao's left boot to half forward, straight to Hinge of Adelaide. Marks. Chip short to Dawson. No one on the mark. So the skipper rolls on. Runs to the bullseye. Kicks a left boot to Thilthorpe. 2 grabs. Couldn't get the third controlling one. No mark. Play on the deck, 30 from the Crows goal, picked up by Anderson of the Suns, hands it to Witts, hands it to Jeffrey, dispossessed but makes a tackle, ball on the deck, Suns win it, right half forward, Power with a hand pass to Weller kicks to half forward, over the head of Reed, out the back, Graham picks up, he's got Laird chasing, Laird tackling, great work from the veteran, handball came very late, upset, okay, play on. Graham sent a re-centering kick over the head of Long, rode by Butterick's shot on goal, bounces to the far side for a point. A goal the difference. 10-11 to 10-5. Half an hour gone in the third term on ABC Sport.
This is frantic football here at Carrara. Underneath beautiful conditions as well. Now Hinge puts it to Michael Annie. Still inside defensive 50 now. He runs across the arc at right half back. Goes to measure a pass. That's a beautiful kick to Fogarty. Spoiled though by Andrew at ground level. Scholl back to Fogarty. Fogarty, the left foot from a standing start. Dawson with courage goes back into the pack, then gathers at ground level. Brilliant play. Handball to Scholl in traffic. He gets it to Neil Bullen, who's belted. He dropped the ball. Toot Miller was the tackler and will receive the free kick. Just at the back of centre wing here, commentary side.
About 90 seconds left before three-quarter time.
I think they've looked at the interchange as well, just to make sure they know what the situation is.
Miller with a short pass to Andrew. Big Mac marks it on the wing.
This is where a lot of clubs, they practice this sort of stuff.
Andrew now with the high right foot kick to about 40 from goal. Reed will fly the pack, has to spoil from behind. Rode by Saligo. Hand pass gets to Dawson. Dawson the clearing kick for the Crows. Through the hands of Thilthorpe on the wing. Collins crashes in, gets a knee in the back. Says fair fight, play on, my ball.
I don't know if it's a fair fight between Sam Collins and Riley Thilthorpe.
They're at least in the right weight category.
I was about to say the right weight division.
Yep.
Oh dear, it's a heavyweight contest between those two. Speaking of which, Witts versus O'Brien. Witts got it down, Saligo weaves his way through. Handball on the outside to Rankin, who finally gathers, gives it off to Peatling on the run. Peatling under pressure from Anderson, gets it inside 50. Thilthorpe spoiled there by Collins. Front and square. Fogarty cleared the pathway but couldn't quite pick it up. The Suns did. Rioli, handball off there to Miller. Miller traverses the arc of 50, goes inside the centre square. 3 bounces. Long kick to right half forward, looking for Ethan Reid. At the back of the pack was Ben Long. Front of the pack there. Will Graham dragged off the ball, didn't have it. Umpire says he didn't either. And it's going to be a free kick at right half forward. 70 from goal for Will Graham. Long bomb. King, 3 against 1, and King has offended by the looks of things. He's knocked his opponent over, but off hands it goes over the boundary line. Throw in right forward pocket.
Are you ready for a ding-dong finish at Carrara? The three-quarter time siren is about to sound, and there will be only a kick in it as we get to the final break. Boundary umpire tosses it in, and the flight time sees 2 seconds expire from the clock, and that's the hooter for three-quarter time. There are some tired players out there, but boy, this has been an entertaining contest through three-quarters thereof, and Gold Coast will go into the final term with a lead of 1 straight kick. 6 points the margin at 10-11, 71 to 10 goals, 5, 65. So it's the Suns by 7 at quarter time. Adelaide led by a point at half-time, but now it's Gold Coast leading by a goal in that quarter. The Suns kicked 5-2 to Adelaide's 4-1. 10 goals for Gold Coast, 2 to Walter, 2 to Long, 2 to King, singles to Miller, Humphrey, Reid and Will Graham. Adelaide's 10, 3 to Fogarty, 3 to Thilthorpe. Say that again. 3 to Thilthorpe. 2 to Walker and 1 to Keys. Correct weight on Gold Coast, 10-11-71. Adelaide 10-5-65. Don't go anywhere. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton to break it down for you in a moment. Of course, this is the first of 3 games we've got for you on this Saturday of round 4. We'll check in at the G with Quarter Middlemass shortly. You're listening to Saturday Afternoon Footy on ABC Sport.
Monday night.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoots right footed. What a strike!
The Matildas are back.
What a goal!
Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Wits at ground level, got the handball off to Bailey Humphrey. There you got your wish, Whitey, inside 50. Humphrey bounces it in front of Ben King. Confronted by Miller, gathered by Will Graham. Gets away from the traffic and kicks it. Great goal for the Suns. There's your intent. Rao fills the hole. Takes a strong mark in front of Borlase. Wheels around the right foot, looking for Ainsworth. Overcooked it. Keane dropped it. Ainsworth gave it to Long. Long has a ping and kicks a goal. Transition from one end of the ground to the other for the Gold Coast Suns. Long gets his second.
Dawson, left half forward. Long kick towards full forward. Walker! Clean grab, 30 metres out. And to put Adelaide back in front, the batsman gets the high fives of his teammates.
Rioli inside 50 and Walter spoiled but illegally by Borlase. So he will get a free kick, Jed Walter. He kicks it from just outside 50. Gives it a good roost too. That's a beauty. Jed Walter gets his second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great game of footy here at Carrara. Hope you're enjoying us with us on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and the team in place. The Suns with a 1-goal lead at the final change before the end of the tail here. Let's give you the tease of what's next. It's the Lions travelling to the G to take on the Tigers. Corbin Middlemass, welcome.
Thanks, Q. The 2 big cats here at the G, the Tigers and the Lions. Unfortunately for the Tigers, these 2 teams at the other end of the AFL food chain last year. Richmond, the Wooden Spooners, and of course Brisbane, the reigning premiers. The Lions, one thing we know for sure, when they win flags, they're certainly very good at defending them, having won that three-peat, of course, in the early noughties. That's what they're out to do this year. And the Brisbane Lions with their first trip back to the home of football since that last Saturday in September. They're 3-0. Richmond on the skid somewhat after of course, victory here at the MCG in round 1. They're hoping to get back in the winners list this afternoon. There's no late change. It's a glorious day for footy. Not a single cloud in the sky, so 17 degrees at the moment. The 2 subs, Jacob Bauer for Richmond and Will McLaughlin will start as the sub for the Lions. Next up on the Saturday slate, Q here from the MCG.
Good on you, Corby. Look forward to listening on the drive back up the M1. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton, we've really enjoyed this to this point. But what about the whys and wherefores? How have we got here? What have we got in the next half hour?
It's been outstanding game so far, and they matched it in the Suns matched the centre bounce clearances. Then they were down going into the third quarter. That's what got them back into the game. That's what got them in the lead. But seesawing battle, and it just shows. What I've been really impressed with both sides is the run-down tackles from behind. That really gives you a strong indication of the work ethic of both sides. Ability to, Rankin's laid a few tackles from behind. He's been caught from behind. So that second and third efforts is just outstanding at the moment. And so it all comes down to just the poise. It's going to be the side that has the best poise in this last quarter is going to win.
Just before Jamie, news from the bench. Jess Stewart.
Yeah, the sub has been made. Luke Nankervis will come on for Rory Laird, perhaps a tactical sub just in this heat. Got to try and run the match out both sides.
So Nankervis in, Laird out. Thank you. Earlier it was Jake Rogers in for Sam Closey. Stando, we've had fun to this point, but now there's a footy game to win.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the inside 50s. At the moment, Gold Coast are plus 10, 12-ish, and are currently only up at 4 or 5 points on the scoreboard. So I think if Gold Coast can clean up the way they enter 50, which they sort of did in that third quarter there, I think it'll be their game to lose. I think Adelaide's running at nearly 100% capacity at the moment of the way they're moving the ball, they move the ball inside 50 and their efficiency from that. Gold Coast aren't. They're currently tracking at about 15-16% of the way they get inside 50 to then scores on the board. So if Gold Coast can clean up that part of their disposal, I think it's Gold Coast games to lose.
It's been such a hot call. Haven't been able to get to those texts. Thanks for sending them. Really appreciate you sending them through. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. Dan listening in Perth. Phil from Victoria. Doug from Petcheys Bay in southern Tasmania. And Eric from Tudia in WA actually sent us a photo. He's checking his weaners out in the paddock. He's listening in. He's got his stock under a tree. Looks pretty dry there, Eric. I hope you're enjoying the footy. It's all a part of this Saturday of sport on ABC Sport. What a final turn we've got coming up here, Michael Price. Suns go into it, leading by a straight kick.
And a good bounce to start this final quarter. Witts versus O'Brien. Witts actually got beaten by O'Brien. He was in the rear position, slapped it down, but Humphrey gets jumped on immediately. It's going to be a ball up just forward of the centre circles. We'll do it all again, so it's going to be a little bit more congested than the opening exchange. Here comes Witts. Slaps it into the path of Anderson. Anderson, his kick semi-smothered, gathered by Flanders, gives it off to Rowell. Rowell inside 50. It was King who had the front spot. Nicely spoiled, though. Front and square was Rogers, who's on the field now. He wheels around. His first touch has a ping towards the goal square, and the mark taken there by Jed Walter. In the goal square, the young man showed some strength up against Miller there.
Looked like he tried to play on.
Well, he thought about it, I think.
He was only a metre or so away. He was half being held, but very interesting. He's going to be going for his third goal, and should be a tap on the head. He's coming straight from the top of the goal square. The young man from Palm Beach, Currumbin, Jed Walter, kicks his third. Extends the lead for the Suns early in the final term. 12-11-83 plays 10-5-65. It's an 18-point ball game with only a minute gone. Final term.
Well, they worked really well there. Jake Rogers and Jed Walter played allies together, juniors together. He knew where to kick it. Just shows that's when that sub comes on, creates that energy in the forward line. Good ball user. And was clean below his knees and was able to hit it to a good spot.
Scoreboard actually just threw me a wobbly there, Q. It actually added 2 goals instead of 1. I think they were getting ahead of themselves.
11-11 to 10-5.
So it's only 12.
Two goals the difference?
Yes.
Yep. A small scoreboard down at the southern end and the big screen.
Oh, yeah, they're showing the replay.
He took half a step. I think a braver umpire perhaps could have blown play on, but nonetheless... Centre bounce, O'Brien over the top of Witts. Has he got a rover? Not immediately. Rankin overruns it. Anderson picks up, Rankin tackles him. Anderson gets a hand pass away to Miller. Miller immediately tackled on the edge of the centre square. Ball up. Dawson providing the lock on the ex-Suns co-captain. Tossed up, still in the middle. Edge of the centre square. Dawson roves this for the Crows. Gets his left boot to it. High kick to about 40 out on the head of Walker. Spoiled away by Andrew. Roved by Peatling. Tackled by Noble. Play on. Ball on the deck. Picked up by Neil Bullen of the Crows. 40 out. An up and under kick will come down about 20 from goal. Phil Thorpe flew. Couldn't mark. Rioli roves for the Suns in the goal mouth. Hands it to Weller. Clearing kick towards Witts. Couldn't mark. Roved though by Flanders. Kicks it to the wing for the Suns. Bailey leads out. He's got company there and Michaelani. The two tangle on the deck. Boundary looms. Oh, Humphrey just pushed Michaelani out of the way to get the ball. Hand pass to Flanders. Flanders ran out of room. Throw it in.
Great effort from Humphreys. There's 2-on-1 outnumbered then. To get it to a stop play was great. They were out too, the Crows. They had runners going forward.
So the boundary umpire has it just in front of the interchange gates on the commentary side. Witts versus O'Brien. It drops short of both. O'Brien just gets his mitts to it. Picked up by Anderson. The handball back to Dan Rioli. He measures a nice kick to find Flanders just inside the field of play. Forward to centre wing. And just waiting for some movement forward. Not much happening. He goes laterally to find Rioli. Still about 80 metres from goal, just forward of centre wing on the commentary side. He signals to go longer, but then spears a pass into Weller. Weller was actually dropped late. That is a cheap, and that's a crowd free kick. That's a soft 50. Now, Weller was dropped there by Cumming. After he took an easy mark, the crowd intervened, and the affirmation of that crowd noise gets the 50.
Although I will say, the fact that he pushed him off his feet takes away the opportunity to play on, so the umpires are right on that these days.
Yep, there you go.
Is that the interpretation, Stando? It's a softie.
You're a diplomat, Q, as Lockie Weller.
I've got a son who's an umpire.
It comes in.
They need help every now and then.
From 10 metres out, he puts it through. Now it's 3 goals in front. 12-11, 83 to 10-5, 65. 4.5 gone, final term. 18 points the margin in favour of the Suns.
I think your diplomatic answer is correct, Q, but we play a game where we bash and crash into each other, so at times I think it can be a little bit touch light. But I think what I'm impressed by is I asked for them to be more selective in how they went inside 50 instead of just kicking it long, and Pricey made in his call that, you know, Witts is asking for just a long bomb from Rioli, and he decides not to, and he actually hits that short to then be able to find an option. And yeah, they get lucky with the 50, but the way they're deliberately trying to change their movement inside 50 is the outcome of a goal.
So Lockie Weller makes it 2 in a row for the Suns to start this final term. It's getting tough for the Crows now. An equal game high lead of 18 points. Centre bounce. Who's underneath it? Kicked off the ground by Dawson to the edge of the centre square. Picked up by Cumming. Hands it back to Dawson. Hand pass to Mike. Is that Curtin? No, it was Michael Lannick. Tackled and dispossessed. Play on. Ball to the middle of the ground. Jeffrey has it for the Suns. He's tackled. Gets rid of it with a handball. Curtin there to pick up. He hand passes out the back. Given on to Nankervis, the injected sub. Hands it back to Curtin. Now to Hinge. Receives the hand pass. Edge of the centre square. Right half back for Adelaide. Long kick towards half forward. Walker in front of Andrew. Walker can't mark. Butterick comes to help out. Butterick sees it over the boundary line for a throw in. Gold Coast 12-11, 83. Adelaide 10-5, 65. 6 minutes played, final term, Saturday afternoon football on ABC Sport from the sunny surface paradise scene here at Carrara. It's been attritional for the players. It's been a good watch to this point. From the throw-in, neither ruck got a touch. Scholl puts it on his boot for the Crows. Walker crashes the pack. Saligo trying to crumb. Does, under pressure, chucked it. Had his arm pinged by the tackle of Jeffrey. Illegal disposal, free kick, Gold Coast at half-back.
So Jeffrey standing on the arc. There's movement for him in the middle. Noble begging for the ball. And he chips it forward, just short of him to find Dan Rioli. Now it's going to find Noble, just adjacent to the centre circles. He's going to go forward. Well done by Peatling on the mark, who smothered the ball. Ended up gathering, gave it back to Michael Annie. Michael Annie, long and beautifully direct kick to find Walker. Walker, 55 out, has Thilthorpe in the goal square. He lets it go anyway. He knew it was sailing through from Tex. And Riley Thilthorpe just, basically accompanied the ball through the posts. It's a goal to the Crows, nevertheless. 12-11-83, plays 11-5-71. It's back to 12 points, and Tex Walker gets his third.
They needed that, didn't they? A bit of a settler, just at 12 points instead of, branching out to 24 points. So great work on the mark there. Was it Peatling? Peatling on the mark?
Yes.
On the mark, it spoiled that.
I was sort of distracted by the fact that just as well Tex kicked the goal, because Thilthorpe was within... He had 30 metres of space, and Tex went for the goal instead of seeing his key forward, but goes through.
Karma will come back to Thilthorpe for letting him just have it on through.
Yeah. I think he was probably trying to centre it, but anyway, he kicked the goal. What the Crows needed. Witch with the tap at the centre bounce for the Suns. Overrun by Draper, picked up though by Dawson of the Crows. Hands it to Nankervis. He to O'Brien. O'Brien tackled, no prior. And another stoppage, still pretty much adjacent to the centre circles. 2 goals the lead to the Suns. Toss in the air. Rowell tries to crash through. He's tackled by Peatling. Stolen by Draper of the Crows. Hand pass to Dawson. Dawson took too long. Dropped it. Play on. He's now all over the head of Humphrey. Says no. Locked up. Ball up. edge of the centre square. ABC Sport, final term at Carrara. 9 minutes played, Suns by 12 points.
So it's O'Brien from the rear position, slaps it forward. Anderson for the Suns got in front and then towed it off the deck looking for Bailey Humphrey. Nankervis got involved for the Crows. Well done. Got the handball off to Draper, the youngster. Gets it onto the boot quickly. Walker in the front position and Andrew got there first and then smashed it into the corridor off hands. It goes from Lockie Scholl through to Draper. Under pressure back to Hinge. Hinge inside 50. One-on-one Phil Thorpe versus Collins. The Beard wins. Phil Thorpe wrestles Sam Collins away. And that is no mean feat. The big man takes the mark. 20 out on an angle to the right.
Just his work rate. He came up to the centre forward, then pushed back and then got involved in another contest and pushed back. He kicks this will be 10 goals between the big three up forward.
They've kicked 3 apiece. Phil Thorpe, Walker and Fogarty.
Which Beard won? The bigger beard.
The bigger beard. Well, the beard with the hair.
Yeah.
So Phil Thorpe on a tight angle. Pops it through. He's got 4. He embraces it with the crowd as well. Oh, here come the Crows. Boy, this is a good game of footy. 12-11-83 to 12-5-77. 1 goal the difference, 10 gone final term.
He's the best forward in the game. He is the best.
Oh, big call, Whitey.
I think he's the
Sam Darcy's playing some good footy. That's a big call.
He's the best forward in the game. Sam Darcy, I love Sam Darcy, but this guy's a gun.
So what makes him better than the rest at the moment, Jeff?
Just his work rate. I've seen that live today. The ability to come up on the half on the wing, to go into the ruck. You saw how many possessions he got when he was spreading the. He's not there to win the tap, and they put him in there because of his engine. I think he's top 3 in the two Ks at Adelaide.
Jess on the boundary.
Yeah, Connor Boderick has come from the ground in a fair bit of pain, kind of clutching at his abdomen area. So just keep an eye on that one, but he looked to be in a fair bit of pain.
Phil Thorpe's in the ruck now. Neither ruck got a tap, but Saligo get the clearance for the Crows. High kick to half forward. Walker has it punched away by Andrew. Ball on the deck, 50 from Adelaide's goal. Picked up by Jeffrey of the Suns. A little dance step, his hand pass though. Tucked away by Walker. Tex gathers near the boundary. No effective kick. It bounces out of play. And a throw in 60 metres from the Crows' goal. They've kicked the last 2 goals in the game. Suns are out by 3 goals now. Just 6 points the difference at 12-11 to 12-5. Plenty of time left. Only 11 and a half expired in this final term. Throw in, half back for the Suns, half forward for the Crows. Clean possession, Phil Thorpe. Almost broke the tackle of Witts, but the umpire says no, we'll do it again. Tossed up. Phil Thorpe to the front. He's buffeted off his disposal. Draper has it. Hand pass stolen by Humphrey of the Suns. High contact, no. Holding the ball, no. Out of play. Saligo was tangling with him. And we'll do it all again. Ball still at the left half forward position for Adelaide. 60 from goal. Suns leading by a kick.
Couple of non-calls there. Probably fair enough. The draw was called there, Q. Throw in. It's got to be across the arc. Phil Thorpe versus Jared Witts. Witts gets in front. Phil Thorpe wrestles with him. The ball misses both of them. Anderson taken to the ground without it. Then Miller gathers. Ridden into the ground. Umpire says no. And will be a ball up. Good contest between Cumming and Miller there. So it's going to be the 2 monsters again. Witts versus Phil Thorpe. Phil Thorpe got that down into the path of Cumming. Couldn't quite pick it up. It's gathered there by Nankervis. He's gathered, thrown down onto the arc, and we'll do it all again.
A lot of stop plays here. They've got to get the structure for both sides. Get the structure right.
Crowded ball here as Witts goes again. Anderson in close, tackled again. The ball stuck underneath him. He propels it towards Flanders. He's tackled. Crows wanting holding the ball. They'll get it. They will get it. As Sam Flanders had the ball tucked in underneath him. And it's going to be Murphy with the free kick.
Good call. Good call. He pulls it in.
So it's a 45-degree angle to the left as Flanders stands 45 away from his own defensive goal. Lockie Murphy goes back a long way.
I don't think Murphy would have this range in him, would he?
We're about to find out, Stando.
Exactly right. He hasn't kicked a goal yet this season. First game in. The left footer. He's got the journey, just not the accuracy. One behind results, 83. play 78 5-point ball game. The Suns lead 13.5 gone final term.
Michael Price and Quentin Hull calling the action with Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. Great kick in from Rogers. Marked by Rioli on defensive 50. Quickly to Jess on the boundary.
Yeah, Connor Buderick has gone down to the room, so no good sign for the Suns.
Thanks, Jess. Rioli chips wide. Ainsworth takes the grab. Just forward of D50, left half back for the Suns, who hold a 5-point lead. Infield on the 45, kicks it back to Rioli, edge of the centre square. Still inside his own half, though. Short pass to the logo. Flanders marks uncontested. So the Suns get it to halfway, but what to next? A short pass, Flanders to the leading Ainsworth. So piece by piece they're taking territory, now just into attacking territory. Ainsworth out on the Nerang River wing, wide with the chip pass to Hewlin. So they're very slowly yet methodically trying to get this ball forward without the turnover. Hewlin hard on the boundary line. Here's the kick to a contest. Long, deep to the pocket. Big man fly, it's King. Couldn't take the mark. Goes to deck. Thilthorpe roving. He's doing it at both ends, Riley, and he sees it over the boundary line for a throw-in. I'm warming to your assessment, Whitey. He has been everywhere today. And we thought that the Thrill rides were up the road. It's Thilthorpe on the coast.
Oh, I was about to say, you're going to attempt to say Thrill rides with Thilthorpe. That'll do me, Q. The throw in, left forward pocket. What a contest this been at Carrara. Thilthorpe from the rear position slaps it forward. Murphy gets onto the ball. Handball back to Michael Annie off a step. He launches it in the Fogarty direction, uses his body beautifully against Bodie Hewlin, takes a juggling effort just forward of right half back for the Crows. Now it's going to be, well, he tried for the long left footer. It was a low worm burning one, and it actually got to Curtin, fisted away by Mac Andrew over the boundary line. It will be a throw in between wing and right half forward for the Crows on the outer side, bathed in the sunshine here at Carrara.
Gold Coast lead by 5 points. Both teams undefeated. Crows have played 3 games. Suns have played 2. Throw in. 3 completed and 2 completed, as I should say. Dawson under the pack. Couldn't pick it up. Toe poke stolen by Anderson. He loses it. Nankervis with it for the Crows in the middle of the ground. Bangs it deep. Walker nudges away from Andrew. Andrew drops a mark. Walker gathers. Sells the dummy. Snapped and smothered brilliantly by Jeffrey in the goal mouth. Play on. Keys is picked up and tackled. Ball up. Sometimes the best things in footy aren't marks, aren't goals. They're smothers, they're chases, they're tackles. This is the best of Australian football on ABC Sport in the heat of Carrara. Ball up, goal mouth for the Crows in attack. Ump falls over. Ball on the deck. Jeffrey had it, lost it. Rogers tackled by Murphy. Play on it, spews out to Rioli. A rushed clearing kick from the pocket to half back. Free kick against Hinge. He pushed Humphrey into the contest. And Bailey Humphrey will get the free kick for the Suns at right half back. A very short chip pass to Miller. Miller takes the grab just beneath us in the commentary position, which is slightly defensive side of centre wing for the Suns.
Miller urged to play on. He's got Ethan Reid charging at the ball, kicks it in his direction, fisted away there. Ball-A's can't quite pick it up. Gathered by Flanders, gives it to Rogers, dances around, curls it inside 50, long. Couldn't quite take the mark going back with the flight. Drops it, Rao puts it forward, slaps it to King. King now to Graham. Graham bangs it through. Gets his second for the Suns. Extends their lead to 11 points. 13-11-89 to 12-6, 78, 7.5 gone final term.
Q said it before, sometimes the best thing in footy is not the way we move the ball, how we kick goals, it's smothers and one percenters, and all of the defenders and the mids, as soon as that goal was kicked, ran straight over to Joel Jeffrey. He is one of those players at the Suns that is much maligned. Dimmer loves him. Dimmer thinks that he's got a lot of potential and a lot of talent, and he's always questioning that stuff from Joel. Are you going to give us everything? And today he's giving the Suns absolutely everything.
And deployed back 6 more often these days, Jamie. We thought he was one of the small forwards.
No, Dimmer loves him off the halfback. Loves the way he uses the ball. He thinks he's got really good vision and assesses the play and sort of has that Scott Pendlebury-esque where time stops and slows is Dimmer's assessment.
So 3 goals to 2 for the Suns so far in this final term. 17 minutes in. Gold Coast lead by 11. Big centre bounce here. Beautiful service. O'Brien taps to Dawson. Dawson's hand pass though for Saligo. Stolen by Anderson. Tapped it clear. Kicks it off the deck. Inside 50. A fumble from Worrell. Picked up by Flanders of the Suns. Hand pass through closely to Rowell to Anderson from 50. No, just misses to the right. Gee, good purchase under pressure from the captain. 2 straight kicks, the difference. 13-12-90 to 12-6-78.
Tense game of footy here at Carrara. 2 undefeated teams. Much to look forward to this season for the pair of them, if this has got any indication. Long kick, and there's Witts in the front of the pack. The big man takes a double grabbing mark in front of O'Brien. Just forward of centre wing, commentary side. Plenty of stationary players in front of him. Witts wants a runner. He goes long with the left foot instead. Into the pocket. King through the hands. Spoiled in the end by Mark Keane over the boundary line. There will be a throw in the right forward pocket. The Suns by 2 straight goals. Nearly 20 minutes gone to the final term.
Jake Rogers will be on the move here. Small forward.
Where is he, Whitey?
He's in the shade.
Yeah, okay, yep. Ball thrown in the shade of the forward pocket with the Suns in attack. Leading by 2 goals. Saligo does the roving. In fact, that was Scholl with a roving. Boots it clear towards the wing. Powell first to meet it for the Suns. Keeps it in with a hand pass near the boundary line. Gave it to Collins. Collins' hand pass spiked away by Keys. Out of play. Right near the boundary at the interchange gates area. Slightly forward of halfway for Gold Coast. Crows need the next one, you'd think. It's only 2 goals. There's 8 minutes left. But if the Suns kick the next major, it'll be a very hard. Dawson kicks it off the ground from the stoppage. Beyond the flying Curtin tunnel. Free kick. So Dan Curtin, the youngster from WA with the free kick for the Crows just forward of the wing. Plays on with a short kick infield, not 15. Miller gave it back to Curtin. Curtin with a hand pass and then Curvis, 60 from goal, weaves around Powell, chips to the pocket, finds his target. It's coming on a very tough angle. 45 from goal coming, chips to the leader Tex. And those big pecs from Broken Hill. Hug the Sharon to his chest. Okay, he's setting up for the right-footed snap. He's 5 metres in from the boundary in the left forward pocket, Taylor Walker. To halve the deficit. 30 out. 2 steps inboard. The right-footed snap punt. Crows back within a kick. Walker with 4. Oh, how the Holy Trinity have delivered today. 4 to Walker, 4 to Thilthorpe, 3 to Fogarty. Adelaide with 13. It's 13-6, trailing 13-12. Suns by 6 points. Boy, this has been a cracking ride. We're 22 minutes into the final term. Who's going to win it from here? Jeff White, Jamie Stanton?
It's hard to pick. Both sides have been playing so well. I think Adelaide. I have a feeling Adelaide's just sort of... They're pushing. Every time they've been challenged, that's what I look at. Every time they've been challenged, they've always responded.
10 clearances to 4 in this quarter too.
Yeah, that was a great set play. What they worked it really well, the forwards, Crows. They got back really quickly to the goal square and then they created a block. Saw Mac Andrew was cursing his backs to give him some support, and that's why Tex went in that space.
So we're back into the middle again. It's held up here.
Jess on the boundary.
16,211, which is a new record between these 2 sides at Carrara.
So Adelaide with the clearance here. Comes out from Dawson. Flicked back now by the Suns to Powell. He can't quite control it. It's tunnel balled out. Now Saligo picks it up. Back to Dawson. Back to the logo hinge. He's tackled and lets loose the ball. Umpire says play on. Lockweller for the Suns. Bumped as he kicks it long down the line. It went past Humphreys. Walter couldn't quite take it on his chest. It bounced off his chest over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in at the interchange gates.
What do you think, Stando?
Oh, I do think Gold Coast will get there. I think they'll be able to hold out the pressure of Adelaide. Adelaide have to kick 2 without Gold Coast making a score. I think they'll get there.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you at Carrara. A goal the lead to the Suns. 6.5 minutes playing time left. Boundary thrown on the wing. Neil Bullen wrapped up in a tackle by Weller. No clearance. And the umpire comes in just where the shadows meet the sun on the broadcast side. Tossed in the air. I think that hit Witts in the forehead. Picked up by Humphrey at the deck. He kicks the Suns towards the pocket. Beautifully read by Big Walter. Got his chest to it in a tangle with Worrell.
Geez, that was a good mark. That ball was in the air forever. That was skied. There was a lot of tussling, bashing into each other, and he just protected the landing spot.
He's already kicked 3 goals, Jed Walter. This is a bit of a breakout game for him. Does his little bits, but to really have an impact in a tight game, I'll tell you what, he'll give us the double Cobras if he kicks this one. From 40 metres out, hard on the boundary, to give the Suns a 2-goal lead. Walter's right foot. Oh, just fades to the near side. As they say in the classics, an important behind.
Yeah, important behind. Yeah.
Yep, 7 points the difference now for the Suns, 91-84.
Handy point indeed. The Crows to bring it back in. It's with Hinge. Long kick towards the wing. Philthorpe was the target. Collins got in front of him. Philthorpe spoiled it at ground level. Jordan Dawson battling away as he has done all day. He is leading the Crows possession-wise as well. He's got 29 disposals now, 5 clearances. The ball stuck underneath and the umpire throws it up. On the commentary wing in the shade, Anderson gathers, tackled one either side. Dawson and Rankin. Umpire will come in and throw it up. He signals he's going to do that straight away. O'Brien got in front of Wetz. Oh, Rankin ran through the contest, controlled it, then got tackled to the ground, holding the ball in front of the Gold Coast Suns members here. They love that. And Jeffries will take the free kick against Isaac Rankin in front of the commentary box here.
Well, his studs failed him, Rankin, trying to change angle, and he slipped and holding the ball. Jeffrey on the wing for the Suns, kicks it to half forward near the boundary. Witts taps down in the pack, but it's roved by Soligo of the Crows. Hand passes to Neil Bullen, bustled off it by Rioli. Rioli follows up, can't pick up. Neil Bullen does, hands it to Soligo on the wing, chips in field, marked by Walker. 80 metres out, high kick into attack. Noble's there with Keys. Hewlin leaves his man, can't mark. Keys does the roving 40 out. Got high contact, no, picks it up, plays on, kicks it to Philthorpe. Philthorpe's got 5. He rolls it through. He got out the back. A point the difference. Could the Beard be the winner on the day? He has been outstanding, Riley Philthorpe. Suns 91, Crows 90. 4 minutes and 11 seconds left. Jeff White, you're becoming more of a genius by the moment. Big call by saying earlier in the game you reckon he's the best key forward going around at the moment.
I love his mobility. He's so hard to match up on. His ability to get across the ground. He's quick for a big fella, 201 centimetres. He's quick, versatile. It's just, it's great to watch.
16 disposals, 9 contested possessions, 4 clearances and 5 goals too. That'll do me. What a performance from Riley Philthorpe. The umpire has just given a little warning for the 666 against Adelaide. He's going to come in eventually and ball it up. A 1-point ball game with 27 gone in the final term. Nice bounce. Wetz gets it down. Rankin tried to run through the contest, missed the ball, picked up by Flanders, dribbles it to centre half forward. Nankervis, been important since he came on. Got the handball back to Hinge. Hinge now escapes the contest, kicks it to the wing. Nice mark coming. Just short of the wing. He's looking for a short pass. He finds Peatling. Peatling now in front of Neil Bullen. Doesn't have to change stride. Gathers it on the bounce. Jeffrey tackled him high. Umpire missed it. Then called holding the ball. He had him around the neck. That is a mistake.
The umpire couldn't see it because he was in the sun. He's trying to...
He was blinded by the sun here at the Gold Coast. Not the first time that's happened, Q.
I reckon Neil Bullen did the genuflection though, so the umps had to make a decision. And he's gone with the tackler rather than the ball carrier.
Call it a draw.
It's 3 minutes. Do you reckon they can't go into tempo mode though, the Suns?
Rioli's got the football. He's at right half back. There's 3 minutes and 11 seconds left. Gold Coast lead by a point. This is a bottler on ABC Sport. Rioli to a pack on the wing. Dawson flew, had a piece, couldn't mark. Rode by Powell of the Suns. Hands it to Long, 60 from goal. Gathers, snaps to the goal mouth, hoping for someone to get there. Miller overruns it for the Suns. Picked up by Powell of Gold Coast. It's kicked away though by Soligo. Into the middle, Rankin gathers. Hand passes to the bullseye. Scholl's there. Hands it to Keys. Has to stop. Do a U-turn on the edge of the centre square. Now bangs a deep left foot entry. Collins getting back. Spikes the pack. His punch is taken though by Cumming. Cummings tackled by Rioli. Ball it up. 35 metres from Adelaide's goal. 2.5 to play. Suns by a point.
That chase down from Hinge on the half-back line was unbelievable.
Desperate stuff here at Carrara. A point the margin, the Suns lead. Umpire throws it up. Flanders can't get a kick to it. Powell taps it along the ground. It's at the arc. Hacked out of midair by Closey. Picked up there by Jordan Dawson. Immediately back inside 50. Andrew punches it forward, rode by Dan Rioli, measures a kick to Graham. Graham's outside the arc. He's 70 from his own defensive goal at right half back. It is 29.5 minutes gone here at Carrara. The Suns are leading by a point. Graham, Long down the line, looking for Long. Long spoils, and Humphrey escorts the ball through the interchange gates over the boundary line with 2 minutes to go. There'll be a throw in.
Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Jamie Stanton, Jeff White and Jess Stewart bringing it to Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. There's a point the difference, Whitey.
Noah Anderson's dropped back as a loose.
He's gone spare in defence. Boundary throw in. O'Brien, beautiful flip over the back to Dawson. Clearance for Adelaide. Hand passes to Peatling on the wing. Deep kick. Rankin's in the pocket. Rankin marks it. Oh, the ump didn't pay it. The umpire did not pay it. Rode by Powell. Hand pass to Hewlin. Hewlin taken high. Free kick at right half back for the Suns.
Oh, Q.
I don't want to be anywhere near Rundle Mall right now.
Oh, no. It would be an exciting yet dangerous place to be. As Hewland at right half back, lucky to receive the free kick long down the line. It's as close to the boundary line as you can get. Hinge gave away a free kick. There was high contact against Bailey Humphrey as the ball bounced inside the field of play and over the boundary line. So they'll get a chance to chew some more time off this clock.
Was it a mark, Stando?
Yeah, you got to pay that.
Whitey?
Yeah, I think it was definitely. And the umpire was right there.
3 out of 3. Again, blinded by the sun, perhaps, Whitey, because it's flashing right in front of their eyes here. Bailey Humphrey, kicks it into the man on the mark in Peatling, and that ball goes over the boundary line right in front of the commentary box. 1 minute left. The Suns lead by a point.
Oh, that's great from Peatling.
Who's got the energy left? Who's got the energy left? A clearance here is so important in the game. And the Suns are going defensive. They're stacking the defensive side of this stoppage. Perhaps hoping for a bit of space out the attacking side. Behind the ruckman it goes. Miller, hand pass 1-2 with Cumming. Now Miller hand passes out wide. Peatling's got it. Shimmies to get some space. 70 out. Deep entry for the Crows. Philthorpe rises. Can't take them. Free kick. Gold Coast way. Free kick Gold Coast's way to Sam Collins.
Mac Andrew giving it to Philthorpe behind play too, just quietly.
There was a tangle of man, I'm not quite sure. Must have been shepherded out anyway. Collins from fullback, kicks clear, there's 40 seconds left. Big pack, no mark. Ball on the deck, 70 from Adelaide's goal. Picked up by Curtin, hand pass infield. Soligo goes hard, couldn't pick it up. Dawson kicks it off the ground, it's a spinning top. Gathered by Fogarty on 50. Hand pass over his shoulder to Cumming. Cumming kicks to the pocket. Philthorpe spoiled by Andrew. Philthorpe goes again. Andrew goes again. He plays on with a hand pass around the boundary line. Flanders is there. Flanders kicks it clear. Almost a mark on the boundary line to Hinge, but it's out of play. And there's 5 seconds left. Gold Coast lead by a point. Suns on the brink of maintaining this perfect start to the season.
How important that spoil was from Mac Andrew on Philthorpe.
This has had talking points aplenty.
Soligo down behind play. He's just got up.
It's a small sample size, but it's in the creme de la creme of 2025 so far. This has been a beauty at Carrara. Soligo's up. 5 seconds left. Boundary throw in. Crows about 70 from goal. O'Brien taps down. Graham's got the hand pass. Suns have won it. Suns have won it. by a point. Outstanding football. Well done, both teams. Gold Coast win it 91-90. And rarely will I talk over the song, but there's actually about a dozen players holding each other's scruffs of their jerseys at arm length. Phil Thorpe is stumping the arm of Collins away. More players are coming over. Nothing too much in it, apart from the fact you rarely see that at the end of the footy these days. And now, finally, well, no, even there's a little bit of a push. Who was that reeling out? Oh, it's a tangle of shoves, which has now turned to handshakes. Oh, you reckon that didn't mean something? 13-13, 91 beats 14-6, 90.
I don't think there's much love lost between Mac Andrew and Riley Philthorpe, just quietly.
We'll give them a chorus now that they've got that sorted out. Thirteen 91 to 14-6 90. Suns win it. They're 3-0. And they've got North Melbourne in the Barossa during gather round. The Crows have got one of the feature games against Geelong on Thursday night at the Adelaide Oval. Suns led by 7 points at quarter time. Crows by 1 at half time. Suns by 6 at three-quarter time. And by 1 in the end. 13-13 to 14-6. 3 goals for Jed Walter, 2 for Ben Long, 2 for Will Graham, 2 for Ben King. Singles for Miller, Weller, Humphrey and Reid. For Adelaide, Phil Thorpe was Thorpe today. He kicked 5. Brilliant performance from Riley Philthorpe. 4 for Taylor Walker, 3 for Darcy Fogarty. Single goals for Ben Keys and James Peatling. We are on the pretty quick trip to the MCG. We've got a couple of moments to wrap things up. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton. That was a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon at the football.
That was awesome to watch. It just showed the competitive nature of both sides, and second and third efforts. Suns got away to 3 goals, then quick 2 goals from the Adelaide Crows. It was just an outstanding game, and it shows those two teams today played finals footy. It's still a long year to go, but that's finals footy right there. They're 91 to 90. Great arm wrestle, great one-on-one contest. That's finals footy that they both played today.
They gave us everything, didn't they, Whitey? They gave us momentum swings, they gave us great contests, they gave us great moments, they gave us the 1%ers, they gave us great key forwards playing out of their skin. They gave us everything. They gave us great ball movement. They gave us great defensive efforts. So I think that's 2 teams that are playing some really good footy and really starting their season off in a great spot.
A couple of numbers for the Suns: 26 for Rioli, 26 for Flanders, 24 for Miller and Anderson, 20 for Noble. That's the top 5 disposal winners for the Suns. Dawson led the way for the Crows with 31. 27 for Hinge, 26 for Saligo, 24 for Peatling, 21 for Rankin. Overall, Adelaide 50 more disposals, 370 to 320. The inside 50s, Suns plus 7 at 60 to 53. Clearances, Crows plus 11 at 46 to 35. The tackles, Suns plus 3, 70 to 67. Pretty even across the board. Rankin with 10 clearances along with his 21 disposals. Peatling had 8 clearances with his 24. While for the Suns, Anderson 6 clearances, the best with his 24 disposals. We've got about 90 seconds for your votes, guys.
Jamie.
Thorpe has to be top, and he's the best forward in the game going around, so he's top of the votes for sure. I thought Daniel Rioli was big for the Suns today in the way that he moved their ball off the half back, and he just structured up their ball movement so nicely. So he probably gets the 2. And It's a hard split between Rankin and Peatling, probably Rankin with those 10 clearances. If we said today that a player would have 10 clearances at a stoppage, we wouldn't have been looking at an Adelaide player. So, yeah, Rioli then Rankin.
3 to Riley Thilthorpe, 2 to Dan Rioli, and 1 to Isaac Rankin.
Yep.
And special mention to Hinge Dawson and Peatling. I thought they just did an outstanding job today. Terrific game of footy, wasn't it? Thanks, team. Gold Coast 13-13-91 to Adelaide's 14-6-90. We'll see if we can get some reaction from the rooms, which we'll weave in later on in the program. If you're with us through the ACT and the Gold Coast, you're about to pick up the call of Parramatta taking on the St George Illawarra Dragons. The rest of you heading off to the G for the Tigers and the Lions. Well, hasn't that set a standard for the rest of the day? What a thriller at Carrara. The Suns have outlasted the Crows by a solitary point.